What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Hangout spot where you already know it's Real Talk Boxing Talk. Live from my man cave, it's your boy Johnny, and I'm your host for another edition of DHS Live. This time it's the Tuesday night show. It is top of the week Tuesday. We gonna get it popping right about now, y'all. Let's get ready to rumble! Yeah, let's go, let's go. What's good, DHS family, man? Salute, man. Happy Tuesday, man. Happy Tuesday, man. We got a banging show in store for you guys and gals tonight, man. And first and foremost, salute to all of y'all that rocked out last night, man. We did 5 hours. Can I get a bomb? 5 hours, man. Y'all the real champions, man.
The champ is here! The champ is here! The champ is here!
Yeah, man. 5 hours, man. We had a busy weekend of boxing, man. A solid weekend, man. It started on Friday, man. Continued into Saturday. And then we had the Zuffa card Sunday night in New York City, man. And we broke it down last night, man. It was fight weekend recap, man. We talked about Tim Tszyu's performance against Errol Spence Jr.
Yeah!
We talked about Anthony Joshua's return.
Yeah!
And we spoke about the Zuffa 9 card. Edgar Berlanga getting the stoppage in the main event.
Yeah!
Hitchens dominating in the co-main.
Yeah!
And Jaleel Hackett with a very impressive performance against a tough veteran, man. A big step-up fight, man. And he passed with flying colors.
Yeah!
And of course, man, in typical DHS fashion, man, we had open panel, open forum discussions, man. You know the deal. After midnight, the crazies come out.
It smelled like a toilet full of nasty ass shit, okay?
So we did have some emotional boxing talk, but this is what we do here at DHS, man. We are the late night spot for the second shift and third shift overnight workers. Can I get a bomb? Yeah, man. This is how we do, man. This is where it is, man. This is where it goes down, man. Talking that boxing shit every single night, man. And tonight ain't gonna be no different, man. Buckle up, man. You know the deal. We usually here for at least 4 or 5 hours.
Let's go, champ!
Yeah, man. We usually here for at least 4 or 5 hours, man, putting in that work, man. So I definitely need the energy tonight, man. Definitely need the energy tonight because tonight is all about Errol Spence Jr. So our version of Throwback Tuesday, man. We have to give Errol Spence Jr. his flowers, man. Obviously, this Saturday wasn't the outcome that we all wanted to see if we were Errol Spence fans. Tim Tszyu proceeded to dominate Errol Spence, but it doesn't take away from a phenomenal career. So tonight, man, we're going to give Errol his flowers, man, because he is undoubtedly one of the best in our era, man. One of the best in our era. But my question, and you know the deal, man, in typical DHS fashion, man, we need answers. We need answers, man. We need answers from the DHS family in the chat. We need answers once we open up the panel for our panel members and our new callers. Hopefully we get some new callers tonight. But my question is Errol Spence a Hall of Famer? Yes or no? And if you believe he's a Hall of Famer, do you believe based on his career and his accolades that he will get in the first ballot? Now, he did announce his retirement immediately after the fight. And I do know there's a lot of fight fans out there that are calling for one more fight. They want to see Errol Spence in the ring one more time, possibly at home in Texas, so that he can possibly get a win and walk out on a high note. However, I don't think Errol Spence is interested in that, and neither am I. I think he's had a great career. 30 fights, 28 wins, 28-2 with 22 knockouts. That equates to almost a 79% knockout ratio. We'll talk about his accolades in just 1 minute. But again, man, he was a joy to watch, man. One of my favorites, man. One of my favorites to watch, man. Errol Spence in his prime, man, was relentless. He was tenacious. He was a body snatcher. So enjoyable, man. And people that know me the most know that I love body punchers, man. I love fighters that commit to the body, man. And Errol Spence was that guy. And along the line, he carved himself out a very, very nice career. But again, is it Hall of Fame is it a Hall of Fame caliber career? And that's what I need answers for. I'm going to give you my thoughts, and I'm going to give you my breakdown. Because one of the things that we're also going to do tonight, I pulled some data, man. How does he rank versus his contemporaries? And that's where I believe Errol Spence is kind of set apart. Where does he rank among his contemporaries? Because we could say what we want about the welterweight division today as it stands. But when Errol Spence was dominating the welterweight division, the welterweight division was popping. It was popping, man. You had names like Danny Garcia, Shawn Porter, Keith Thurman. So how does he rank versus his contemporaries, and does he become a Hall of Famer before them? Now, Danny Garcia hasn't officially announced his retirement, but all roads point to him possibly never fighting again, which means based on the International Boxing Hall of Fame criteria, once a fighter retires, he has 3 years until he becomes eligible to be put on the ballot to be voted into the Hall of Fame. So Danny Garcia technically isn't retired, but I'm sure that we'll hear something fairly soon. Keith Thurman, he's not officially retired, but we saw what happened against Sebastian Fundora in his last fight. So DZ want to come back and fight again. But let's say hypothetically he doesn't. So he'll have 3 years before he's eligible to be put on the ballot for Hall of Fame. Shawn Porter is retired, but he's still not in the Hall of Fame yet. So again, how does Errol Spence rank against his top competition? Mind you, he fought 2 out of the 3 that I just mentioned, and he beat both of them. He beat Danny Garcia right after coming back from that devastating car crash that could have taken his life. I mean, what Errol Spence has accomplished in his career, not just in the ring, but the fact that he's still here, you know, with all the adversity that he's faced, is pretty fucking special, man. I ain't gonna lie. And we'll go over that in just a little bit. The only blemish that I believe that stands out to me is the fact that we never saw him fight Keith Thurman when both of them were in their welterweight prime. We were deprived of that fight. We know Errol Spence wanted that fight. Keith Thurman wasn't interested when he was a champion, and then roles were reversed. Then it appeared Errol Spence wasn't interested during the latter part of his career. But the point is, we never got a chance to see that fight. I wish we got a chance to see that fight. Nonetheless, another question that I have, and I looked it up. So to make or break the argument, we'll talk about other fighters with similar resumes who are already in the Hall of Fame, and you decide based on those comparisons if Errol Spence is qualified to be a Hall of Famer. I looked it up. But nonetheless, we need some answers, man. And I also need some energy. Y'all got to bring the energy tonight, man.
Chad will jack your dog. Junkyard dog, G dog. Jack.
Know the deal. DHS is the late night spot for the second shift and third shift overnight workers, man. If you don't know, you better ask somebody, man.
Go look up the history. Shit, don't everybody believe in Google? Go Google that shit. See what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about, man.
Yeah, man. DHS, baby.
What's good with my bro Johnny from the Hangout spot, baby? We out here, cuz.
Coach Hamza knows, man. Nobody does it better than DHS, man. We are the late night spot, baby. Nobody does it better, man.
King Kong ain't got shit on me.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Salute. But, yeah, so tonight, again, man, we need some answers. We need everybody's opinion, man. Is Errol Spence a Hall of Famer? Yay or nay? And if you believe he is, does he get in on the first ballot, or do you believe it's going to take some time before he gets in? But he does get in. Now, I do have a poll out there, so make sure you guys vote in the poll for the sake of the conversation once we get panel members up here. It's good reference. If you're not on the panel and you don't want to call in, this is your way to participate and get your opinion out there. Is Errol Spence a first ballot Hall of Famer is the question that I have in the poll. Yes, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. No, but he eventually gets in. And then the last one is, no, he is not a Hall of Famer. So again, man, right now we just got close to 20 votes. So I'm not going to talk about results. So you know the deal. I only like to talk results as we get closer to at least 100. So get your votes in. It is free to participate. It's also free to subscribe to the channel and hit the like button. We got to get at least 100 likes. We got close to it yesterday. I believe when we ended the show, we had about 75 likes, man. So we got to make up 25 likes tonight, man. Let's drop the bomb. I know we can do it, man. There ain't nothing the DHS family can't do if we put our minds to it, man. So definitely hit the like button. You know the deal. As always, we are streaming live on 3 separate platforms. If you're watching this live on the main platform, which is YouTube, make sure you smash that like button.
Straight cash, homie.
And help us get this show and this channel out into the algorithm / homepage of others true hardcore laid-back boxing fans. So then we rock out weeknights, weekends, live fight chats, and we do the best immediate post-fight reaction show where we open up the panel and we talk about the fights we just saw. Mind you, we combine that with the live fight chats. And when that happens, bro, our shows go at least 7 to 8 hours. In fact, the last one that we did for Jerome Ennis against Vatan Desires went almost 9 hours. We are not afraid to put in the work, man. That's what I'm talking about, man. So hit the like button, man. Hit the like button. We get 100 likes. YouTube does its job, and it gets the channel out into the algorithm. You've seen it, man. You've seen it the last couple of months. We've had a hella new people jump on the panel to talk that hardcore boxing shit. And we've had hella people rock out in the chat. That's what it's all about. Building the DHS family, man. We've been moving at a rapid pace. We cannot take our foot off the gas pedal. So if you're watching this, hit the like button. If you're watching this live on X and on millions.co, salute to my family on both platforms. Drop the bomb. Yeah, man. Make sure you guys share the show, especially on X, man. Shoot me a retweet. Because we are trying to build the DHS family over there on X. Salute. Millions.co, same thing. Subscribe, share. But if you want to join the chat party, man, you got to come on over here to YouTube. And while you're here, if you have not subscribed to the channel, make sure you do so.
Straight cash, homie.
There are power in numbers. We are so close to getting to our next goal. Let's get it. And even if you have subscribed, you know the deal. You got friends. You got a cell phone. Tell a friend and tell a friend, man. To subscribe to the channel. Last but not least, the most important ground rule that we have here at DHS is the best boxing podcast chat out here on these YouTube streets. The DHS family, y'all got to cook tonight. Bring the energy, man.
The champ is here. The champ is here. The champ is
Bring
here.
that energy, Mike Tyson style.
Ever. I'm the most brutal and most vicious and most ruthless champion there's ever been. There's no one can stop me. Lynx is a conqueror. No, I'm Alexander. He's no Alexander. I'm the best ever. There's never been anybody as ruthless. I'm Sonny Liston. I'm Jack Dempsey. There's no one like me. I'm from Nairclaw. There's no one that can match me. My style is impetuous. My defense is impregnable. And I'm just ferocious. I want your heart. I want to eat his children.
Yeah, man, we got to bring it in the chat, man. You can't have a great show without a great chat. And every night y'all bring it, man. So put your aprons on and let's get it, man. Let's get it, man.
And not just back then, to this day, to this motherfucking day.
Yeah, man. Salute to the bronze bomber, man. But y'all know the deal. If you want to make sure that you got a question or comment that gets read out here on these live YouTube streets, man, super chat is the best way to go.
Straight cash, homie.
It will come up as a star message. I'll see it, man. I'll put some color in the chat, and obviously I'll show you some love. And it also provides your boy with a little bit of a donation, and every penny counts because we are putting in the work. We do have a 10 super chat goal. It could be a super chat of any denomination. $1, $2, $5, it don't matter, man. 10 of them gets us to our goal. Help a brother get there. Like I said, all donations that come in go right back into the channel to continue to bring you guys the best boxing content out here on these YouTube streets, whether it's here at the DHS Man Cave Studio or out there boots to ground. We are not afraid to put in that work. Let's drop the bomb. Yeah, man. Salute. So definitely tell a friend to tell a friend.
Tell a friend to tell a friend. Tell a friend to tell a friend.
Nobody's safe, man. Nobody's safe, man. Not even me. Not even the host of the show, man. So salute, man. But y'all know what time it is. Before we open up the panel and talk that boxing shit, I got to show love to all the DHS members that are here bright and early It is time for what?
All right, what do you say we get this roll call started?
I say we get this roll call started. Salute. Who's out here early, man? Who's out here early? My guy all the way from Canada, Chad, said, what up?
My man.
What up, Chad? Salute, man. Yeah, man. Thanks for rocking out on this Tuesday night. Dwayne Styles all the way from the DMV.
My man.
Thumbnail has a WWE Hall of Fame on the top right. Damn, you noticed that? Yeah, man. I had to find a Hall of Fame symbol, man. But it's all good. I'm like, damn, hopefully my peoples don't realize that. But I do remember we got some wrestling fans. Nonetheless, y'all get the point, man. Hall of Fame, man. Is Errol Spence a Hall of Famer once he's eligible in 3 years, barring we never see him in the ring again, man. Salute, man. Salute right back at you, Dwayne. I appreciate you. White Mike, my brother in the chat.
My man.
What's good, Johnny? Late as always, dog. LOL. You know me, man. I like to make an entrance, Mike. I like to make an entrance. I'm Puerto Rican. We never on time, man. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. My man Don J in the building.
My man.
Salute with the boxing glove emoji. Salute right back at you, champ. Appreciate you rocking out on this top of the week. Throwback Tuesday, man. We're going to talk Errol Spence in just a minute. Eduardo Alvarez in the building.
My man.
What's good? Salute, Johnny. And yes, I hit the like button. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. Lead by example, man. Don't forget, if you are jumping in here, man, so you won't forget like Malcolm usually does.
That shit is a two-pack of ass.
Make sure you hit the like button early, man. Hit the like button early, man. Right now, we got over 40 people just on YouTube alone. And you know the deal. It's still early. Once the show progresses, we get closer or we exceed the 100 mark. But, yeah, man, we still be struggling to get that 100, man. Right now, 42 people up here and only 21 likes.
It smell like a toilet full of nasty ass shit, okay?
Yeah, that just about says it all, man. Y'all doing that shit again, man.
See, you doing that shit again.
Y'all can't be doing that. Salute to my guy Treese, man. Duke Von Newcomb in the building.
My man.
Damn, we already live, Johnny. Salute. You know the deal. 9 o'clock, baby. 9 o'clock. And my intention was to go live a little bit earlier at 8:30. But again, you know the deal, man. After work, got shit to do, taking notes, looking up shit for the show. Gotta eat, you know the deal. So, you know, one thing leads to another. We decided to just keep it at 9 o'clock, man. But we here, man, and we ain't going anywhere anytime soon. You already know. Dream more, my guy.
My man.
Like number 7 here, Cam. Salute. Appreciate you for rocking out. True Power Media is here bright and early.
My man.
Salute to Johnny in the chat. Salute right back at you, my brother. Oh, and you were the 10th like. Drop the bomb for my brother. Let's go. Who gonna be the 50th like, man? We still a ways away from 50. Before we get to 100, we got to get halfway there, man. Hit the like button, man. Salute, man. True Power Media, man. Rile up the troops in the chat, man. Tell them to hit the like button. We fight all night. TV, my brother in the building.
My man.
Tonight is all about Zuffa. Nah, not tonight, man. We talked about Zuffa in the card a lot last night, but of course, you know the deal in typical DHS fashion. Sometimes our conversations veer to the left and right. And sometimes we get an occasional crash out. But, you know, I try to reel us in. At the end of the day, we meet in the middle, man. So, yeah, later on, we'll open up the panel. And, you know, if we end up going in another direction, it's all right. But I'd like to get everybody's take on Errol Spence, man. Great career, phenomenal career. Let's give this brother his flowers. Let's break it down. And let's be objective, man. Let's see what you guys come up with, man. Duke Manuka, man, already sharing his opinion in the panel. Say he ain't no Hall of Famer. Hell no. Okay, explain why, bro. Explain why. Duke says Zuffa was sorry. Belonga is a bum. Damn, man, Hitchens is boring lame.
It smell like a toilet full of nasty ass shit, okay?
You guys are hard to satisfy, man. There was a lot of people that were actually there live, man, and that enjoyed the Belonga slugfest. It was like both of these brothers were duking it out, bro. Salute to Duke Von Newcomb. They were duking it out, bro, in the corner of 149th and Grand Concourse in the Bronx, man. Hell yeah, man. Eduardo Alvarez said Harold really was just average in my opinion. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. I need everybody's opinion, whether you're going to be on the panel or I need your opinion in the chat. But let me know why. Let me know why, because we're going to go over some of the fighters that he fought, his accolades, his accomplishments. Obviously, we'll talk about his contemporaries, which I believe he has a leg up on, and I'll explain why. And then we'll also, we'll also provide some context, some context, either, if you're on the side of I'm not sure, maybe this will make or break your argument and make you sway to one side. I looked up fighters with similar resumes that are already in the Hall of Fame. And based on those comparisons, you can decide if Errol Spence is qualified or not. Either way, we need some answers. Ain't no better place to get those answers than at the Hangout spot, man. Salute to Chad in the chat. I feel you, Chad. Salute, salute. We Fight All Night TV just called Duke Von Nukem a hater. The chat is starting to percolate. That's what's up, man. That's what's up, man. I want you guys to have debates in the chat. It can't always be on the panel, man. Cook in the chat, man. Texas versus Virgil, but that's an execution. I wouldn't advise that, man. This version of EJ, I wouldn't advise that. And this is the reason why I was pretty adamant that I was going to pick Tim Tszyu in this fight, man. You can't argue with logic. The dude hasn't been in the ring in 3 years. But salute to him. Like I said, I definitely don't think that he came back for the money. I think that's bullshit. Whoever's throwing that narrative out there, think about it. The man is already rich. He's well off. I believe that he wanted to come back to see if he has something left. And this performance proved to him that maybe it's a good idea to just close that chapter and move on with, with the second chapter of his life. He said it. He was thankful, that he was able to be as accomplished as he's been in his career. He's able to walk away with all his faculties, and that's important, obviously, because he's got to live the rest of his life with his family, with his children. So, yeah, man, I don't want to see him in the ring again. I don't think Errol has anything to prove. He was one of the best fighters that I've seen in this era, especially one of the best welterweights. And personally, I do think that his career is worthy of Hall of Fame consideration. I don't think he gets in the first ballot, though, and I'll explain why. But I do think eventually he will get in. And let's not forget, we had that same conversation about Danny Garcia, his last performance, because we were all thinking this is probably the last time we see Danny Garcia. And I believe we had that conversation after the Fundora fight about Keith Thurman, because many believe he should just pack it in and retire. I don't know if Keith retires, but I think he should. I don't think either one of those guys have anything to prove. Join Shawn Porter and retire and let the chips fall where they may. They had a good run, man. The welterweight division was popping back then when all these dudes were in that division. And the good thing about Spence is he fought all of them other than Keith Thurman. And he fought some other people that we'll talk about as well. Again, let's keep an open mind. Let's keep an open mind. Just hear me out. I'm not trying to change your opinion. I'm just trying to throw stuff out there that make you think maybe about, maybe Johnny does have a point, or maybe Johnny's full of shit. Nonetheless, man, we're all entitled to our opinions. That's what DHS is all about, man. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. This is a safe place to talk boxing and share those opinions without getting criticized, unless your name is G-Vaughn.
It smelled like a toilet full of nasty ass shit, okay?
Then I can criticize his opinion, because that's how we do. Salute. Salute to G-Vaughn. But the crazies, the thugs, they don't come out till after midnight. And we still got a couple more hours to talk that boxing shit. Let's get it, man. Drop the bomb. Zuffa is putting on consistent bangers. We Fight All Night TV. We gave Zuffa love. It was a solid and entertaining card, in my opinion. Yes, not yesterday, the day before yesterday, Sunday night. I thought the main event was fun to watch. It was a fun fight to watch. I thought Hitchens' performance was great. I thought he put on a clinic. My only criticism is I felt like he could have stepped on the gas pedal, especially in the second half of that fight, and pushed for a stoppage. But he did say his hand was hurt. Not sure if that's true or not. I just don't feel that's the fighter that Richardson Hitchens is. He gonna cook, and if he has a safe lead late in the fight, I think he's gonna be that type of fighter that coasts. Doesn't have a lot of power to begin with. Only came into the fight with 8 knockouts. Not a criticism. I'm just speaking facts. But again, it's okay. Great performance. One of the best jabs in the game, and he proved that. On Sunday night, fun to watch. Jaleel Hackett's fight against Sergey Deveryachenko was super fun to watch. Salute to Jaleel Hackett. There were a lot of people that were concerned about this step up against a tough veteran fighter who had fought everybody, that has existed in his weight class, including Triple G, Danny Jacobs. I mean, so many great fighters that he fought. This was a big step up from an experience standpoint for Jaleel, and he passed the test. Now he's got a lot of options at 160 for Zuffa, so it's going to be very, very interesting to see what happens next. We spoke about that. So salute to Zuffa, man. Salute. Salute. Chad said current badges don't want to fight. We already know. We've had conversations like that. This is a totally different era of boxing, Chad, than when we were growing up. My man K Banger from Puerto Rico and New Jersey in the building.
Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico.
Salute to my man K Banger. Right back at you. You know the deal. You family up in here. Salute, salute. Yeah. Hold on. Who we got? We Fight All Night TV said Bud has Hall of Fame accolades, but not Hall of Fame quality of opponents. He still makes it higher than most people. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. Top 10 to top 15 all-time great. You must be talking about Bud. Salute. Chad said, Johnny, PBC bros are coming for you. Nah, man. The merge suggestion, how dare you? Young Cam, my guy in the building.
My man.
Salute. My man Wax, my Florida brethren, BR, brethren in the building.
My man.
I used to chop that up. Salute the Big Money for putting me in my place. Yeah, I'm going to throw the link out in a second if that's what you meant to type, but you typed it LIMK, limp, not link, limp. I think that's what you, I think that's how you pronounce it. Blue Gray in the building. What's good? Hit the like button. That's Courtround, my guy. Okay.
My man.
Courtround, what's good, man? Salute, man. Salute, man. My guy. Salute to the TBV community. Salute to my guy Nesta Gibbs from the Boxing Voice, man. And salute to him for having me over at his crib for the barbecue on Sunday. We had a blast, man. Salute to my guy Big Money.
My man.
What's good, Big Money? Salute to my guy Curtis Robinson.
My man.
What's good, man? Salute to my guy, Hammer Hands Unk.
My man.
You already know what's good. Salute right back at you, fam. Salute right back at you. Who else we got, man? Yup, fashionably late. You know it, man. You know, I got to get all spiffy before I turn the live on. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. Salute. Who else we got up in here, man? Dwayne Styles, we said what's up. Oh shit, yeah, we got the J Kid. Salute Johnny in the chat.
My man.
Salute right back at you, champ. Thanks for rocking out on this Tuesday night. We got Elusive 1977 in the chat.
My man.
Salute, man. Thanks for rocking out, man. The J Kid said EJ is not a Hall of Famer. The only Hall of Famer out of those guys are Bud and Swift. That's interesting because he actually beat Danny Garcia after he came back from that car crash. We're going to go over that in a second. Let me throw some shit out there before I open up the panel, man, because once I open up the panel, you know the deal. I like for my panelists to kind of take over, man, and get their takes in there. I'm not that type of dude that's going to have people jump on here and I want to talk all over you. Like, I want you to have your opinion. You know what I mean? I want you to have your space to speak your mind. So when I open up the panel, I do less talking on purpose, man, because it's all about the people, man. It's all about the DHS family, the community. I want to hear y'all. We need answers from y'all. I don't want to be up here talking for 3 hours. That's not what this is all about. My man Low Nose Boxy said the drunk spot. My man Low Nose Boxy said the crash out spot. My man Low Nose Boxing said the cut off everyone's spot. That's y'all, not me. Low Nose Boxing said EJ is a Hall of Famer. And salute to Low Nose Boxing because Low Nose Boxing asked that question while he was on the panel yesterday. And I thought it was interesting. I didn't want to make it the whole show because I was like, maybe that'd be a good show topic for tomorrow. That way we could give Errol Spence his shine and we could really, really get into the roots of yay or nay. Is he or is he not? Why? Why not? So salute to Low Nose Boxing for planting that seed in my head and driving tonight's topic, man. You the real champ, Low.
The champ is here. The champ is here. The champ is here.
Low said, I'm the MVP panel guy tonight. Let's go. Time will tell. Danny was a 2-division champ. We're going to talk about that in 1 second. So salute to all of y'all. I'm going to throw the link out there shortly. Very, very shortly. But this was the thumbnail that we threw out there. Now, I do know that at the end of the fight, Tim Zoo's people were calling Errol Spence a legend. Now, I wouldn't go that far. And again, this is no knock to Errol Spence, one of my most favorite fighters to watch. Let's not forget, I tell you guys this all the time. And I'm not ashamed to say it. I picked Errol Spence to beat Terrence Crawford. Obviously, I was wrong. you're not always going to get them right. You're not always going to get them right. And if you one of them dudes that think that you get them all right, show me some receipts, man. Show me your bank account, because you should have over $1 million in there with all the money that you win with bets. Nobody gets them right all the time. And I'm not trying to be the smartest guy in the room. This is boxing. We're fans at the end of the day. Sometimes we make our picks and we're going to get them wrong. So I picked Errol Spence to beat Terrence Crawford. Obviously, I got that one wrong.
That shit is a two-pack of ass.
Because that was just an amazing, dominant performance by Errol Spence. And as we all know it today, that was pretty much the demise of a great fighter in Errol Spence Jr. After that fight, we didn't see Errol Spence in the ring for 3 years until this weekend against Tim Tszyu in Australia. And what I was afraid was going to happen actually happened, which is why I really wasn't thrilled when this fight got announced, because it just wasn't your typical tune-up. There were a lot of other people out there that Errol Spence could have picked, in my opinion, that would have been much more softer touch, right? And we all kind of, fell into the realm of, well, Tim Tszyu hasn't been impressive, his last couple of fights. We saw what happened. He's been through wars. Bakram packed him up. We saw what happened in the Fundura fights. And we just weren't impressed with his last couple of performances, even though he was coming into the ring with a 2-fight win streak. So I think a lot of us picked Spence, who did pick Spence, because we thought we were going to get a glimpse of the old Errol Spence before the Terrence Crawford fight. But again, that's you can't argue with reality. Activity matters. Activity matters. Being out of the ring for 3 years, we saw, how Errol Spence looked early. He looked off. His balance was off. He just didn't look right. He didn't look comfortable in the ring. And Tim Tszyu, 5 years younger, at 31 years old, active, proved that, you can't defy logic. So that was one of the reasons why I wasn't thrilled to see this Errol Spence fight. I wanted to see him back in the ring immediately after the Crawford fight. But then once 2 years passed, I'm like, I don't think we ever see him back. So I kind of got, my mindset was, I probably won't see him again. However, then I was like, it might be good to see Errol Spence one more time, because I loved Errol Spence. I was a big Errol Spence fan, like I said. But he got beat up. He got beat up against Terrence Crawford, and he got thoroughly dominated on Saturday. I'm just glad he made it to the final bell. And he was able to, if that was the goal, to get one more in there to see if you had it or not, I just hope that he makes the right decision and realizes, the best has passed. Now it's time to, for the second chapter of my life, let's go spend time with the family. And let's see if we get this Hall of Fame call in the next 3, 4, or possibly 5 years. But yeah, man, that doesn't take away from what I believe is a strong Hall of Fame case based on his accomplishments. And let's not forget, man, when he was fighting in the welterweight division and he was a unified champion, the welterweight division was in much better shape than it is today. No offense. I think the welterweight division, with Devin Haney, with Ryan Garcia, now with Teofimo Lopez in it, it's on the rise. The Brian Norman Jr., it's on the rise. But it was much more solid from a competition standpoint when Errol Spence, Keith Thurman, Danny Garcia were reigning in the division. Errol Spence finishes his career with a record of 28-2 with 22 knockouts. He was a unified welterweight champion who held the IBF title from 2017 to 2023, the WBC title from 2019 to 2023, and the WBA super title from 2022 to 2023. And he became the first man in the 4-belt era to hold 3 major welterweight belts since 2006. Nothing to sneeze at. Now let's look at some notable wins, man. Let's not forget his first world title. He traveled across the pond, and he beat Kell Brook into submission by knockout in the 11th round. That was in 2017 for the IBF title. And again, that was in Kell Brook's backyard. Spence is that type of dude. He's not afraid to travel and be the enemy and face you when you have basically home court advantage. Other notable wins, he did beat Chris Algieri. And when he beat Chris Algieri was undefeated, had never been stopped. That was, I believe, in, let me see. That Chris Algieri fight was, that was in 2016. After that, that's when he he beat Leonard Bundu, and then he went overseas and won his first world title, the IBF strap. He also beat the likes of Lamar Peterson, stopped him in 7. Carlos Ocampo, he knocked him out in 1 round. He beat Mikey Garcia by unanimous decision. All IBF title defenses. He beat Shawn Porter by split decision in a very, very entertaining fight where he scored a knockdown in the 11th round. And that fight was to unify and become a WBC and IBF champion. And it was a fight of the year contender, man. It was a very, very entertaining fight. And then the car crash happened, man. And let me tell you something. If you guys remember the footage, when I saw that, I was like, how the hell is this guy still alive? But nonetheless, man, he must have 9 lives. Definitely wasted about 6 during that accident. He survived. He came back. And he didn't take any tune-ups. He proceeded to fight Danny Garcia and beat him by clear unanimous decision victory. That was in 2020. He was supposed to fight Manny Pacquiao, but again, man, adversity, man. Adversity, man. Errol Spence faced a lot of adversity, and we're not just talking about the near-fatal car crash, but he also had a detached retina issue that caused another long layoff, and it caused him an opportunity to fight Manny Pacquiao. Nonetheless, Pacquiao ended up losing to Ugas, who then ended up losing to Errol Spence to add the WBA the super title at welterweight, and that was at 2022. You know, so his only 2 defeats, or his last 2 defeats, again, we talked about what happened against Terrence Crawford, and then we saw what happened this weekend against Tim Tszyu. But I looked up certain criteria for the International Boxing Hall of Fame. And what I came up with is, obviously, there's, the voters are Boxing Writers Association of America members and historians. And it's subjective, obviously, but the criteria usually focuses on overall career impact rather than a rigid checklist, so to speak. So there's a lot of different things that are taken into consideration. Most importantly is, opposition quality, overall impact of the fighter, championship length, the era, obviously. Yeah, man, it's going to be very, very interesting to see what voters think. Now, I did ask AI for their opinion, his or her opinion. And like I said, eligibility begins 3 years after retirement, and being a unified multi-year champion reign with quality opposition and a deep division combined with overcoming adversity typically puts fighters in a strong position. That was the opinion of AI based on the voting criteria. But again, that doesn't mean, that he'll get in. But let's look at it, like I said, based on those accolades. And then let's look at where he ranks versus his contemporaries. Most importantly, Danny Garcia, Shawn Porter, and Keith Thurman. And I did pull that up as well because I just wanted to get a comparison and a quick overview. And if you look at Danny Garcia's career, he finishes, if he doesn't fight again, with a record of 38-4, 22 knockouts, 2 division champion, unified light welterweight champion, which is where he reigned more supreme than anything else. But he was a WBC welterweight champion by beating Robert Guerrero. He had some solid wins, Eric Morales, Jab Judah. He beat Eric Morales twice, although it was in the latter part of his career. He also beat Lamar Peterson, Paulie Malignaggi, Brandon Rios. But he lost against Thurman, Porter, and clearly against Errol Spence. And then later, Arizandi Lara. Shawn Porter was a 2-time welterweight champion, an IBF champion, and a WBC champion. But he too had wins over guys like Danny Garcia, Ugas, Adrian Broner, Berto, others, Devin Alexander, and so forth. But he lost against Keith Thurman, and he also lost against Errol Spence. And then you had Keith Thurman, who's a former unified welterweight champion, who had strong wins over Shawn Porter, Danny Garcia, Guerrero, amongst others. He lost a split decision to Manny Pacquiao. He also got packed up in his last fight against Sebastian Fundora. But it doesn't change, what he accomplished in his career. But again, my biggest thing is he never got a chance to fight Errol Spence, and that's the fight that we wanted to see when both of them were in their welterweight prime. So looking at that, again, I'd say that Spence generally ranks highest among those 3 of his contemporaries. based on titles held simultaneously, quality of opposition during his peak, and obviously head-to-head results. He beat both Shawn Porter and Danny Garcia. But they were all elite welterweights. So my question is, if he gets in, do the rest get in? And if, let's say, hypothetically, they all get in, who gets in first? Is it Spence, or will it be Danny Garcia, Porter, or maybe Keith Thurman? Do they get in before Errol Spence? I think if any of them get in, if all of them get in, I think Errol Spence will get in before all of them. That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. Hit the like button, y'all. Hit the like button. I'm gonna throw a link out in the chat. But there's one more thing that I do want to share that I pulled up, and I thought that was interesting to know. Do we have fighters with similar resumes that are already in the Hall of Fame, similar to Errol Spence's resumes? And then I want to compare based on their accomplishments. So I pulled that up, and I'm going to put that on the screen right now. But I am going to throw the link out there so that we can start getting some dialogue on the panel, because I need some opinions, and I'm getting tired of talking right now. Salute. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. So when I looked it up, there were 4 fighters that popped up that are currently in the Hall of Fame. One of them was Donald Curry, Carlos Palomino, Pipino Cuevas, and Triple G, Gennady Golovkin. Donald Curry was undisputed welterweight champion. He got in 2019, undisputed welterweight champion in the mid-80s with multiple defenses. And he unified the division with a highlight KO reel of Milton McCrory at the time. He also had wins over Marlon Starlin and others. He later won a title at junior middleweight. He gets in with a record of 36-4, 25 knockouts. Carlos Palomino was a WBC and lineal welterweight champion in the late 70s with 7 successful defenses. And he gets in with a record of 31-4, 3 draws with 19 KOs. Pipino Cuevas got in 2002. Carlos Palomino got in 2004. WBA welterweight champion for 4 years in the late 70s all the way to 1980. Won a world title at the age of 18 and had made 11 defenses, most by KO, facing available top competition, known for power. He gets in with a record of 35-15, but he did have 31 knockouts, so a high knockout percentage. Triple G, the one that we know the most, just got in, dominant middleweight. We all know that, with a long reign, joining that with 20 consecutive title defenses and a very, very high KO percentage. Consistent. He was consistent. He beat some good quality opponents. And even though he had losses to Canelo Alvarez, many people believe he might have won at least one of the first 2 fights. He gets in with a record of 42-2, 1 draw with 37 knockouts. Again, Errol Spence finished with a record of 28-2, 22 knockouts. And we talked about his championship accolades. So those are the guys that are the closest based on similar resumes to Errol Spence when I looked it up. Do you agree or do you disagree? That's a conversation we all need to have. But at the end of the day, the question is, based on all the shit that I just talked, do you believe that he's a Hall of Famer or not? And if you do believe he's a Hall of Famer, does he get in the first ballot? Or do you believe it's going to take a few years for him to get in? Or do you not believe, do you believe that based on all the shit that I said, it's still not enough to be a Hall of Famer? So that's the question I need to ask. We got people that are trying to call in right now. So let's open up the panel. First one is Fight Sport Talk. What's good, my brother?
Doing good, Johnny. How about yourself?
I'm good, man. Salute, man. Welcome back, brother. Welcome back.
And you know I always love these conversations, so I had to click the link. I would also add Ricky Haddon, not to speak ill of the deceased, but Ricky Haddon got in recently, years after he had retired. And I would also say Ken Buchanan is kind of similar. Now, he reigned as undisputed for a very short time before losing his belts, but he did lose more fights than Spence did, and I don't know, that was just something that came to mind. But yeah, I've been comparing, because they were from the same era, Spence to Golovkin for a long time. Many have. And the Golovkin fans have hated me over the years because I would agree the guy's a Hall of Famer, but being a top 10 middleweight, I don't know about that. And it's not all his fault, but I do think that's a fair criticism of Golovkin. And therefore, is he in the elite of the elite Hall of Famers? No. And he was hyped up very much in this era. So I would say Spence is similar to that. He wasn't champion for as long, but he also fought better competition in the short amount of time that he was champion than Golovkin did for most of his reign. So they're pretty similar. Comparing him to some of the other names you mentioned, like Donald Curry, he had several reigns as champion. So, and also you could say the Milton McCrory win was bigger than anything Spence achieved, because as great as Spence was, he didn't beat an undefeated champion. Like Kell Brook was undefeated at welterweight, but he had just been smoked by Golovkin. So I would put Curry ahead of him. I'm hearing myself. Sorry, I'm hearing feedback. I'll just
can't be me. I'm on mute.
Maybe that's on me. Sorry, I will. Okay, I'm just going to take my head.
What are you hearing?
I'm hearing myself feedback.
That's weird. I have not touched anything, and I was on mute when you were talking. And you sounded perfect when you first started talking, right?
Yeah, I'll just take my headphones off while I'm talking then. So, as for Palomino, maybe people say that he's higher because that loss to Benitez was very close, whereas it was a lot more competitive than Spence's loss to Bud. But yeah, they do have pretty similar careers. So I would say Spence definitely deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. First ballot, probably. Well, first ballot does depend on who else you're judging, but. Yeah, I'd say he deserves to be there, just not in the elite Hall of Fames or Hall of Famers.
You echoing, man. You echoing.
They say you got a bad echo. Yeah, I'm not sure why. Was it the chat? Was it like that when he first started talking? Because I don't hear echo at all.
I heard it.
Since the beginning?
Since the beginning.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't done anything.
Yo, salute, Fight Talk.
Well, they say you got one too. See, I'm not sure what the fuck.
What's up, brother?
This is weird.
What's going on, man?
Give me 1 second, because I got a couple of other people that want to jump on. But let me see if I can fix this audio issue here. Stand by, y'all. Stand by. Let's see if that works. All right, I'm going to ask you how to jump out and jump back in real quick.
All right.
Cool.
So it says
I didn't hear the feedback. I'm not hearing the feedback now, so I'm pretty good. Low nose, can you hear feedback?
Chat, do we sound better?
Yeah, I can't hear the echo now.
We good?
Yep, Bones just said he's good, so maybe that was just a.
I'm good.
That was just a one-off.
All right, so let everybody talk one by one.
Hey, Lo.
Everybody jumping over each other. So go ahead.
Yeah.
Let me get out real quick. I'm hop off.
Go ahead.
Man, I want to start. I'm gonna take the PBC hater route, where they say that Earl's a manufactured champion and was never that great and was a weight bully. I mean, let's start with his first fight where he started getting on the map, the Van Heerden fight. Van Heerden never really panned out to be a great or nothing. It's like pretty much a journeyman that he beat. Then he went to the Pereira fight, another guy that had a couple of losses and pretty much never became anybody. Then you got Chris Algieri, who was also a guy that just a journeyman and was never just a dominant fighter at the time. Then you got Badu that was 33-1. That seemed like he was somebody, but he was really just, a nobody. Then you get to Kell Brook, which was his biggest win, that people would always go back to. But like boxing Fight Talk said, nobody mentions that he had just been destroyed by Triple G face broken. People thought he should retire, not come back to boxing. It was a brutal beating, and then he went to fight Earl, and Earl beat him as well. So that's kind of an asterisk on that one because a lot of people thought Kilbrook was done after the beating that Triple G gave him. Then you got Peterson, who was stopped by Matisse, and the worst Danny Garcia beat him as well. Then you go to Ocampo, decent win. Campos, decent win. Mikey Garcia, smaller guy coming up 2 weight classes to fight him. That he won the fight, but he just couldn't put away the little guy, which was everybody was saying, well, man, who the hell is EJ? Can't put away a little guy? You know, everybody, which he said, I wanted a box. Nobody wants to go 12 rounds, Johnny. They want to get out as fast as possible. Then you go to the Porter fight where he went life and death with Porter when a lot of people had Porter winning that fight to that knockdown. If that glove does not touch the floor and he keeps his feet, Porter wins that fight, you know? Then we go to Danny Garcia, which was the worst Danny Garcia because we all know Danny Garcia's best run was at 140. He never panned out at 47. He was a shell of himself in all those fights. He had no power, you know? And then we go to Ugas when he's looking for his teeth. Can't find his teeth in the fight and realize he still has them in his mouth. And he had a hard time with Ugas, even though he beat Ugas. Then we get to Bud when the compilation of the car accident, all the stuff, drinking, all that, which he received a horrible beating from Bud. He didn't represent himself well at all. Then he ends losing to Tim Tszyu, who some people have as a gatekeeper to end his career. You know? So, I mean, does he sound like a guy that was carefully moved through these fighters, you know, and caught guys at a certain
mics
time?
if you're not talking. Please mute mics if you're not talking.
You know what I'm saying, Johnny? I mean, it sure sounds like a guy that was taken care of and moved through carefully to seem like a world stopper. So, I mean, I would say because he did unify, so you got to respect the belts. If he makes the Hall of Fame, I would say it'll be not a first ballot, maybe a couple years down the line, you know, on a weak class. And Bud has said himself he's not a Hall of Famer. You know?
Yeah, my thing, man.
All right, let me just sign out, man. It is what it is. I'll be probably back on later on, guys. Lowe's, kick it. I know you got your knowledge, Lowe's. Correct me where you think I was wrong.
I got you, brother. You know, you're still my nigga, H-Town.
Well, hold on. Fight Sport, were you done? Because I know H-Town jumped in on there.
Well, I'll just make 2 quick points. That first of all, because I've been, because I've been saying this the longest, and I'm over it because you move on. But I do disagree with what he said about him being a weight bully. Yes, he's a big welterweight, but weight bully, I wouldn't quite go that far. And even so, it's far from the most egregious thing we've seen. But it is true that when he was a contender, he got more hype than Keith Thurman when Thurman had just fought Porter, Guerrero, and Garcia back to back and had just unified the titles, all because Keith Thurman was calling out Mayweather. And all of Floyd's fans flocked to Errol Spence and said, well, are you going to beat the Mayweather prodigy, or are you going to duck him? So it is true Spence was a hype train, but that doesn't mean you're a hype job. That doesn't mean because that suggests you don't live up to the hype. He did, in a sense that he was a successful champion. But I would say his resume is not miles better than Keith Thurman's, and Thurman doesn't get the credit but that he should deserve. But that's all in the past. But in terms of saying that the Porter fight, again, going back to the hype, yes, it is true. Keith Thurman beats Danny Garcia and Porter back to back, and the Floyd fans say, well, are you going to fight Spence now when Spence was a contender? Yet Spence beats Porter by split decision, and I agree he loses if he doesn't knock him down. And the same fans say, oh, look how amazing Spence is. So, yeah, there's hypocrisy, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame because he won the fights. And, so is he as good as he would have been if the fight with Crawford would have been competitive? No, but the question is, does he deserve to be in the Hall of Fame? And I would say yes.
Okay.
Just not first ballot.
I got you. I can respect that. Go ahead, Lo.
What H-Town did was just go up there and all he did was diminish Errol Spence's wins. That's just why fighters don't fight each other, because guys like H-Town, a fighter loses, all of a sudden he's diminished. He fought Danny Garcia at 147, right? He fought Danny at 147. Let's be realistic. Danny's 2 losses at 147 prior to the Earl fight were losses that could have gone either way. He wasn't diminished. He wasn't demoralized by Keith Thurman. I personally had him beating Shawn Porter in a very razor thin, or at least it could have been a draw, right? Danny was still beating and knocking out the guys that he was supposed to knock out, and Errol Spence was the first guy to definitively beat him. So he's getting the credit for that. Shawn Porter, close fight. Same thing with Keith Thurman. He gave him a tough fight, but guess what? Errol Spence dropped him. Won that fight. Close fight, but he dropped him. He won the fight. Mikey Garcia, lightweight, whatever you want to say. He was a top 5 pound for pound. He whitewashed him with a jab, outboxed him. And then Mikey Garcia came back and beat Jesse Vargas, who was a pretty solid contender at 147. And Mikey was the only guy besides Manny Pacquiao to actually sit down Jesse Vargas. You know what I mean? Errol Spence stopped Kell Brook, even though he came off with the Triple G loss. That was his first official loss at 147 pounds. That was a fight where he was trailing and he had to come back and stop Errol Spence and make him take the knee in front of his hometown. So I'm not going to diminish his wins at all. The Ugas fight, going into that fight, a lot of people thought Ugas had beat Shawn Porter, and Errol Spence broke the man down. It was a tough fight, but he broke the man down. So once again, I'm not going to diminish his resume until he ran into Bud Crawford. And let's not forget, he beat Danny Garcia while he came off of a car crash. And I was picking Danny to win that fight. So Errol Spence might not have had the longest reign, the longest run. His 147 run is very comparable with Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman's run was more dominant. It was more dominant than Errol Spence. Errol Spence's run was more dominant than Keith Thurman. And for me, he makes it into the Hall of Fame. He was a top 5 pound for pound fighter, and he makes it as a Hall of Fame. But he makes it as a Hall of Fame / somewhere almost great. But he doesn't go down as an all-time great because there's some things that he didn't do. He never bounced back from the loss. Had he bounced back and, let's say, became a champion again at a 154, that would add to his legacy. If he would have beaten Bud Crawford, he would have been considered to me an all-time great because Bud Crawford was the most dominant welterweight that we've seen in a long time. So Errol Spence was only 1 win away. And I remember I made a video on my channel saying that if Errol Spence beats Bud Crawford, he's going to have to be in conversation among some of the greatest welterweights of all time. But he didn't. How he lost, because that counts. How you lose also goes with how you win. So Errol Spence, for me, if he's on the ballot with Keith Thurman and Danny Garcia and Shawn Porter, and one of them has to get in first, Errol Spence Jr. is going to get in first. So I'm going to say Errol Spence is a Hall of Famer. Now, Johnny, you brought up other guys, other champions, other greats. Pepino Cuevas, I don't know too much about his resume, but I do know that people speak highly of him as a 147-pounder, one of the hardest punchers, and he was a supporting cast member to the real Four Kings. In other words, he'd been in there with 2 of them. He fought Duran, he was stopped. He fought Tommy Hearns, he was knocked out. But he was a formidable guy. Same thing with Carlos Palomino, who been in there with Wilfredo Benitez, lost. He been in there with Roberto Duran and lost, but still a Hall of Famer. So the other guy you guys mentioned, I think you said Marlon Starling, another.
No, Donald Curry.
Donald Curry.
Donald Curry, Palomino, Pepino, and Triple G were the ones that when I looked
Not
it
Triple
up,
G.
they told me the 4 that were closest. AI said were those 4, but
Triple G
brought up a couple of other good ones as well.
Real quick, Johnny, this shows you that AI is flawed because Triple G was never a welterweight. Why they put him up there?
Well, accomplishments in one division.
No, No, we're talking. Oh, in one division. Okay, I thought you talking about welterweight, brother. I thought you was talking about welterweight.
The criteria was based on Errol Spence's career, which is obviously a welterweight career, right? That if you're gonna judge him as a Hall of Famer, you're gonna think it's gonna be for what he did at 147.
No, that's okay with that.
So
because
that was the
that's okay
reason.
because Marvin Hagler is on a lot of people's top 10s, top 20s. You know what I'm saying? He's personally on my top 20, top 15. And Marvin Hagler competed at middleweight his whole career, but he dominated. He cleaned out. And then when the big names moved up there, he did more than hold his own. He actually beat two of those guys. You know what I mean? So you can be up there and not have to be a multiple weight class jumper. As long as you dominate and you clean out your division. Now, where Errol Spence sits at among the greatest welterweights of all time, I don't have a list in front of me. I would like to say, based off the top of my head, I'll say maybe top 25 in the lower part. In the lower part of the top 25. But I would have to do my research. But based on who I know, who I seen, I would put Errol Spence among the top 25 greatest welterweights of all time, near the bottom of the list, like between 20 and 25.
Yeah, man, I got it. So one more question before I pass it over to Mike, and then Fight Sport. I want to ask you. Who was the other two fighters that you said compare career wise? I think you said Ricky Hatton, and who else?
I would say Ken Buchanan is kind of similar because he wasn't. Yes, he was undisputed, but only for a short time, and yeah, that was just another thought. But I would agree. The ones you brought up, Donald Curry, well, his resume is better because of the McCrory win, and he was just champion for longer. But yeah, Pepino Cuevas and that's a good comparison because they were champions for similar lengths of time. And Golovkin, even though he was champion for longer, there's a lot of waffle in his resume. So yeah, I'd say those are good comparisons.
I would have to disagree with Ken Buchanan. Ken Buchanan, for me, I hold him in higher regard than Errol Spence. Ken Buchanan had to win over an all-time great fighter by the name of Carlos Ortiz, which is a top 5 all-time Puerto Rican great, who I rank ahead of Miguel Cotto on the Puerto Rican list. He's old school, so a lot of people don't know who he is, but I do. And Ken Buchanan beat that man. Ken Buchanan has a bigger win than any win on Errol Spence's resume, so I wouldn't put him in there. Now, as far as Ricky Hatton, I would actually have Ricky Hatton ranked below Errol Spence. Ricky Hatton never had a top 5 pound for pound run. He was a good champion, but I gotta put Errol Spence over Ricky Hatton, bro.
Yeah, and good point. Thanks for correcting me on Buchanan. And I would also say you could compare Carl Froch to Errol Spence. Now, Froch, I think Lonos might have been you or the man earlier who said that he never bounced back from a loss, Errol Spence, whereas Carl Froch did. But Froch was never destroyed the way Spence was against Bud. So I would say they're kind of similar because he does it because I think Mikhail Kessler should be in the Hall of Fame, and Froch did beat him, but it was a washed-up Kessler. Aside from that, there's a lot of good champions there, but none of them are particularly great. And you could say the same about Spence beating guys like Ugas and Brook, and it's not Spence's fault that Brook was kind of done after the Golovkin fight, but it is a fair point. How would he have done if Brook didn't fight Golovkin and have his eye destroyed? We don't know, but that's not Spence's fault. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, man. I've never been a fan of diminishing wins like that. I hate when people do that. You know, the only way you could diminish a win is the guy's really washed up when you beat him, but I don't like really diminishing wins like the H-Town did. I think Errol Spence is a Hall of Famer.
Well said.
That's the topic of the show. I agree with that.
All right, let's get to Mike, because then we got Vega after that. Mike, what's up?
Mike. What's good, Johnny? I'm here, man. What's happening?
What's popping, my brother? What's good? What's good?
Chilling, man. So just to, give light on this Errol Spence Hall of Fame thing, right? I'm not saying that Errol Spence is not a Hall of Famer, because he is, right? Based off of his accolades. He had 7 title defenses. You know what I mean? He was 8-1 in championship fights. He's a former Olympian. He was a 3-time 3-belt unified champion. You know what I'm saying? So it's not that he's not a Hall of Famer, but is he a first ballot Hall of Famer? That's the question, right? So, like, if you really think about it, like a lot of those fighters that you named that had similar careers as far as being one division champions and several defenses, were they first ballot Hall of Famers?
Good question. I didn't see that, but I can look that up.
Because I believe a couple of them, like Palomino, he went in like 2009 or something like that. So he fought in the 70s.
I would say they weren't.
So, yeah, exactly, right? So it's not that he's not a Hall of Famer, but is he a first ballot? Now, I agree with Lowe, right? Now, if it came down to Shawn Porter, Keith Thurman, Danny Garcia, if they all end up on the same ballot and one of them has to get in, then yes, Earl is going in, because Earl has a lot. He has more accolades. He has a better career than all 3 of them when it comes to what they've done. The only difference is the multiple division champions, right? And when I'm comparing Earl to similar Hall of Famers, right? Like I'm gonna compare him to like Tito Trinidad or Timothy Brad. You know what I'm saying? Tito had 15 title defenses, right? Tito, he dominated, he cleared out his division. But when you're talking about similar accolades, right? That's what we're talking about, right? Unified champion, really wasn't pound for pound more than, he was top 5. Like Earl was top 5 pound for pound, right? So you're gonna compare their careers, right? Same thing with Timothy Bradley, right? Like it's a similar type of accolade, similar type of movement as far as the way they went. The only difference is the multiple division champions. So it's as far as like, is he getting in first ballot? I don't think so. Is he a Hall of Famer? Absolutely, right? We're talking about a great resume. He beat Lamont Peterson. He knocked out Kell Brook. Like he was stopped Ugas, right? Like people say that he died in that Ugas fight. Like that's when he was done, was the Ugas fight. But Ugas was a hard bout. Like he was heavy puncher. You know what I mean? He was body hungry. So like I know Ugas, gave him a hard fight, but he ended up stopping Ugas. So like I wouldn't really count him out in regards to that. Like I said, that was the death of Errol Spence. I say Errol Spence dug his grave when he decided to step in the ring with Terrence Crawford. And what happened in that fight, in the 3-year layoff and coming in the ring rusty against Tim Tszyu, who's been active, right? So he's got better reflexes. He can see the ring a lot better, right? You ain't been in this ring in 3 motherfucking years. So you're not seeing what I'm seeing in this ring, right? Like you don't have the same eye as me at this point. And, shout out to Tim Tszyu, you know what I mean? He showed the man mercy because he could have put him down. So it was just the whole point of, showing Earl respect because of who Earl was. But as far as like first ballot Hall of Famer, I don't think so.
That's fair. That was one of the questions I got. Listen, I need everybody to vote on the poll, man. We only got 60 votes. I'm not reading any results until we get at least 90 votes. We got hella people up in here that haven't voted. So vote in there. Really, really interested to kind of talk about everybody else's opinion. Right now, it's interesting. The numbers are interesting. But Vega, what's good? Jump in here, man. What's your thoughts?
Yo. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, yeah, man. Good evening.
Hold on. First and foremost, happy birthday to Vega!
Thank you.
Happy birthday, brother.
Happy birthday, my brother, man.
I appreciate that, man. Very much so. More than you know, more than I can express with words. In regards to the topic, what is it? Legend or no is what's on the thumbnail, correct?
Yeah, that's for the yeah.
Yeah. So I'm
Yeah.
gonna go off of that. You know, I fall into this a bit as well. I can be highly critical, and I think a lot of people they pick favorites, they pick sides. Um, it's you like them or you hate them, kind of love them or hate them, right? That's kind of how it comes when we speak specifically on sports. We'll say more than that, just many things in life for whatever reason, but. We're gonna single out sports since this we're talking about boxing and that's a sport. And I think it's undeniable the impact Errol Spence has had on his whole boxing career as an amateur. I'll never forget being at one of my friends' house and them having the Olympics on and seeing him fight for the first time and hearing about Errol Spence Jr. how he's out of all the U.S. Olympians competing in boxing, he's the one that they expect has the best chance to medal. And I remember going to that same friend's house a week later, and they allowed him to advance, even though he lost it in a decision due to someone being hurt. And just knowing, like, hey, and they always said he's going to be a better pro than amateur. So I had high expectations. Then, of course, I'll never forget the stories about him being in camp with Mayweather for the Robert Guerrero fight, about how he gave him a black eye, he got kicked out, how they said he whooped his ass. It was just, the tall tale. Ellie Setback was huge back then. And he was a part of that era as well, about speaking about how great Errol was being it, and then obviously Al Heyman putting him on these different shows, seeing him fight uh, Leonard, I believe his name was Leonard Bundu. I might get the first name wrong. A
Yep.
black Italian guy
Yep.
fighting after the gold medal game for the basketball game for the U.S. And knocking him through the ropes after I just watched Keith Thurman run for 12 rounds with this guy. Uh, Errol put that guy in a body bag. From watching, I remember being at work um, and making sure I was in the back so I can watch him go to England to fight Kell Brook and forcing that man to quit in front of his home people, in front of the people that had been supporting this guy, throwing brownies at Errol Spence, telling him something about brownies. He's gonna hit him with brownies, um, and him breaking that guy's face. It was uh, it was just something to remember. From seeing him fight Lamont Peterson and seeing Lamont standing in the pocket, hitting Errol to have a known effect, and Errol answering right back and beating Lamont down to submission, to the butchering of of Chris Algeria, a fighter I respected. That I watched that guy go through fighting one eye against Ruslan Brovnikov and getting dropped, I think 4 or 5 times against Manny Pacquiao, but could barely stand for more than 5 seconds in with Errol, who just bum rushed him. To seeing the great fights with Shawn Porter, man, that's one of the best fights. People never talk about it. They always want to say, "Oh, if it wasn't for the knockdown, that he wouldn't have won," which is fine. But they don't talk about what a great spectacle that was. And we can rewind it. His first pay-per-view with Mikey Garcia. People believing that Mikey, that he really saw something, and Errol just overwhelmed him with not physicality, but with just punches, just boxing. Um, then the car accident happens, and I think everyone thought, man, it's over. He'll never be the same. He comes back, fights Danny Garcia. Was Danny this great welterweight? No, but was he a respectable one? I think without a doubt. And he just clearly beat him. Danny was known to be able to counter, and he never found the counter. Uh, we always wondered, oh, will his punch resistance be the same? And Danny landed, and it just didn't matter. Uh, then inactivity, just injuries, Manny Pacquiao fight falling out, his big moment just being taken away from him due to choices, due to some things out of his control. The Ugas fight, man. It That fight resonates with me forever. I remember buying that fight on pay-per-view.com. I remember how that fight was going in the beginning. It just seemed Arrow just was never really that comfortable. And even though, it was I wouldn't say it was like I don't want to say it was close or not, but it was competitive. Ugas was hanging with him. But you see Ugas was able to land counters. And there was that moment, man, where he catches Arrow. You could see that Arrow's balance is off, and then the mouthpiece comes out, and Arrow just it looks like he just lost his mind and he gets cracked. And it was the first time since we seen him fight the Ghanaian Larty that he fought him on Fox Sports that maybe a lot of people never even saw. The first time we ever saw him visibly hurt, especially on the big stage. And would you say he got saved, whatever? That kind of comeback with everything that happened, the car accidents, the inactivity, the eye injury, the way he came back on that fight was just it's one of the most memorable moments in a fight that I can remember in my lifetime. Just the way he turned it around, and it just seemed like no matter what happens to this guy, he's always going to prevail. And then he breaks the guy's eye. It's like, wow, this guy really might be an eye snatcher. This guy really might be somebody that no matter what, he's always going to overcome. Due to more inactivity, we just don't see him. And the way we go from that, from Ugas to more inactivity to the Bud Crawford fight, it's always going to lead people to say, what if? What if he didn't go through those accidents? What if his eye didn't get hurt? What if he, wasn't someone that liked to drink to overcome social anxiety? Or what if we didn't have what ifs, what he could have been? But yet you just look through his career, and where a lot of people are going to say maybe he was manufactured, maybe referees put things in his way, maybe he was protected, or they made sure to keep Bud away from him all those years. The thing that can't be denied was it was one of the best rides in boxing that we can recall since Floyd Mayweather. And I think for anybody to come on here and to speak about it and to not give him praise for everything he's overcome in and outside the ring, for him to come back one more time, and it was obvious he didn't do it for you or for me or for his career. He did it for himself, just to put an end to a chapter that maybe a lot of us never get the opportunity to have that much power to say, this is what I want to do. And no matter what the outcome is, I'm going to be happy with the result. And I think even though he lost, he was happy with the result. Why? Because he felt I owe this to myself, to the ability I have to see if I can do this again, and to know the answer. Where a lot of us, maybe there's a time where we had a relationship and maybe we made mistakes or didn't or make the right decision to a job that maybe we called out too many times to, oh, if I would have played more years as a kid in this sport, I would have made it. Errol was able to go through everything that anyone can go through in a life, and to be able to have the power and the ability to say, let me do this one more time, and to get the answer, whether it be successful or not. I think that's something that a lot of people should praise him for, because I think everybody here on this panel or listening live or on a playback just wishes they had that opportunity. I just want to give him a huge round of applause. I think he is an inspiration. And I think for sure, whether he gets in the Hall of Fame first, the 15th year, never, I think without a doubt, I can say he's a legend to me, just like Mickey Ward is legend for his left hook to the body and for the fights he had with Gotti. Just like I mean, we could keep running down. David Tua, man, yeah, he was never a world champion, but when you talk about heavyweight boxing, besides Mike Tyson, David Tua is known as one of the biggest hitters. Ernie Shaver is one of the biggest hitters, right? Um, I mean, you go through, let's say, for me, a guy like Amari Stoudemire, 7 seconds or less in Phoenix Suns, and coming to the Knicks and changing that whole culture. Barry Bonds may never make it to the Hall of Fame due to steroids, but no one can deny his impact on the game. Roger Clemens. There's plenty of guys that may not have the opportunity to be a Hall of Fame. Pete Rose, but they're legends no matter what. And you can say it's because of this or because of that. But the one thing is, if you've been following that sport, that subject for we can broaden it, right? Just that subject. In the 2010s, Errol Spence is a must mention in the 2010s in boxing. So I'm very thankful that he participated and that we can talk about the ups, the downs, the ins and outs. But I think he will make the Hall of Fame, and without a doubt, he's a legend to me.
Yo, Vega, happy birthday,
Damn.
first of all.
Thank
Well
you.
said.
Happy Leo
everything he
season.
said. I like everything he said.
Yeah.
Other than the Nick comparison.
Yo, and Vega, Leo season, brother. You just born. Your birthday's 2 days after mine, and you did a fucking perfect picture. That I felt like I was watching an HBO documentary when
I
Larry
want to
Virgin
cry.
talking
I
at the
wanna
end of.
fucking cry.
Yo, Vega just painted a picture of his whole career, bro, from beginning to end. Larry Merchant style. You know, when Larry Merchant gets emotional, he starts getting watery eyed. I'm hearing the 24/7 beat in the background. Salute to you. That was a good one, man.
I
Plus,
was about to cry.
and let's not forget that was the original Big Fish. Just like Michael Gross, a former TBV co-host, is the original butt tender. Vega was the original Big Fish. Salute. But yeah, man.
That was good.
I agree with
hold on. I
everything
think
you said.
Fight wanted to jump in and say something. Did you?
I'll let everybody else talk because I talked first. But yeah, I've definitely got more to say because it's a great topic.
All right. That was good. That was good. Like I said, Vega almost had me in tears, though. That was good.
Yeah,
Other
man.
than the Nicola and the analogy, everything else was good.
And I forgot to mention that fight when I had to defend Errol when H-Town slandered his resume. Chris Algieri at the time was a very durable guy. He was hard to knock out. He went life and death with Ruslan. Errol Spence ran through him. And just like Lamont Peterson, he also slandered that win as well. Lamont Peterson had gave Danny Garcia life and death at 140, 143 before he moved up to 147. And then he fought Errol Spence, and Errol Spence literally took him apart. When Lucas Matisse took him apart, he clipped him in one shot, knocked him out. But Errol Spence systematically beat him up, dominated him. So that was a very good win at the time. And I had the privilege of seeing that fight live at the Barclays Center. And I just want to correct what the other gentleman said. He mentioned Tim Bradley. All due respect, Tim Bradley to me is held on a higher level. Tim Bradley's resume was a lot deeper than Errol Spence's resume, even without the Manny Pacquiao debacle. And what you said about Trinidad was wrong. Trinidad was a number one pound for pound for a brief period of time. So we can't compare Errol. Trinidad's an all-time great.
Yeah, and he deserves to be. Well, are we just talking about Trinidad as a welterweight? Because as a welterweight, he is kind of similar to Spence because he should.
No, Trinidad at welterweight had 15 title defenses, and as good as a resume Errol Spence had, Trinidad had a crazy resume in '94. Right, he had 3 fights back to back. His first former champion was Hector Camacho, and then he took on an undefeated 56-0 Yuri Boy Campas, and then took on an undefeated 32-0 slick American fighter in Obakar.
Yeah, he was. Well, I agree. I would probably put Trinidad ahead of. If we're just talking about welterweights, I would probably put Trinidad ahead of Spence. But just in terms of who, he won his world title off of Maurice Blocker, who wasn't just. I mean, was he even ranked at the time? He shouldn't have been.
Well,
so, yeah, but in terms of overall careers, it's not even close because what Trinidad did to Vargas and then William Joppy. But yeah, what I was going to say, Johnny, I said it in the back, but this doesn't take anything away from Spence's career. It was just a point to what Vega made. We don't know if those sparring stories were true. I mean, I always found it a little not weird because again it was Mayweather's hype that Spence was able to use, and a lot of Floyd's fans did go to Errol Spence shortly after he retired. But I'm pretty sure the stories of sparring, which again, it's just sparring, it's not a fight. I'm pretty sure they have changed over the years about whether or not he even hurt Mayweather or whether it was just a disagreement. But whether they're true or not, it doesn't actually affect his career. Like what affects his career are the wins and losses. Here's one thought, and I don't know if this is a fair comparison, but should Amir Khan be in the Hall of Fame? Because he did beat quite a few champions, but he was never the official undisputed guy. He did try, and most people believe he was robbed against
That's a good
Lamont
question,
Peterson.
bro.
So
he's the best chinny fighter in the history of boxing.
No, he's not. Terry Norris is. That's a hell of a question though, because I was on this channel one time with Johnny, and I was comparing Amir Khan with Ricky Hatton's career. I think Ricky Hatton had more of a longer run, but if you really think about it, I would say that Amir Khan probably has a little bit of a better resume than Ricky Hatton. You know what I'm saying? And believe it or not, Amir Khan, 'cause remember when we talk about Hall of Fame is not always about accolades. That's why it's not called the Hall of Accolades. It's called the Hall of Fame. That's why Sylvester Stallone is the Hall of Fame. And another thing we got to mention to Earl's Hall of Fame status is that he met that criteria of fame. Like Ness, when he always said, "Oh, Errol Spence is the first guy to headline pay-per-view 4 times in a row without going back on regular TV." And Errol Spence was doing pay-per-view. He was selling out crowds. And for Amir Khan was a popular fighter. I believe Amir Khan should get into the Hall of Fame one day. Definitely not first ballot, but I could see him getting into the Hall one day. Absolutely.
I wouldn't be upset.
Yeah.
Amir Khan
Like if he-
definitely was
like-
a special talent. I think didn't he medal a silver like at 17 years old, if I'm
He
not
did.
mistaken?
He did.
Yeah.
And he
think
went,
so.
he unified at 140. I mean, the most amazing speed you can see, honestly. And I mean, to keep it real, in hindsight, it really led to his detriment because he relied so much on that speed to be so offensive, and it was such a great offensive weapon. He that chin will go out, and that chin wasn't even that good, and it was always there to get hit. But it was fun to see. I think we need to appreciate these guys a little bit more, just in everything. These guys that are, yeah, they're getting paid, but just taking a beating for you, beating other guys up, going through 8, 10, 12, 14-week camps, leaving home for 2, 3 months, to take maybe another 2 months to go into camp again, to have a fight canceled, to go into camp again. We got to put more respect on these guys. It saddens me a little bit to hear people just try to break down everyone's resume from a prospect to a contender to a champion. And I myself should do a better job at it, but I think all of us should.
So did anybody
When you're
vote?
comparing people, of course.
We'll let you go in a second, Hitman. I know you
Oh,
want to
okay.
reel us in and get
Yeah,
your
yeah.
opinion.
no,
I'm
you
sorry,
good.
I
We
apologize.
got to get reeled in.
When we're comparing two guys, sure, but speaking of individuals, I just don't understand why we have to tear down these guys so much.
I don't think we're tearing them down. I think.
Go
Sorry.
ahead. Go ahead. Then we'll let Hitman go because he wants to talk about the topic. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I
Spike, real
don't.
quick.
Yeah, well, no one's tearing Spence down. It's just constructive criticism, and because of everything because of the Crawford fight and everything that happened afterwards, it does put things into perspective and say, well, he's not. His legacy can't be the same as what people thought it was going to be because of the Crawford loss and everything that happened afterwards. But that doesn't mean he doesn't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame. And yet somebody mentioned Timothy Bradley earlier. Bradley has the win over Marquez, and he just beat a lot more relevant champions at that time. But on that note, since I was the one who brought up Amir Khan, Amir Khan did want that fight, and Bradley didn't. So if that fight had happened and Amir Khan won, Amir Khan would be in the Hall of Fame. So it's just a funny little coincidence there.
So I like what you said.
Let Hitman go next, man, so you
All
can
right.
jump in on the topic. Yeah, Hitman.
Man, I got so much to say, man. But I'm gonna go against the grain, man. It doesn't give me any joy in saying this because I'm Texas, bro. I'm from Texas. I'm here in Texas. He's not a Hall of Famer. He's not a Hall of Famer. And you know who also said he wasn't a Hall of Famer? Terrence Bud Crawford said he was not a Hall of Famer. And this was after he beat him. And I thought it was kind of weird because I'm like, well, why wouldn't you? Well, even if he thought that, why wouldn't you big up the dude that you beat? Because that just makes your win look better. But just Crawford's that honest dude. And he's right. He's not a Hall of Famer. And the reason we can criticize these fighters, we shouldn't have to kiss their ass. We should scrutinize them. He was part of that culture that was getting overpaid. They were saying you're on the wrong side of the street. You remember when they were, you know, who was breaking down and criticizing resumes and you ain't fought nobody, you're on the wrong side of the street. You know who said that the most, or one of the people? Errol Spence, because he avoided and ducked Bud Crawford for 5 years, guys. You're giving him way too much grace. We had to wait 5 years too late for that fight. Now, I'll give him props at the end because I know the truth came out that even Bud said that it was really Al Heyman and his team that didn't want, the PBC did not never wanted that fight. Bud left Top Rank. He had a few fights. He was out of Top Rank for like 1 or 2 years, and he still wasn't getting the fight. He had to call him directly to convince him to take the fight. And good thing he's a good dude. I hear he's a good dude. So he took the fight, gave him his shot. He didn't even come close. You could say, oh well, if it was before the alcohol, before the drinking, all that, dude, that he did that to himself. And I think the way he lost and the styles, the way they mesh up, he loses 10 out of 10 times. I don't care if he was a 24-year-old Spence that's clean and sober. He never beats Bud Crawford. You know what I mean? So it's like we can get these guys because he was one of the main key people in the. Remember the culture wars that were going on? It was like the whole PBC was like a gang. Remember that picture when it was the Charlos, Broner, Tank, Spence. You know what I mean? They were all together, and it's funny because they all had the same culture of drinking and partying and taking too much time off. And these guys hardly ever fought. I think it was I think PBC was bad for the sport. I'll be straight up. But he's not a Hall of Famer. He beat Kell Brook, and Kell Brook was coming off of eye socket surgery from coming, having to come back down away after being clobbered by Triple G. You know what I mean? So I like Errol Spence, man. I don't like having to say this, but I think we're giving him way too much grace here, man. I'm hearing a lot of glazing going on. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if, I don't know if that dude who gave like that shit that sounded like a eulogy, if he's like related to him or something, or you're his cousin or his homeboy, or he gave you an autograph or something one time, bro. Like it's not that deep, bro. It's not. And in much respect, bro, I agreed with like half of it. I agreed with like 40% of it, about 40% of it. But I'm just gonna keep it a buck, man. This era is watered down, and I mean, this era right now is watered down more than the Spence era. But that one with, I heard Trinidad coming up. We can't even put them in the same breath as Trinidad, De La Hoya, Vargas, Ike Corte, Vernon Forrest. That was the era, bro. I mean, but people who didn't grow up watching that, they don't know any better. So you gotta be careful who you're debating with, right? Because some of the people didn't grow up. They were too young for that. They didn't see that. They weren't born or they're babies. But that 90s, early 2000 eras, that Mayweather, De La Hoya, Cotto. I mean, even that era that came after Oscar and Tito, you had Cotto, Mayweather, Pacquiao. I mean, that era was so much stronger, man. But I get it, man. They let Gotti in the Hall of Fame off of just being popular. So I understand, man.
Gotti
But like,
wasn't that popular.
no, he wasn't. Somebody said that Spence was oh, I'm almost done, guys. It was that Spence was like a Mayweather level. No, man, Mayweather was way bigger. I mean, boxing heads and a lot of casuals didn't know Spence, but he wasn't that known, bro. Like can't get too carried away with it. But it's sad, man. To me, it's a could have been, should have been, what if. But he did it to himself, man. His girl put him on blast. I don't know if y'all saw that video where he's not even on alcohol. He's on something a lot more harsher. You know what I mean? When he's saying, let's go to Dubai. I don't know if you remember, you saw all those, but I didn't like that whole PBC culture. I didn't like the whole, what they did to Bud Crawford was wrong. The chickens came home to roost. And in PBC, they will keep you away from people. But if you really want the fights, you'll make them. Look at what Wilder stepped out of bounds. Said, "No, Al, I want to fight Fury." Even though that was a cherry pick gone wrong. Like that whole PBC thing was. I'm glad it's dead and dead in the water, bro. Because a lot of the people that were getting called names because they were against that culture, that they were getting called coons, they were getting called Uncle Toms and all that. You know what I mean? I'm glad they get to like really have the last say because the chickens came home to roost. The PBC, it is what it is, man.
Yo, real quick.
Vega, let Vega go. Let Vega go next, man. Vega, go ahead.
No, man. Yeah, I'm definitely not his cousin. See, I'm Puerto Rican. He's Jamaican descent. That was really cute, everything you said. But I want to put it in perspective, okay? Don't take this personal, but think about everything you've tried to accomplish in your life. Let's say the thing you're best at. Let's say what you're best at is let's say you're a manager, right? Right? Have you ever won manager of your region, maybe of your company? Let's say no. This gentleman here, Errol Spence, as an amateur, was seen as one of the best guys in his weight class. Then went to turn professional, went to another country where everyone was against him, beat the shit out of that guy, and then was able to get two other accomplishments from other people and then defended multiple times. So if it's glazing to acknowledge those things, then my God, I'm the biggest glazer in the world. But if you can't appreciate that, I would think you should take time to yourself and think about the things you've accomplished and how you would want to be interpreted by your loved ones or just in general to other employees or other participants in whatever you're doing and put it from that perspective because I think maybe if I'm not wrong, I think you obviously support certain type of people and or certain type of style or just don't like a certain person, maybe it's Errol, and so you find yourself instead of being able to see things for what they are, just find yourself looking at all the negatives. And I would implore you to look beyond your biases and look for things as a whole. Just because someone says Errol is successful doesn't mean he's better or on the same level as a Trinidad or a Mayweather. No, there's many different levels of maybe greatness and the interpretation of greatness, but that doesn't mean someone can't be still praised or given attention for the things that they can do and the things they've accomplished.
Well, what was his best win?
His best win? I
Yeah.
mean, obviously, you could
Porter.
say it's a Kell Brook. You could say it was
Okay,
Shawn
and
Porter.
we know what happened
Shawn
with Kell
Porter.
Brook. Sean Porter's that
Shawn
was a good win. That's a good win.
Those are
Danny
good ones.
Garcia.
Yeah.
Danny
Yeah,
Garcia.
yeah,
Not
Garcia.
many
That
people
whole
beat
crop.
Shawn Porter. Not
That
many
whole
people
crop.
beat Kell
And
Brook.
it's nothing about bias. It's nothing about like, oh, I don't like the guy. You know what? It's funny how we forget that whole other side of the street culture. That's what rubbed me the wrong way, to be honest. But like I said, chickens came home to roost, and he got whitewashed by Bud Crawford. You know what I mean? And I'm not even the biggest Bud Crawford, but I respect Spence for taking that fight in the end, and he knew he was shot.
But Hitman, when the best fight the best, you're gonna have a winner and you're gonna have a loser. So why is that law so frowned upon? That's what I'm not understanding.
We've had a lot of greats
Well,
that
the same way Mayweather Pacquiao was frowned upon. Those two fights themselves were each 5 years
I'm
too
not
late.
asking everybody else. Like, when you got two of the best welterweights who are both undefeated, that have all the straps in the division, and it's the best fighting the best. Granted, I get it. We were supposed to see that fight a few years before we see it. I get it. I get your point. But this is what I don't understand. When two guys, that challenge themselves, they're both undefeated, they're both accomplished. One of them is going to win, and one of them is going to lose. Why is it that we have to diminish the one that loses? Why is it that we just can't say,
Well, I'm not diminishing it. I'm not diminishing it. If anything,
you
I
are.
wish.
You
I wish.
Sounds like you are.
If anything, I wish it would have happened that like when it was supposed to happen, because he would have actually probably been more competitive. But it wasn't even close. And the fact that we had to wait 5 years And just think about, like, we're talking about, oh, we got to be nice to
Hey, so
fighters, we
weren't
got to
they both
respect
pound for
fighters.
pound
Think
fighters at
about
that point,
Real
think
quick,
about
Faber?
man.
what Bud went through. But think about
No,
what they
yeah,
put
but
Bud through.
hold on,
Bud
hold
left his
on.
promoter, and the way they said, and they still weren't giving him the fight.
But all you
But I
do is
mean,
diminish it.
luckily,
Real quick, hold on. You diminished him, right? Because he took a bad loss. Yeah, he did take an ass whooping, but you still can't undo. You cannot undo what he's done up to that point. You can't be like, all right,
it was
well,
mediocre career, bro.
nah,
Welterweights, there's
bro.
way more rich history with fighters
There's
like De
other
La
guys,
Hoya.
but
Yeah,
yeah,
Think
but
about what De
is
La
richer
Hoya.
history,
but
Somebody
hold on.
but
and
no
But
one's saying
hold
somebody
on,
that.
on
hold
here
on, hold
compared
on.
him to
One at a
Mayweather,
Yeah,
time,
and I'm
man.
but
like,
One at a
hold
wow,
on,
time.
don't.
Please, one
hold
at a
on,
time.
hold on. De La Hoya's era is a top 2 era, bro. You can't go by that. At the end of the day, we can say that Errol Spence was in a pretty good era. He was, bro.
Well,
He was.
the guy that was glazing him for like 10 minutes straight, he was comparing him to Mayweather, but that was bogus.
Who the hell
He
did that?
wasn't.
Because
He wasn't
that's I think
comparing
I
to
think I
Mayweather,
think
bro.
that's disrespectful to Mayweather. Because Mayweather was like, I don't like Mayweather, but dude, Mayweather's unbeatable. That's the guy. That was the guy. You know what I mean?
Who compared him to
He
Mayweather?
fought everybody. He fought in multiple weight
Yeah,
divisions.
but
He fought in a lot of weight classes.
bro,
A
you're
lot,
moving too fast, though. Nobody's
you
talking
know.
about comparing Mayweather. We're talking about during his time. He was clearly the best welterweight until he fought Buck Crawford. Yes, he didn't bounce back, but up to that point, you cannot undo that. And yes, it wasn't the best welterweight division, but shit, it was a lot better than the welterweight division that we just came out of, bro. Right now, it's starting to heat up again. The welterweight division wasn't that bad, bro. I've been around great eras. The Trinidad Oscar era was a great era. The
What are
Cotto
you talking
Pacquiao.
about? Mayweather Pacquiao was the era before them. How
I
are you
just
going to say
mentioned that.
he's
No,
coming
no,
off of
wait,
a
wait
weak
a minute.
one?
Wait a minute. The era that came afterwards was Brian Norman Jr. and Mario Barrios. That was a trash era,
Oh,
right?
geez, yeah, you're right. You're
Boots
right.
era
You're
was
right.
Boots was stuck in that era. He had to move up, but Earl was in a pretty good era because I remember during that time there were some people, not me, but there were some people that were calling them kings also. You know what I'm saying? I've heard that talk before.
Yeah. That's
We
that's
don't believe
that's
you. You probably
that's
make
getting
fun of
carried away,
kings.
bro. I just that whole PBC kind of like when the PBC was trying to take over and they were just trying to freeze everybody out. And I'm gonna tell you, like, I didn't think Danny Garcia was that good. Shawn Porter was good. He was rugged fighter. You know what I mean? But like Keith Thurman, all those guys just chose to like go inactive. Most of them partied and drank. I mean, I'm gonna tell you now, man, because I know people in Texas down here that were who were really around him when he was an amateur. He was always a drinker. Like even in the amateurs, bro, he'd sneak out and drink whenever
Yo,
they go
to
travel.
piggyback what you
But you know,
said
so
about to
and
piggy,
it's just those kinds of things where I'm like, all right, man, I'm gonna call a spade because somebody was saying, oh, we gotta give respect to them. They're putting in training
Well,
camps. They're putting their
Hitman,
life on the line.
Hitman,
But I'm like, at the same time, they're not treating the sport right. And like Bud Crawford, like he lives that Spartan lifestyle. Like
well,
if
Hitman,
you're not
Hitman,
treating
can
the
I
sport
challenge
right, I'm not gonna
Fight,
kiss your
Hitman?
ass like that.
fight sport. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would just like to challenge Hitman's point because I do agree with him. Again, I was the one that pointed out 10 years ago and now on the panel that Spence partly because of his trash talk was getting more credit as a contender than Keith Thurman was as unified champion. And a lot of his fans made excuses for the things that you were pointing out that he said about Crawford. Oh, who has he fought? Who has he fought? He was even saying that Chris Algieri was better than his like entire run at 140. So yeah, that was all nonsense. But one, you do have to move on. It's all in the past. This doesn't take away from his wins. And the other thing is that there was a point where Bob Arum even admitted that Al Heyman's team were open to making the fight. Then there was the car crash. This was after the Porter fight, and the fight could have actually happened sooner than it did if Terence Crawford was prepared to take 40%. But he pushed and pushed and pushed and held out for 50-50, which you can say that he was deserving of that, whatever, but Spence was the bigger name. Again, as much as I dislike that they used that, said, oh, A side, cross the street, to say that, okay, we'll give you the fight, but we get more money, that's fair game in
Yeah,
boxing. So,
yeah, but that
yeah,
that
so yeah,
40%
what I'm
wasn't a
just
real offer. That wasn't a real offer. And Bud
well,
said himself, they
actually,
said
it was.
we'll give no. Bud said this come from Bud.
One
You
by
go look it up.
one,
Go
y'all.
Google. But Bud said when they offer you 40%, but they're not going to let you look at the numbers. That you just got to trust us. He's like, no, that's not a good deal because they're saying, hey, we're going to give you 40%, but you can't look at the numbers. You just got to take our word for it that this is 40%. Who would take that? Who would take that? That wasn't a real offer. They threw that out there knowing that Crawford is not going to take it because it was a shit offer. So that saves face like, oh, look, we offered the fight. We offered the fight. But it wasn't a real offer. So you can archive that, bro. Like it's out there. They gave Bud like pretty much a handshake deal saying you just got to believe what we say is 40%.
Well, that was back. That was, I think you're talking about 2022 before the fight happened. And at that particular time, yes, that was a little weird, that rumor, but first of all, it wasn't 100% confirmed. And secondly, Crawford was trying to get the fight on his own network, BLK Prime, which was new, and they had no experience in boxing at all. So that was
that's false.
Hold on a second. No, that's true.
That's false.
The record, Terence. It's not false. Terence Crawford said it himself. He said, "I went out to find a hedge fund and some guys who would pay big money for the fight. These guys would do it." He knew that Spence was never going to get out of PBC. So I'm not disagreeing that PBC has pulled some bullshit, as all big promoters have in this game. But to put it all on Errol Spence and say Crawford bears no responsibility, that's actually false.
I think he will get in the Hall of Fame. I wouldn't agree with it, but it's just the new era, man. It's just like we're just in that new era, man. That's just how everything's watered down.
Hold on, I want to mention somebody that might get in the I don't know if he's already inducted, but he might get in with them guys. And being that you mentioned Errol and Broner and Easter and them guys drinking, those were the original Avengers. And shout out to Mikey Garcia. Because Mikey Garcia was trying to run through the Avengers at the time. He ran through Easter Bunny, and he ran through Adrian Broner, and he shot all the way. They had to throw the big gun at him in Errol Spence Jr. You feel what I'm saying? Mikey Garcia now, if Mikey Garcia is on the ballot with Errol, with Danny, with Keith, with Porter, then Mikey probably might get in before those guys. Because Mikey Garcia, I believe, was a 4-division champion. He has a pretty good resume himself. So, yeah, I would say Mikey, because Mikey was also part of that PBC era also. So that's someone that would get in before Earl. But other than that, out of those group of guys that retired around this time within the past few years, I got to really think. If Loma would have still been retired, I would say no. Loma definitely gets in before Earl, but Loma's an active fighter again.
Mikey marched to his own beat.
In fact,
I think Mikey was just trying. He was just wanted the money because he was smart. Even as his brother said, he's making more money with investments outside of boxing than he was in boxing. And he said he didn't love boxing. He just wanted to go for the biggest money he could, so he can get out as fast as he could. Which it takes balls to get in there. I give him props, but he's a Hall of Famer.
Bud Crawford just retired, so Bud Crawford is someone who will be on the ballot. So Bud Crawford would definitely get in before him. And Bud Crawford is going to go in as the all-time great / GOAT status because Bud is on top 7, top 8, top 5 pound for pound conversation.
I'm just glad that whole era was over because I think you guys forget the arguments and how stressful it was just to get on YouTube or listen to any of these shows because you were either a PBC guy or you were a non-PBC guy. They made it so tribal and they were blocking so many fights the other side of the street. I give it to like guys like Triple G too. He was another guy that was like avoided and ducked. And so like that that's the only reason I push back on the whole let's give these guys grace. They put their lives on the line, this and that. If anything, that era was overpaid, overcompensated off the Waddle and Reed money when Al Heyman was trying to lure all the talent in to do a takeover. They were all getting overpaid. So they don't need no like pity party from us or like, I get it, man. I respect all fighters and I do like Spence a lot. I wish he would have been more, but it is what it is, man. I don't cap for nobody, man. I've been following the sport way too close, way too long. Like it's just when you pull back the curtain, you see how it really works, and you see how fighters really act. And I always tell people the fighters are the problem. It's not the promoters, not the managers. It's the fighters, bro. In America these days, that's why I'm so like quick to just tell it like it is.
Real quick, shout out to Ryan from the 6 in the chat. He said what I was just gonna say. If that's the Ryan, if that's the real Ryan from the 6. He's right, man. People are still entertaining the bullshit as far as gang banging. You know what I mean? You got people that are doing it right now where you got the Zuffa thing going on, you know, with people slandering PBC still. People are still being tribal about their favorite fighters. I've lost relationships with people that I met on YouTube because of the tribalism, because I root for a certain fighter that spoke bad about another certain group of demographic or the fighters. So the tribalism is still going on, bro. That has not changed at all. You got Tank fans going at it with Devin fans. You got Shakur fans going at it with Devin fans. You got the little old T.O. fans like me being slandered by everybody. You know what I'm saying? So that's just how it is, bro. That hasn't stopped.
Yeah, I mean you're right, but it's not institutional. It's just fighter by fighter. You know what I mean? And
But
it is
it's still
annoying to hear
toxic, though.
the back and forth with
It's
these
still toxic, though.
youngsters, but it's not like, oh, you're on the wrong side of the street. And they, you know, when there was a lot of slander, it was just when the PBC tried to take over. But now it's back to the one-on-one. Let's, you know, back and forth with. It is annoying. I get it. I get what you're saying.
Gentlemen, we got some new blood in here. Y'all been cooking. And I got 6 people up here. Please, one by one, don't make me regret this, because then I'm gonna start putting people out. AB, what's good? Let people speak.
What's good, man? And shout out to the channel. That was just quite heartbreaking to see. I've been a Boston fan, and I've been Boston since I was 8. Been a Boston fan for over 40 years. I'm an old man, proud to be an old man as you get wiser. God gave me this ability to live to be this age, and I've seen a lot. Sometimes my takes are not popular because people don't do study, and I breathe, eat, and sleep it for many years. And I've come to, at my age, I've learned something through Spence. One thing is, they got this saying, you never fall in love with a fighter. You never fall in love with a fighter. You love the sport. And even though I kind of knew that Spence was going to go out like that, I still rooted for him. But that hurt. That was bad. And kudos to Tim for kind of carrying him. So, but this I had to say something about this, and this is not going to be a popular take. It's unfortunate that we even having this discussion about this brother going up for the Hall of Fame. And just like Tyson said, if he don't get in, there shouldn't be one. Had he been any other from anywhere else, any England, New Zealand, anywhere, we wouldn't even be talking about this. First about Hall of Fame, oh, he's great, oh, he's that, he's this. Man, this guy terrorized. He carried boxing for a few years. He carried it. He terrorized fighters. Behind the scenes, his name, he wasn't in a boring fight. Period. And we can talk about divisions. We can talk about titles. We can talk about all this stuff. Yeah, okay, I get it. There's semantics behind it. He fought at some of the largest venues around. Some of the largest venues. Sold them out. This guy was just must-see TV. He gave us our money's worth. And again, this very controversial, and I hate coming at this angle. There's a standard, and I'm beginning to see it. And initially, I fought it because I don't want to say this, man, but the standard is higher for some people than it is for others, and that's not fair. It's not. This guy did it. He did a lot of great stuff for boxing, and he deserves to be in. Not just based on his accomplishments, but how he carried the sport and what he did for the sport. Life ain't fair. I see White Mike saying that ain't fair, but boxing is. Boxing is in that ring, it's gonna show. It's a telltale life. Maybe you don't get a fair outcome as far as people involved, but you step in that ring, man. Hey, and that's just my opinion. Yeah, that was rough to see the other day. While we cheer people that are winning, I realize another thing. This sport is brutal, and our greatest champions that we cheer on, they went out brutal. Chavez, Ali, Sugar Ray, you name them, they went out brutal, and so did he. So if you can retire on top, hey, it's respectable, and I give him his kudos because he stepped in and tried. But I do believe that the rec had a significant part. His timing was just horrible. Something just didn't look right. And I do agree with another guy about PBC. They issued in an unprofessional part of boxing it was exciting, but it kind of brought boxing down to where we are today. And, I'm kind of glad it's getting back with some new energy. And pretty much that's all I got to say, Johnny.
All right. Anybody want to jump in and counter that?
Well, I think we all agree he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. Just the question is whether it's first ballot or not. Again, I don't think anybody's saying that he doesn't meet the standard. I mean, when Lomachenko retired, there were people asking, well, does he deserve to be in the Hall of Fame because he wasn't undisputed? So, I mean, okay.
Why are you laughing?
Lomachenko don't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame because he wasn't undisputed is hilarious. Who the fuck said that?
Well, I'm not saying that. Just some people were asking the question, like go to Morning Combat. When Lomachenko retired, and by the way, as one of his biggest fans, I wish he would stay retired. But Morning Combat did put out the video, is he a Hall of Famer? So just to respond to AB's point, I don't think it's that people are judging him unfairly. I don't think it's just when a fighter doesn't meet the standard, when somebody was hyped up so much and they don't go out on top when they were predicted to be the best fighter of that era, which Spence was, like Golovkin, like Lomachenko. People just ask questions because they were expected to be the dominant fighter of their era, and they turned out not to be.
So Loma didn't have any dominance ever?
Oh, of course he did. He just wasn't the dominant champion because he didn't become undisputed. Like, he was the hyped up one, whereas Usyk was the quiet one in the corner. But Usyk, resume-wise, accomplished a lot more.
But
yeah, he was hyped up.
Today,
I don't know if I
it's
agree
too
with
much
you. Go ahead. I'll
politics,
let y'all
too
go
much,
first.
especially during like a guy like Loma during his time, too much crossing the streets. I mean, come on, man. Like, let's be real.
I agree with that.
But you know what? It is Mortal Kombat. Those are MMA guys that dabble in boxing. Well, Brian Campbell actually used to be part of boxing, but he made the switch because obviously MMA was more of his demographic, I should say.
And Loma was arguably the best amateur boxer ever. I mean, forget he came off two gold medals. Came in, he won a title like in his third fight. He whitewashed Gary Russell. And let's be honest, bro, he won that Devin fight. He got robbed. So when people vote, they're gonna have that in mind, bro. He beat him. I'm sorry.
Everyone knows he's a Hall of Famer.
I agree.
Whoever asked that question,
you're gonna have it in mind that he was the best amateur ever.
Hold on, one by one, y'all.
You're gonna have it in mind that he was the best amateur ever. And we're talking about the Pro Boxing Hall of Fame.
Yeah, that counts, man. But you don't think that they don't mention that when they put Ali in there? Anybody else who won a gold medal like Andre Ward and Oscar De La Hoya, that matters. He represented his country. He won it twice. That's unheard of, bro. To win it 2 times, it's crazy. I mean, his record. What is his record in the amateurs? I think he avenged like 3 losses that he had, but other than that, he was almost like 400 wins. It's
Then you can say
insane.
that about Dante Wilder's ex-trainer. Dante Wilder's ex-trainer should be in the Hall of Fame. He had a dominant amateur record.
Wilder?
No, Dante
talking about Mark
Wilder's
Breland.
trainer.
Mark Breland
Yeah, Mark Breland. But was Mark Breland a good pro? Mark Breland was
decent.
Yeah, yes, but Loma was the guy, and you got to remember, Loma was the guy fighting like 2 weight classes above where he should have been.
Okay. Well, yeah, at lightweight he was. I just want to respond to Let's Be Real in the chat because I am one of Loma's biggest fans, but he just put it made the point I've been making, that given the hype behind him, given the enormous expectations, he didn't. I see you shaking your head, John. Is that to me?
In general.
Well,
In general.
Loma was hyped up to be like the great of this era, and let's be honest, he falls behind Usyk, Inoue, and Crawford. So
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so because of that, people had a similar question. People asked the similar question when he retired. Well, he wasn't as great as his resume wasn't as great as we thought it would be. So, is he still where we thought he would be
I
after
mean,
he retired?
it sucks, bro. Because I
Golovkin,
mean, his career would have had a whole different outlook had he gotten the well deserved decision over Haney
I
he
agree.
would have been undisputed. He should have been undisputed.
I agree, and also his losses were all very close. Whereas, and he lost to guys aside from Salido, which that one's questionable. To Teo, and yeah, I thought he beat Haney pretty clearly. Those guys were a lot younger in their prime and far more physically bigger than him. Whereas when Spence lost to Crawford, it was a brutal annihilation. Like if he had lost in a similar way to how Hearns lost to Leonard, people would definitely look at him a lot different. But
Yeah.
it is.
Well, that's
It
the
is what it
double-edged
is.
sword with some of these Eastern Europeans like him and Golovkin. I think the problem they have is that they stay in the amateurs too long. So when they come to the pros, they have to play catch up because as it is, they're hard to sell them because they're like Eastern Europeans, right? But at the same time, they get paid well to be amateurs in their home countries. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword of a problem.
Yeah, well, with Golovkin, I think he was just. It was the same thing with Rigondeaux. He was just really, really unlucky. Like more than at least five or six champions ducked him from the time that he was a top contender from 09 to 2016. And then when guys were finally open to fight him, like he could have fought Charlo, he could have fought Andrade, he was a bit more selective about who he fought, but he was also old. So yeah, it is once he fought Canelo and Canelo prolonged that fight much longer than he should have, he suddenly wasn't as dominant. And then people were saying, well, actually, Max Kellerman put this perfectly. After the Derevyanchenko fight, which I definitely think Golovkin lost that, I do not think he won that fight. He said Golovkin's career legacy does need to be reviewed, and he was on HBO when they were hyping Golovkin up. So, yeah, but Golovkin's in it. I think Golovkin and Spence is the perfect comparison because they both fought in this era. They were both dominant champions.
I think it's a bad comparison.
Well, I think it's good because, personally, I think it's good because they were two of the most hyped up fighters of this era. Neither became undisputed. They both tried, and they lost when it mattered.
Well, I mean, when Triple G fought his nemesis, right, in Canelo, he got robbed. And then even the second fight, I think he got robbed in the second fight too. But of course, the third fight he was just old, but he didn't get like brutalized the way Spence did versus Bud Crawford. Like that was bad, bro. That was real bad. That was one of the worst beatings I've seen from like a highly anticipated fight. You know what I mean? When we get we find, oh my god, we got 1A versus 1B. That's the worst beating I've ever seen off of 1A, 1B.
I agree.
Ever.
I agree with that, but I agree with that, Hitman. But what I'll say is that Crawford, and this is proof when they fought, Crawford is a lot better than Canelo. And we all know that Canelo lied about his weight when he was in his prime, but given the hype behind Golovkin, people were expecting that fight to be very clear. And I agree. I thought he definitely should have won the first fight. But the fact that it was even as close as it was, it's not what people were expecting. And the second fight, it could have gone either way. But the fact is, that is maybe the only close fight Canelo's won where I actually kind of agree with it because the judges they gave it to him by the closest of margins. So, it is what it is. But Canelo, he got out lucky in the end because he did duck the fight for multiple years. And there were a lot of champions that ducked Golovkin, which is unfortunate for him. But, he's not the only guy to get ducked.
So and somebody said it earlier. The guy who I was debating with, he said boxing isn't fair, life isn't fair. I agree with that because even with Bud, man, Bud even said out of his own mouth that like y'all didn't see the best of me because I didn't get to fight the guys when I wanted to fight them or who I wanted to fight. Because you got to think about it. Because Canelo was ducking Benavidez so hard, he's already doing his cherry picking, right? What does he do? He picks out Charlo, who's the undisputed champion at 154. That's the same guy that Bud was gunning for. So, Canelo pulls the rug out from under that fight. And so because he's avoiding Benavidez, so he goes and fights Charlo. So that takes away another division for undisputed that Bud Crawford probably could have gotten. And I think he would have beat the shit out of Charlo. But it just sucks, man. It just these things don't line up sometimes, and some people avoid fighters. But I mean, people who vote for this stuff have this in mind. They have robberies in mind.
Quick question, going back to Lomachenko. So, you guys were talking about Lomachenko's not a Hall of Famer?
I think he's a Hall of Famer. Easy pick.
No, he definitely is. I'm just saying that people will ask. I was responding to AB's point because he said that it was diabolical that we were even having this discussion. I just brought up that some people were asking the question when Lomachenko retired, is he a Hall of Famer?
I believe, Johnny.
Hold on a second. Hold on. I don't think it's debatable, to be honest with you. I mean, 21 fights, not counting his amateur career, which we all say is probably one of the best amateur careers ever. 2-time Olympic gold medal. He only had 21 pro fights. Did he win titles in three divisions?
Yeah, I agree.
Right? Feather, super. Hold on, let me finish.
I believe
Feather,
he's a
super, and
3-time
lightweight.
medal.
He had defenses. What was that, Vega?
I think didn't he get 3 gold medals?
Oh, I don't know. I think it was 2.
No, just 2.
Yeah. So he had multiple defenses at featherweight 3, super featherweight 4. He won lightweight titles. Let's not forget he was called Lomachenko because he was making motherfuckers quit on the stool. He was a smaller lightweight, but still won a couple titles at lightweight. Fastest path to multi-division titles in modern history.
Made Rigo quit.
Prospect of the year, fighter of the year in 2017. Probably pound for pound for about a year and a half, if not number 1, 2, or 3. Come on, guys, what are we talking about here?
No, yeah, Johnny.
Well, Johnny,
can I say this?
Sorry, can I?
You guys been talking a lot. Can I just say a few things? Respond to Johnny?
Sure, absolutely. Jump in, brother.
Yeah, I mean,
he ain't lying,
Johnny,
but I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about.
Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, it took a left turn. They went to Loma, but I just gotta. Yeah, that Loma thing.
No. With all due respect, I see where Loma can get in because I understand that considering the boxing Hall of Fame against other Hall of Fames, it seems like it may be, questionable whether it's a little easier, but we giving Loma, it seems like the standards are a little different. Whereas, man, we question where Tyson should be in the Hall of Fame. We question where this guy should be in the Hall of Fame. And man, but Loma, oh yeah, he should be in. No question, no doubt. And look at this, and he did this. And well, those guys were dynamic too, and they definitely should be in.
Who questions Mike Tyson being?
But that's what I'm saying.
What
are we talking about here?
Hold on, can I respond to AB?
Do you guys hang out around?
Vega, can I respond to
AB? A lot of people question it. I don't know where you been, but I've heard a lot.
No. They question if he's the greatest heavyweight. Never.
No, I've heard a lot. I've heard, man. From my perspective, I'm just talking about me. I'm just talking about me. I got an opinion, and I've been around. Like I said, I've been around boxing a long time, Vega. You can't hear. You don't have my ears. I don't have yours.
No, I didn't say.
Wait, can I respond? Can I respond?
Where are you hanging out that people are saying that? Because that's retarded.
Okay, I agree. You and I on the same. I agree, but the standard is kind of different from some people, man. It's easy. Oh, Loma should be in Loma should, but then people that really fought people.
AB, can I respond to that?
Fight Sports said that he hung out somewhere where they said they questioned it. So
can I respond? Can I
let Fight respond? Go ahead.
Yeah, AB, I don't think you heard the point that I made. You've got some people asking the question, should Spence be in the Hall of Fame? And I gave you an example of some people, experts, asking whether Loma should be in the Hall of Fame and where he stands. So I'm pointing out to you that when these guys who were hyped up to be the greatest of this era and they don't become the greatest of this era, when they retire, people do ask the questions. Well, they didn't get to where we thought they would, so where do they rank? So I've proven to you that it's not just Spence. There are people who question if Loma should be in the Hall of Fame and where he stands. And about Tyson, I don't know where you're getting that from. People,
well, even Tyson said,
hold on.
Hey, B, let him finish. Let him finish. Then you could go. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know you want to reply, but just to respond to the Tyson thing, nobody's questioning if Tyson should be in the Hall of Fame. The only thing people do question is where Tyson ranks, because a lot of people say he's the greatest heavyweight of all time when his resume doesn't justify that. So that's what people question, but nobody questions if he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. You've got that mixed up.
Well, no, I don't, because even Tyson once said you can Google it. If it's a question whether I should be in the Hall of Fame, there shouldn't be one.
Right.
Okay.
So
Well, the people who probably did say that, they'll say he lost all his biggest fights. Like he lost all his biggest fights. And Tyson's my number one favorite fighter of all time, bro. Tell you. But when people argue that, I'm like, it's cringy to me, because I'm like, yeah, man, all his biggest fights he lost.
You could say the same about Loma. He lost some big fights.
Okay, but he got robbed versus the undisputed one that really pulled him away from the sport, where he's like, you know what, fuck this. Like Devin did not beat him. I'm sorry, but he made Rigondeaux quit. He got 2 gold medals. Tyson didn't have any gold medals. He became like a world champion. I want to say it's comparable, because Tyson was at 21, but as far as like the fights. He fought. He got it like in his 3rd or 4th fight. He whitewashed Gary Russell. Man, I mean, he beat the Axeman. He made him quit. I mean, he beat some champions, like legit dudes. It's just he got here late. He did as much as he could in the time he did. The politics worked against him. Like, I don't know why it has to be like, let's compare these two, because they're
I'm just saying he was the youngest. He was the youngest heavyweight champ. He went through some of the tough fighters. He beat Larry Holmes. He beat some tough fighters.
He's a Hall of Famer.
Okay, let me ask you this: I mean, he doesn't have a gold medal, but how many gold medals did he knock out?
He knocked a few out.
He's a Hall of Famer, though.
Man. I'm sorry. This I don't know. This conversation is getting strange now. Now we're gonna start just talking about everybody and their resume.
Well, my point was different people have different perspectives about how and who should be in the Hall of Fame.
That's actually that's the correct point to make, that different people have different standards. But
what about Adrian Broner?
Oh, he's definitely not in the Hall of Fame. Are you kidding me?
But you know what's funny? Boxing today is so watered down. He won 4 titles in 4 divisions. How about that? That's how crazy the conversations get. This is why they go sideways, because now,
you're better
especially
than that, man. You're better.
No, I know that, but I'm just saying that for an example of how watered down modern day boxing is.
Wait. I got to respond. Yeah, sorry, Johnny, but I got to respond to this. Adrian Broner in the Hall of Fame.
I know, I'm being sarcastic, bro, but he won four belts in 4 weight classes.
Well, okay, but can I respond? Can I respond to it? Yeah, okay. DeMarco, Antonio DeMarco, that's an okay win. Paulie Malignaggi, good win. But it was by
he got
really
Jessica
close.
too. He got Jessica. Don't forget about that.
Can I finish the point? No,
go for it. Go for it. No, that was funny, bro. I don't know if you remember that. They made a song about it.
But that's literally all you can talk about when you talk about how he had good wins. Like Perez, the only thing about him was that he was undefeated. You got Rodriguez, DeMarco, Malignaggi, Rodriguez. Nobody knew who he was. Nobody knew who
you talking about. Vicente Rodriguez.
Vicente Rodriguez. Yeah, he was. This guy was picked to be the guy to make Adrian Broner look good, and yeah,
Among
for a
many.
world title that nobody cared about, and then gets embarrassed by Maidana, loses all of his big fights after that, becomes the you know I beat that boy meme. Come on, Adrian Broner being in the Hall of Fame. Are we joking?
Yeah, I am joking, but I'm making that
There's
point
people that
because
believe he is, though.
no, I'm making that
Right,
point
based off our
because
accolades.
people
Crazy.
because of these belts
I'm
that are
just saying.
being given to people. Look at Mario Barrios was elevated to be a WBC full champion. I mean, who else was there? I mean, I don't hope I don't piss anybody off, but
Raleigh Romero's history
Raleigh.
three division champ.
Yes, Raleigh Romero. Even Tank Davis is the biggest fraud, bro. All his belts were like pretty much like he just got them off of default.
I wouldn't
So
say he's a
that's
fraud, but
the only
definitely he has a lot of
yeah.
favor.
And
Fraud
then
is crazy.
and Wilder's we're gonna argue about this when it comes to Wilder because it's just a lot of these modern boxers they have these alliances. PBC had the alliance with WBC, so they're just like pretty much elevated and given titles, and it's just like that's why it's crazy because people are gonna start throwing out stats, and this guy won this many divisions, and if you think about it, Broner won more belts, more divisions than Spence did, but it doesn't make sense, but it's just that's how crazy boxing is getting because they're oversaturating it with just fluff and titles that don't mean anything.
Yeah, man.
No, definitely. Sanctioning bodies are a problem, man. Salute to Zuffa, man. Hopefully clean the streets up, whether they take over or force them to clean themselves up.
Nah, I think they already capitulated. They're gonna be just another promoter, man. They already saw you can't control boxers. They're too wild, bro. They're too feral. It's like getting a bunch of feral cats and trying to bring them all in the house, bro. You can't. They're too these entities. You can't control them.
No, you're thinking too short-sighted. An animal. I mean, dogs may have been feral at a time. Cats as well.
Well, they were
It
able
just
to
takes
do it with the beat with
generations and
yeah.
temperament. You just have to train them properly.
Well, with the UFC, they were able to corner it because it was still a baby. It was still, it was so small, and it was only a couple of competitors, so they were able to kind of get it and just cage it and just harness it. But with boxing, it's been around too long, too many moving parts. I don't. That's why I think they pretty much already said, look, I don't know if you saw Berlanga, they're already letting them wear their own trunks. They're talking about they can fight for whatever titles they want. So I think they already kind of figured like, yo, okay, man, we're not gonna be able to do this takeover.
Yeah, but look at the reaction. You see the sanctioning bodies fighting back, stripping guys. We're seeing the IBF and WBO having a convention together, which I think is signs of them combining. You're seeing everyone go to one streaming service to combat, to battle, to raise the product. So that's why you have to think deeper of just
common enemy.
It's not just about Zuffa taking over; it's the reaction and what the effect may cause in a year, 5 years, 10 years.
I just don't think it's gonna work.
All right.
Like I said, but I just that's why I didn't like the whole Spence era, the PBC era, because they froze out Bud. They made too many excuses not to make fights, and it didn't work then. It's not gonna work now. But that's the whole reason I threw a little bit of salt.
Neutral corners, come up for air, man. Give me at least a minute here so I can read some super chats, y'all.
All right, you're on 60 seconds. Go.
In between rounds, man. Go to your corners, give a massage, whatever, man. We got Coach Hector Bermudez in the chat. With the $2 super chat, he said they need to let Come Forward teach. And by that, he means the birthday boy, Alex Vega. Salute. Happy birthday, Vega.
Oh, man.
Once
I'm
again.
not a boy.
And J-Day with the $2. Appreciate the super chat champ. He said Loma lost his second fight, LOL. Oh, that's all right. That's all right. But when you look at Hall of Fame accomplishments, you look at the entire body of work. You don't look at one fight. And even that fight was pretty close. It was a foul fest. He came back late. I wish we would have saw a rematch with Salido, man. I really wish we would have saw a rematch with Salido, but we never saw it. He went in one direction, which was this way. Salido went in another direction.
Salido didn't want it. He knew he got away with one, and he even turned down big money for it. He hit him in the ball so many times, bro. It's crazy, and that's on top of coming in overweight.
He would have got cooked, bro, in the rematch, bro.
And salute
Second
to
half was
Loma. He
totally
never
different.
complained about those low blows during the fight.
No, and he should
He
have.
was such a stand-up dude. Dude, he took out his own money out of his own purse to give to Tio because Tio was being a crybaby. He's like, all right, man, give him some of my percentage, my money. Let's just make it happen. I just want to fight. Like, that's how
Really?
cool that dude is. I don't understand the hate for him.
I think Johnny. I think also Top Rank held him back too, and I believe that when a lot of fighters left Top Rank, they had bigger fights, and I believe that if he was with another promotional company, he'd be showcased more. But I appreciate you for giving me this opportunity to speak my mind. Vega, as always, man, that was really, really good. The way you talked about when you spoke on the big fish, you set him out right. You sent him out right. That was classy. All right, guys.
Salute, AB. Vega, they say you're doing Errol Spence's Hall of Fame speech.
That or someone else said his eulogy.
His eulogy, whichever comes first, man. We only playing, man.
Shout out to Stock Chasers. He feels that people are being too harsh on Spence.
So come up here and explain why people are being harsh, because you obviously didn't hear the first hour and a half of the show.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from you because I don't think any of us, aside from Hitman, but that's his opinion. We're all saying that.
Which is
we're
good.
all saying
we got a different perspective. He shook it up though. He definitely shook it up.
Yeah, but we're all saying that Spence should be in the Hall of Fame, but it's just, I know I'm repeating myself, so I'll use different words. When guys are hyped up to be the best of this era and they turn out not to be, pretty much everybody asks questions afterwards because they thought, we thought he was going to be greater than he was. And the Bud fight, we need to move on from that, of course, but because it's in the past, but because it was the way it was, if it had been Leonard versus Hearns, then, or even Hagler versus Hearns, people would think different. But I mean, when you lose that way, unfortunately, losses don't take away from your wins. I want to quote Chris Mannix: "Losses don't take away from your wins, but if they are as one-sided as that fight was, then it does stick with you."
I'll say this as well, man. We got to give it some time. A lot of times we live in the now. But, give it 5 or 7 years perspective on the people that are maybe down talking on Spencer's career. The perspective may change. Never forget Mayweather, man. People complain about every opponent he was facing towards the end. And then in 5 or 7 years, man, he got so much praise because they compared it to what the current era was doing. And I'll finish off with this. As we age, we always look back at how things were. And most people always think things were better than when they were younger than what things are currently.
They were.
That is true. That is true. I'm guilty of that. But you're right, man. A lot of these fighters, athletes, they're always more appreciated when they're not here, man. When they're gone. You know what I'm saying? Like Mayweather, in my opinion, is way more appreciated today, bro. There was a lot of Mayweather haters when he was in his peak, man. Speaking of shaking shit up, though, we got Alberto up here. What's good, Alberto?
Yow.
What up?
What up, Johnny? What up, Fight? What I don't know. What up, Hitman? And
What's
happy
up, man?
birthday, man! Happy birthday to Mr. Well, I don't know, because Vega, you always switch your monikers on.
I mean, it's just Vega, bro. You know who I am. And thank you.
Big Fish, Mr. Negative. Happy birthday to Vega, man. But with that being said, and here's to many more, man. Life is precious. Life is short, and we have to just make the most. We have to make the best impact that we can while we're here. But with that being said, right, and then happy birthday, Johnny. It's about to be your birthday in 30 minutes, Johnny. It's crazy.
No, it's not. It's Thursday, bro.
No, I said in 30 minutes, Johnny.
Yeah,
in 30 minutes.
Wednesday.
Oh,
pack him up. Pack him up, man. Get him out of boxing.
That shit is a 2-pack of ass.
Pack him up. He's in a
I don't
rush
know
to
why.
get to that next age, bro.
Johnny, I don't know why I thought it was Wednesday, but with that being said, is Errol Spence a Hall of Famer? In my opinion, I'm sorry. Give me. Excuse me, fellas.
Damn, right when he was gonna give us, in his opinion, which I think I know was coming next after that. I know. I think I know exactly.
If I could just clear up, sorry, Johnny, if I could just quickly clear up, because I think people in the comments are missing what I said. I've never called any of these fighters hype jobs. Hype job is when you don't live up to any of the hype that was behind you. But Loma, Spence, and Golovkin, they were all hype trains. There was a lot of hype behind them as soon as they became professionals and as soon as they got into winning titles. And that's the hype where they didn't meet it, and guys like Inoue and Crawford and Usyk have met it. So that's the perspective I was talking about.
And a lot of the people that I hear complaining when Loma was coming up, there's like, oh, they're hyping him up like this, like this, like that. And then when you ask them who, they're talking about Top Rank. I'm like, well, yeah, that's the promoter. That's their job. Like when they were hyping up Wilder to be this dude that he never turned out to be. I mean, that's just their job, right? Like you got to put it in context, like who's saying this. You know what I mean?
I don't understand.
Wait, you don't think Wilder reached his
Did we not see what this man
expectations?
did in the ring though?
Oh no, I thought it was all. I thought none of it was hype. I thought it was all the truth. You know, if anybody should be called the truth, I thought it was Loma.
Go ahead, Vega. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No, I'm saying Wilder. He won his championship. He knocked out almost everybody he faced. You know, it really just wasn't towards the end that he stopped getting the knockouts. Right? He got his 10 little title defenses. I mean, you can say about the opposition, but at the end of the day, he still got it done. Still knocked these dudes out. Whether it wasn't the Hall of Fame, top echelon quality, like I think he did reach the hype. I never thought he was going to be this all-time great heavyweight, but he definitely proved he was a knockout puncher and a devastating one at least.
Yeah. Before Alberto jumps on, Stuntman Griffin is in the chat, man. And he brings up a good point, man. You know, we really can't look at it in that way. Revisionist history, you say Devin didn't beat him, but he did. We can't start taking wins away from fighters. Otherwise, every controversial fight in history means absolutely nothing.
People don't talk about how great of a fight that was. It's a little pathetic.
I mean, but it is true. At the end of the day, who won the fight? Who
I
got
mean,
the
yeah,
end result?
and at the end of the day, it was a terrific fight.
It was a really good fight, and it was a close fight.
I thought Loma won, but it was
close.
Yeah, it doesn't take away from Devon's win, and yeah, Loma lost. I thought he won, but yeah, that is another fight which gets called a terrible robbery when it isn't.
It's not, man. People got this shit about robberies. You can't consider a close fight that could have gone either way a robbery. Like we not true fight. I'm just saying in general, it's frustrating. Like we've addressed this so many times. Like we really have to understand what a robbery is and what a close fight is.
I got a different take on that though. If I
wasn't
can.
a robbery.
Okay, but this is what I call a robbery. Well, yeah, you see close fights like that, and a lot of Canelo fights recently were close with like Trout, with Lara, with Triple G, even with Mayweather and Bivol. But what makes it a robbery and why it never goes away is because of the scorecard. You could say, "Oh, it was a competitive, cool." That competitive and close are two different things. But when you look at the scorecards, and when somebody had Canelo having a draw versus Mayweather, that's okay. There's something crazy there. The score, when you see the scorecards way lopsided for Devin, I'm like, yeah, that's a robbery. That's just the politics in play. And I'll tell you one more example that why it never goes away. Whitaker Chavez, that was a robbery, right? They can say, oh, well, he got the win. He got the win. Nobody ever brings up that win without saying, nah, he lost that fight. So robberies never go away. They're always mentioned. Those kinds of wins always have an asterisk.
Right, but again, my point is, if it's a one-sided victory for one guy, but then the other guy gets the decision, like you brought up Chavez and Whitaker, I do think that's considered one of the biggest robberies in boxing history. I do think the first, in my opinion, the first Bradley and Pacquiao fight. I thought Pacquiao won that fight. I think a lot of people consider that a robbery. But I mean, fights that are close, that realistically, and I'm not talking about, I see what you're saying, the angle that you're taking with the judges. I'm talking about getting the fight right? If it's a close fight, that realistically we fans are gonna debate. You got a lot of people that actually thought Devin Haney won that fight. Then you got a lot of people that actually thought Lomachenko won that fight. That tells me that fight was so competitive and so close that it could have gone either way. In my opinion, those are not robberies.
Right, where motherfuckers be like, "Oh my god, that was a robbery. What'd you have? I had a 7-5. Like,
I had a 7-5.
You fucking idiot.
If there's a swing round, there could have been a fucking draw. How is that a robbery?
Exactly.
Like, that makes no sense. Like, we gotta. That's what I'm saying. Like, we've had this conversation. We're trying to educate our people here, man. Alberto, you there or what, man? Because then I gotta move on. Because Stock Chasers is trying to get in.
Yeah, I'm right here. I just came back. Johnny. I was literally about to unmute my mic. So let me say this, right? I want to stay on the topic. No, I got you, Johnny. So let me say this, right? Because is Errol Spence a Hall of Famer? I mean, if they have Sylvester Stallone, why not let my guy EJ up there, man? I think that
different category.
Is that even true?
Yeah, but it's not in a boxing category.
That's a fact, Johnny.
Right.
It's a contributor as a contributor.
Right, yeah, it's not as a competitor.
All right, because I didn't know that to be true.
But the thing is,
like,
okay,
is that even true? I thought y'all were trolling.
No, that's true. But like I said, not as.
So maybe y'all can enlighten me. Is there a category for like commentators? Because I be seeing like Bernardo Ozuna got in.
Contributors.
Okay.
Yes.
Writers.
Yes.
Okay, so if those guys can get in and they never laced them up, I think that makes EJ. I don't think Errol. See, that's the thing. I don't think he's a first ballot. I'm sorry, but I think he eventually makes it in when it starts to get thin, and it's like, okay, is it him or Errol? Because if he's in there with like who's retired around this time, like a Canelo or like AJ,
Usyk.
I don't think. Yeah, Usyk. Oh man, no. Yeah, Errol's not getting in, but. If it comes to like a weaker class, I could see him getting in, and you know, I think just on the impact he had on the sport. What was that, Johnny?
No, let him finish, y'all. Let him finish. Yeah.
Oh, okay, my bad. I saw you go like stop, so I was like, okay, let me. So let me say this, right? Errol Spence did give us a lot of great fights. You know, he had a run, man, when he was collecting those belts. He was a unified champion. Yes, he was only a one division champion, but how many guys in boxing don't even become a champion? How many guys in boxing don't even get a secondary title? A name that comes to mind is Jose Zepeda. So I think that Errol Spence should make it into the Hall of Fame, and that you know, just because of this era, he also was a name. Like, how are we not going to let him in when, you know, he kind of defined the 2010s, in my opinion. Him, Keith Thurman, all them guys, right, at 47. So, Bud, Shawn Porter, I think those guys should get in. And I think Shawn Porter should get in on the note that he was a world champion and now he's in the media. So, that guy has done a lot for the sport of boxing, and I think they should all get in, man. They did what they did. He came up short against Bud, but I mean Canelo did as well. So losing to an all-time great like Bud is no smut on his resume. I say let the man in. And you said Stock was on the panel, Johnny?
Yeah. Before we get to
Stock, I thought I had two. I thought I had 2 days
Alberto,
until I was getting cooked.
Your mic is loud.
Yeah, what's up, Johnny?
Oh, your mic is really, really loud. Again.
Hey, shout out to Sylvester Stallone, man. I just saw Rocky again today.
But because my mic sometimes.
Oh man.
Yeah, I just saw Rocky again today, man. Yeah,
He
has a new movie coming out. There's a new one coming out. It's a movie about how we made Rocky and and that guy looks like him and he sounds like him.
Looks
crazy.
Like
so he's gonna have a biopic of someone playing Sylvester Stallone.
Alberto, we gotta pack you up, bro. Your mic is bad.
Yo, that movie had everybody wanting to box, bro.
Hold on,
Johnny. Can I just get Stock Chase's response to me, and then I'll be on my way. He said I was getting cooked. He said I had 2 days. Stock.
Your mic
What's
is
up,
bad.
homie?
Can I let me
Can you try whispering?
Let me translate. Let me translate. Stock Chasers. Alberto,
bro,
wants to get your take. First of all, I question if that's even Alberto.
I'm gonna keep it 100.
But he didn't. He was on it.
Listen, man. Shout outs to my boy Alberto, but that fucking mic, I don't know what the hell you saying, bro. And I refuse to talk to you with that mic. So I'm gonna holler at you later, bro. We'll talk later, my boy.
Yeah, Alberto, that's bad. You got to fix that. We got to pack you up, bro.
All right, Johnny, I'm gonna hop off. My bad, Johnny. I don't know. Like my mic sometimes works good, sometimes it doesn't. Johnny,
Dude, can you
salute. Hey,
just
Johnny.
leave if your mic is that bad?
We got you.
Yeah,
we
no, for
got you,
sure.
Alberto. Yes.
Johnny.
I forgive you. I forgive you. We got you. I got you. You still my
Right.
guy. Jump off. Please.
It's like don't say you're gonna jump off. Just do it.
Just go. Get the fuck. Nah, I like Alberto. That was a good take. Go ahead, Stock.
Yeah, I love him. It's just that mic.
Now listen, man. I think, man, let me tell you, man, it's real disrespectful what's going on in here tonight. You feel me?
Whoa,
We're supposed to
being
be up,
disrespectful.
bro. We supposed to be up here talking about the big fish,
We
man
were.
down, Errol Spence, and we up here talking about Lomachenko, bro. Bro, what are we doing here, man? This guy just had his final fight, man.
Right.
Laid it down one more time in the 12th rounder, coming off 3-year layoff. Didn't get knocked out. He was up in the cards for about 3 rounds, and then it went to shit. But at the end of the day, fuck it, man. Let me tell you why Errol Spence is a Hall of Famer, bro. When we think about Hall of Fame, you guys just want to look at what accolades. Errol Spence is bigger than the accolades, bro. This man is a cultural icon, bro. He literally carried boxing in this country, made waves in the streets for real. Every corner of the United States was rooting for Errol Spence, except maybe some people was rooting for Crawford in that fight and shit. But at the end of the day, bro, let's not forget the wins, man. Had great wins, knocked on every door, took them belts one by one. And then he happened to run into what I consider maybe top 5, top 10. That's how I look at Bud Crawford, bro. I don't care what no one says. Even though I picked Canelo to beat him, it was a big mistake. It was a big mistake. And at the end of the day, yeah, man, hit me with it, man. Hit me with it, man. But listen, I'm gonna keep it 100, bro. Like I feel like when it comes to the Hall of Fame talk, like somebody like Lomachenko. He needs superior accolades because when we think about, not to take nothing away from Lomachenko, but we're talking about correct me if I'm wrong, Errol Spence, he sold out the Dallas Cowboys shit. Didn't he sell that out one time, or maybe I'm tripping?
Which fight are
I
you
think he
talking
did,
about?
right? Was that Mikey Garcia fight at Dallas?
No, he didn't sell it out, but he
didn't sell it out, but
he did over 40,000 2 times.
Okay,
But where
all
was
right.
that, Vega? Was that at Dallas Cowboy Stadium?
Yeah.
He did Mikey and Ugas, over 40,000 people bought tickets.
Okay.
40,000.
Listen, that's my and I just let me because I sent my boy a happy birthday yesterday, but let me send him another happy birthday in person. You feel me, my boy Vega? Wishing you lots of success, more life, and just what I'm saying, longevity, baby.
Damn, yo, Stock.
Appreciate it.
Somebody sent $50 to pack you up, bro.
Wow.
Oh yeah, it's cool, man. I'm out. I'm gonna holler at y'all. Yeah.
Sent $50 to pack up Stock, bro. What is going on?
Damn.
What are we doing, bro? He just got up here. Guys, I don't even know what to say, man.
Really?
Pack Stock up, man. White Mike Beats with the $50, man. Damn, I don't know if Stock will say thank you. Holy smokes. He just got up here. And he was trying to get back on topic.
Yeah, shout out to Stock.
Wow.
Again, I don't think anybody, certainly nobody here, is disrespecting Spence. It's just
not yet. Just wait.
And I was the one that brought up. I brought up Lomachenko and Golovkin as comparisons. I didn't talk about them over Spence. I was just talking. Yeah, but I understand if some people feel that there should be no debate, which is fair, but this is why we have our channels, because there is debate.
Hey, look, man, Johnny. Hopefully, I can make you another $50, man. It is what it is, because people know I only come in with the truth, man. This is what I always do. But people don't like the truth.
We talk about the truth.
Yeah. And I think that the name is very fitting for him, because the truth was fucking revealed. Like, the truth is Errol Spence wasted his fucking potential. You get what I'm saying? So, like, look, when it comes to him being a Hall of Fame, they got Rocky in the fucking Hall of Fame. Why? Because influential fucking impact or some shit. I don't fucking know. So I guess if people want to say he was influential enough or a big enough figure to just throw him in the Hall of Fame because of that, fuck it. But at the same time, when it comes to other shit, like I don't know, like we've seen people with like about the same resume or whatever get in, but at the same time, it's still not even the same, because even Triple G, like when people try to say, well, Triple G got in, and like, yeah, but 20 consecutive fucking title defenses, bro. Like, Errol Spence didn't have nothing fucking close to that. You get what I'm saying? Like, and he just stayed at one weight class. And like I said, his name is very fitting because the truth was exposed. Like, the motherfucker, like, I don't know, he was a nerd his whole life and wanted to hang out with people, so he was getting drunk and getting high to fit in with a certain crowd. And what did that end up doing? Wasting all his fucking potential. I think Spence was actually a really good fighter, but the truth is always going to be revealed. You get what I'm saying? When you're out drinking and smoking and doing all this dumb shit that you shouldn't even be doing, even if you're not a fucking fighter, in my opinion. But now you're a fucking fighter at a top level, trying to compete against these other guys that are doing everything they got to do in the gym and putting everything they have to put into their body the right way. You know what I mean? No bad shit in their body. And now you're trying to compete with these guys is going to end in fucking tragedy. You get what I'm saying? And I think the truth. Yeah. So the truth was just fucking revealed. So his name is very fitting. But look, brother, there's a lot of questionable things around Spence. But I mean, shit, I don't know. I think we've seen people with less fucking credibility get into Hall of Fame, so I wouldn't be surprised. At the end of the day, I don't care if he gets in or not, because politics will be politics. But I just every time I think of Spence, I just think of ruined potential. You get what I'm saying? Like, and he did it to himself.
Exactly. And somebody said it all hating, and it's not really hating, bro. It's just like we're just pumping the brakes and bringing it back to reality, because some people are throwing it up way too many notches, right? So when I think of the inactivity and just he was no Mr. No Tune-Ups, because he just went into the mode where he just hardly ever wanted to fight.
So here's my question to y'all. So we judge, we pass in judgment on whether a guy should go into the Hall of Fame about what we think he should have accomplished that he didn't, or what he actually did accomplish.
No, well, he didn't accomplish. He didn't.
Well, what ifs? He didn't accomplish this, or he wasn't as good as we thought, or whatever it is. Again, I'm paraphrasing here. I'm not, but why don't we kind of hone on what he did? Like in the beginning, I actually talked about what he accomplished and who he beat, and the fact that he was in a welterweight division that we could all agree was much more competitive than it is today. Like, I'm not getting where y'all going with it.
I mean, it's still one weight class, though. It's still one weight class. And the reason why I bring up the wasted potential, the reason why I bring up
in the Hall of Fame for doing the same thing.
Yeah. But look, the reason why I bring up the wasted potential is not just because, like, oh, let's judge it based off of his outside of the ring activities. What I'm saying is that he didn't accomplish as much as he should have. We're talking about accomplishments because of what he was doing outside of the fucking ring. So it has to be brought up. It has to be mentioned. Like when we talked about, bringing up amateur records, bringing up fucking Olympics, bringing up, like, a lot of things have to be brought into the picture. I don't know, like, I personally think he's gonna fucking get in because boxing is politics. Spence was a popular guy. You get what I'm saying? Like, we've seen less popular guys. Who the fuck keeps yelling?
What the hell was that?
Anyways,
something.
So,
Javon.
Yeah, so we've seen guys with less popularity and less accomplishments get in. So I do believe Spence is gonna get in. But hey, man, we're here to fucking break it down and just tell the truth. You know what I mean? Shout out
Yeah, I
to the
know. And
truth.
somebody said before you that everybody's rooting him on all four corners of the globe, and I'm like, no, he wasn't that known. I'm in Texas. I'm 3 hours away. People don't know who he is over here, bro. He's like one of those commodities within boxing and maybe a little bit of the casuals, but he wasn't really as popular as some of these guys making it out to be. And y'all are really taking away shine from Mikey Garcia off of that crowd, because Mikey Garcia sold probably about half that crowd in Dallas, and he's from California.
But he lost.
So
He
what about
got
when he fought
dominated, bro. That
Yeah,
was a
I know, but
one-sided
when they
defeat.
talking about the size of the crowd, and it was only about like 45,000.
I
You know what I
think it
mean?
takes two to tango, though, Hitman.
Well, yeah,
You
what
not giving-
Pacquiao did like 60 and 70. Pacquiao did like 60.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Pacquiao did like I went to both of those
No, he
fights, bro.
didn't.
What are you talking
They
about? I
didn't
went
do
to both
60.
Pacquiao fights.
Listen, what are you talking about? No, he didn't.
I was there, bro.
I don't care if you were there. No, we didn't.
Jake Paul. I was at the Tyson Jake Paul. Jake Paul, Tyson did more. Like they
but you
they
said
sold it out.
Pacquiao. You said
They
Pacquiao.
sold it out. Pacquiao did more than Spence. He
No,
did
he
more than
didn't.
Spence. Yes,
No,
he
he
did.
didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he
Look it
didn't.
up, bro.
No, he didn't.
Margarito
No,
did
you
more,
look it up.
and with Claudia
You're
he did more.
lying.
The
Look it
Claudia
up.
fight was
You
higher
are
than the
wrong.
Margarito
It wasn't.
one. It
It wasn't.
Go look it up, bro. I was
No, no,
there.
no, I'm
I don't know
telling
what
you, it
you're
wasn't.
arguing about with somebody
No,
who's
listen,
actually to
so
all
this
these
is the
fights.
thing. No, listen. I'm arguing with someone that's just talking. I actually did look it up yesterday, and the announced crowd wasn't proper when they went to the Texas Commission and did the actual ticket count. So shut
Okay,
your
bro.
fucking mouth and we can move on. How about that?
Okay, bro. Whatever you say,
'Cause
man.
all
I
you
was
been
there.
doing is
I was
talking
there.
Your bullshit. Doesn't matter if you were there. You counted everybody? What the fuck does that mean you were
Dude,
there?
why are you getting emotional, dude? Why are you
I'm
getting
not getting-
emotional?
did you-
Yeah, you
okay,
are.
okay.
Calm down, bro. It's
Did
just
you
this is
count
boxing talk.
everybody? Did
Just
you
boxing
count
talk, bro.
everybody there?
Hey, drink some
You
water.
were there. Did you
Drink some
count
water, bro.
everybody?
Drink some water.
Did you count everybody?
No, they announced how many people are there, stupid. When you're there, they say how many people are there. They announce the attendance. They're on the screen. They say how many people are there. Come on, bro.
That's what shows the actual numbers. They did
Jesus
the actual
Christ.
ticket count. It was 7,000 less than what they said. 5,000 less.
It was less
You
than
drink
50,
some
dude.
water. You know what? Eat some brain food because you need it.
Yeah, I mean, they don't always do that, but I know when I was at the Legion Stadium for the Bud and Canelo shit, they're like, we have 73,000 some whatever the fuck they announced the attendance. But look, we fight all night. Hey, look, does Bud get in without paying them fees? Fuck no, nigga, pay them fees or you not getting in the Hall of Fame. The fuck? Every time we see
wrong with you?
Bud, we running down for the
What's wrong
fees.
with you, bro? Now all of a sudden, a qualification to
motherfucker
get
need to
into
pay
the
his
Hall of
fees.
Fame is you don't pay
need
your
to pay his
sanctioning
fees.
fees, bro. Like when
Nah,
did,
that's facts.
when did it
Hey,
stop
hey,
becoming
Johnny.
what you accomplish in the ring?
Hey, Johnny, look, if you're a pro, Johnny,
what ifs,
Johnny,
bro, I'm not putting
Johnny,
him in the Hall of Fame because
if you're a pro,
this person or he didn't fight
yeah,
this
Johnny,
person.
Johnny,
or
if
he
you're a
didn't
pro,
win 5 titles, he won 3. Like, come on, man. It's about
Johnny,
what you accomplish.
if you're a pro weightlifter, if you're a pro weightlifter, but
you breaking up, bro.
Haven't paid
The
your
boxing
gym
gods are
membership,
hitting
you don't
hard
get
right
in
now.
this shit. Get the fuck out the gym.
Now.
So you're saying that
Yeah, can you hear me
Bud
now?
shouldn't be in the Hall of
Okay. What I was saying is, look, he needs to pay them fucking fees because you could be
He's
a pro
retired.
weightlifter,
And you still
win all kinds of
talking about
competitions,
sanctioning
win all kinds of competitions. But if you haven't paid your weight fees, get the fuck out the gym and your picture gets ripped off the wall. Fuck that.
Oh man.
This guy's
Yeah,
definitely got a
fight sport.
vendetta against Bud. By the way, sorry for
I
sneezing
got something
earlier. I tried
against
to mute.
Steve's.
He
I
didn't
got
pay
something
his
against
fees.
Steve.
I didn't know he
Steve's
did.
and fucking. I have something against Steve's and people who don't hold up to their word. Because if you people don't fucking realize,
Yo, Johnny, this guy's just trolling.
Trolling. What the fuck you talking about?
You're trolling.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You're losing
Nigga,
your mind about a nitpick.
Don't start with me. I ain't trolling shit, nigga. What the fuck you talking about? This is real life shit, nigga. The
Hold
fuck?
on,
I
we got
only
another-
operate
another
morals and
backup.
principles. The fuck?
White Mike just paid $50 to pack Hitman up. What the fuck is going
Oh,
on?
dude, it's funny. All right, guys. See y'all later.
Lord have mercy. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust.
What's up with White Mike wanting to clean everybody off the panel?
He probably wants to clean the panel so he could jump on.
Yeah, fuck it. Hey man, somebody pack
Damn,
my
I
ass
thought that
up
one
too,
was
man.
for Javon.
Yeah, I thought it was too. I was hearing them saxophones. But look, man, I ain't
White
fucking
Mike,
worried
hold
about
on,
it.
hold on. gotta drop the bomb. I appreciate the $50, but damn, bro, everybody's getting packed up, bro. What is going on? G-Fonz is probably next.
Yeah, that's facts. Hey man, because all I do is speak the truth, and this is
But
what
you're
happens.
not
Hey,
speaking the
no,
truth.
yeah, no, Johnny, look, people don't realize a lot of people. Hold on, Johnny. Hold on, Johnny.
Fees a criteria for
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Hall of
yeah.
Fame.
I hear you.
That's
But
not
Johnny,
the
let me
truth,
go back.
Yvonne.
Let me go back to the truth part though. A lot of people end up cutting people out of their lives. Why? Because they told them the truth and they got mad at their friend, their real friend, for telling them the fucking truth. That's what the fuck happens when you speak the truth. You get called a hater. You get called all kinds of shit. But the truth will always be the fucking truth. And at the end of the day, Bud promised Mauricio to pay certain fees.
So
Bud
let me
promised
ask
to
you a
pay
question.
certain
You're
fees
a
and he never
betting man,
paid
right?
them shits. He's
You're
a
a
fucking
betting
thief.
man, right?
He's a
You're a
thief
betting man.
and he ain't about his fucking word.
You're a betting man, correct? So do you want to bet me that Bud doesn't make into the Hall of Fame, and I bet he does, regardless of the sanctioning fee bullshit?
Nah, he's gonna get in, but who the fuck am I? I'm just saying.
So why would you even blabber that? It makes no
Exactly,
sense.
but at the end of the day, at the end of the day, somebody.
Crawford fan.
No. I hear you. I hear you. But somebody in the chat asked me, "Do I think he's gonna get in without paying the fees?" And I say, in my opinion, I would not let the motherfucker in until he paid his shit. The fuck, he a thief, nigga.
Your opinion don't mean anything.
Fuck all
I'm
that
just
shit.
Asking you to, but why don't,
exactly.
So why don't you bet
None
on
of
your
our
opinion?
opinions mean shit.
So
what the fuck? None of this means none of this shit.
You're right.
Vegas' opinion don't mean shit. Your opinion don't mean shit.
Your opinion means a lot. Your opinion means a lot. So bet me on your opinion. Because when we pick fighters,
none of our opinions mean shit, nigga.
That's not what I said.
The fuck, Errol Spence gonna get in the Hall of Fame regardless, and he a piece of shit too.
But
this guy's just trying to. This guy is just trying to troll.
You just heard that, right? But he's not a butt hater, but he just
fuck
called him a
up.
piece of shit.
Who the fuck is trolling, nigga? You know who the fuck you talking to?
You don't even
I ain't
know
never been the type to
personally.
troll you, bitch ass nigga. The fuck you talking about?
Me? You calling me a bitch?
No, he's talking to me because I'm calling him.
This Australian bitch ass nigga. I ain't never been the type to troll, motherfucker.
He's not
I ain't never been the type to troll. What the fuck you talking about?
Come on.
This
Don't
guy
do
is
that.
trolling
Don't do that.
like a little
Don't
girl.
offend somebody
He's
like that.
acting
Don't
like
do
a
that.
little girl.
Shut your bitch ass up, nigga. Go slap yourself, hoe ass nigga.
Don't do that. Don't do that. First of all, he's not Australian. It has nothing to do with race.
I don't give a fuck what this nigga is.
Fucking race into it.
That's not even race, Johnny. Are you dumb?
Well, whatever.
That's nationality.
He's not fucking Australian.
Nigga, I don't give a fuck. He said,
do your fucking research. He's not Australian.
Man, fuck all that shit. Fuck this nigga.
Come on, man. Stop this shit, bro. We just going back and forth with fucking opinions, bro. You arguing over an opinion.
Yeah,
that's
what he doing.
Because of an opinion.
Yeah, I hear you, but this nigga talking about I'm trolling.
You don't hear yourself?
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I'm giving my opinion, nigga. What the fuck? If you a thief and you don't keep your fucking word, give a fuck, then kick me off, Johnny. The fuck? I don't give a fuck, nigga. The fuck? At the end of the day, I'm giving my opinion. If you don't, if you a thief, if you a thief and you don't keep your word, nigga, you a bitch, nigga.
Yeah, this guy's just trolling. Can we?
What the fuck does that have to do with the conversation?
The fuck are you talking about, nigga? Stop talking about all that trolling shit. Learn to have some morals for once in your life, you bitch ass nigga. You ain't no fucking man.
I'm saying that you're trolling because you're an emotional child.
You need to seek Jesus, bro. You talk about Jesus. You really need to read the Bible, bro. Really, you're way too fucking emotional.
Man, don't tell me shit about the Bible, Johnny. What the fuck you talking about?
Why are you angry? You talking about a guy you never even met. You don't even know Bud Crawford personally.
So what?
All right.
But he a thief. He a thief. He a thief. That's facts. He didn't keep his words. That's facts.
Right. And because of that, he's not going to get into the Hall of Fame. So
no. What I'm saying, no, I'm telling Johnny, are you not listening? I said he's going to get in, but I wouldn't let the nigga in. Fuck?
But you don't. But again, your vote doesn't count.
Exactly. None of our opinions matter. So what the fuck are we even doing on the panel? Close the fucking panel down because none of our opinions matter. What the fuck?
No, I just think your opinion is just mute based on what we're talking about.
Yeah, because it's not your opinion, so who gives a fuck, nigga?
I'm not the only one that thinks your opinion is bullshit today. It's not just me. I'm not picking on you.
Yeah, well, somebody got to pay the 50 to fucking pack me up if they think it's that much bullshit, nigga. I don't give a fuck. Whole ass nigga want to talk about trolling. I ain't never been the type to fucking troll shit, nigga.
Hey, what's happening, Johnny? I just got a question. where's that thief talk coming from? I missed that whole bit.
Oh, God.
He didn't pay his fees.
Trolling.
Bud
This guy's
didn't
just
pay his sanctioning fees. And by the way, now we do have an Australian in here, so cool out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. The fuck?
No, I just read the question and I was like, well, I should just come on the panel to say yes, because like that motherfucker getting in, that motherfucker Spence getting in.
Yeah,
I'd be
that's
shocked if he don't get
that's what I'm saying too. I'm saying he's gonna get in. I'm saying I wouldn't let him in. Y'all not listening? The fuck?
Nah,
Okay,
we heard
you
about
don't.
it.
No,
That's it.
there's
wait,
nothing
wait,
to listen
why
to.
do you
You're just
think-
trolling. You're trying to get
let me
people
ask
mad.
something. Hang on.
How
hang on,
am I
'cause
trolling?
Listen,
I'm telling you, I wouldn't let him in.
Stop. Listen, don't say that he's trolling because it's just
Lingo,
gonna set
man.
him off. Don't say that he's trolling; it's just gonna set him off, right?
You hey, hold on.
Let me just
You let known thieves in your house?
Yeah.
Hang on.
I'm Puerto Rican, bro.
So
everyone's a thief.
why
in my
does
family.
why does Errol
You
Spence,
steal something from my house, you ain't never coming back to my house. That's facts, nigga.
First of all, let's reel this in,
I'm
boxing.
stealing a
Link.
candle.
Reel
why
this
does
in.
why does Errol Spence not paying his fees mean that
It
he
has
doesn't
nothing
get
to
in
do
the
with
Hall
Errol
of Fame?
Spence, bro.
Nobody says Spence, but
He's talking about Bud
Exactly.
Crawford,
We talking
and I
about
don't even
Errol,
know why
man.
Bud Crawford entered this conversation.
On a bud hate
Also,
this week.
just real quick, just real quick. Hang on.
Yeah.
How the fuck do I turn this shit around?
Whoa.
Yeah. Fuck all that. Actually,
What's going
fuck
on?
all
What you
that.
got? Oh shit! Look,
I got some cool shit.
what's that?
We got some cool shit. That's autograph, orange holographic, fucking 1 of 25, Oscar Collazo.
Nice.
Okay.
But that's unrelated. Nah. So I got some cool shit today. It took me a year and a half to get my hands on some boxing cards. I thought I should show off on the platform. No, but with that said, Spence the Hall of Famer. And on the Bud thing, why does him not paying his sanctioning fees mean that he's not a Hall of Famer?
That's what I said.
No, hold on. You guys not listening. Vega, are they not listening? I said he's getting in. He's going to. I would not let him in. I wouldn't. Because you didn't pay your fucking fees. Part of your legacy is being 3 times undisputed, right? But you're not technically 3 times undisputed because you never paid your fees.
He
Why does that
never
make him
ever
not
in his
technically
career
3 times
paid his
undisputed?
fees. That's what you're saying now.
No, bro,
What-
Johnny, come on. You doing that right now, Johnny? Is that what I just said?
I'm just saying.
Yeah, but does that really devalue from the great nights that he gave us and the great things that he
But
accomplished?
that's what I'm trying
Hey,
to say.
all I'm saying is I'm not gonna reward a fucking thief and somebody who don't keep their fucking word. Y'all go ahead and keep fucking promoting and encouraging the bullshit. But that's like I said, this is why a lot of people get cut. This is why a lot of people cut people out of their lives because they tell them the truth and they don't want to fucking hear it, nigga.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny?
hang
You're
on.
the only one promoting it because the fucking topic is not even about Bud.
What are you talking about? Johnny, somebody in the comment. Somebody in the comments asked about Bud.
Comments. You always read the comments.
They asked specifically, G-Von, what do you think about Bud not paying his fees and getting into the Hall of Fame?
And fight with the comment people then.
Facts, Vega. Facts, Vega. I'm here for the people, nigga.
G-Von. And look, I get yelled at by Coach Bermudez. Stop cutting G-Von off. His opinion is valid. I never he's entitled to his opinion. I just don't agree with it. I think it's stupid.
Bermudez is a real motherfucker. Bermudez is a real motherfucker because he sees it for what the fuck it is, man.
Drama. He just likes the crash outs like all these other dudes are like the fucking crash outs that you do. That's all it is.
What are you talking about? Bermudez be hella chill, man. He chill. Anyways, man.
Yeah, he's definitely a fire starter. Fuck out of here.
Exactly, bro. He's a fire starter.
Hey,
you know
hey,
it,
Johnny.
I know it.
Hey, Johnny, all I know is I was asked my opinion, and no, I would not let the motherfucker in. Y'all keep letting you guys keep letting thieves and people who don't keep their word in your house if you want to, but I don't give a fuck. There's family members, and I'm talking about fucking what do you call it? Like direct fucking immediate family. I don't let in my fucking house because you did some fuck shit, and I don't fuck with you, nigga.
But he didn't steal from you or anybody that you know.
No, yes,
you're
but
talking about the sanctioning bodies. I mean, I don't really respect the sanctioning bodies.
He didn't steal from your aunt. He didn't steal from your
Hey, I was asked the question and I said I wouldn't let him in. He's gonna get in. He's gonna get in.
So I got you. No, I got you. Link, what's up, Link? You want to bring us back home or
let
what?
Link talk, man. G-Man, we got enough of you.
Yeah, my bad.
I don't know what it is.
The fact that nobody pays $50 to pack them up is crazy work.
Hey, Johnny, you know what it is? It's because you're pretty much saying fuck your chat. You said, man, stop reading the chat. Fuck the chat. That's what you said. You said fuck everybody in the chat. Johnny said fuck everybody listening. Johnny said fuck all y'all niggas.
You see, hold on. You sound like Coach Bermudez now. That's not it. That's not what I mean. But if you're on here,
that's exactly
right, and you're providing opinions, breakdowns, or whatever, concentrate on giving the people, what you're up here to give them, which is like, why are you reading the chat? Like, the chat's gonna hate on you.
No, they asked me a question. I answered the question. Simple.
All Link did was call in and talk about boxing, man.
Link, go ahead, you up, man. We got a couple of other people that want to
Fuck, I do. Also, Johnny, I don't know what it is.
What up?
Could you
Every day.
unmute because I'm having audio problems. I specifically can't hear you. I just want to see if that'll fix it.
What do you mean? Say that again?
Because I can hear everyone else.
He said he was having audio. He was having
audio issues? I could hear him clearly. He can't hear us?
I think that's what he's saying.
That it might be on his end.
Yeah, you guys can hear me, right?
I can hear him. If you can see me, you may have to jump out and jump back in because I can hear you clearly.
I gotta jump out.
Yeah. Mr. Pack Up is up here. I'll pack you up, Mike.
No, man, I only did stock like that because he timed me out on Play Show.
I was about to say where that came from.
So I got 50. I can do that shit.
How do you
and
know?
And then I was trying to alleviate G-Von going the fuck off by packing up Hitman. I wasn't trying to pack up G-Von. I was trying to pack up Hitman. I was just trying to alleviate and get it back to boxing. So I was like, okay, well, this
salute to Mike who's breaking down the pack ups right now.
Let's get him out of here. You know what I'm saying?
You're actually breaking down the pack ups. That's what's
that's all I was doing, fam. That's all. It was just a little payback because when I asked Stock, he tried to act like he didn't know. And I know moderators, when you time somebody out, you can see that shit. You know who.
So it was him.
So he keeps saying, I don't know. He obviously he either don't want to snitch or he was the one who did it. And so I told him, I said I'm willing to let bygones be bygones, right? Like I know we got out of order with each other. You feel what I'm saying? But I'm willing to just go ahead and let that shit go if you are. And I'll pay the 50.
He said you capping, bro.
And no, I told him, I said I'll pay the 50 if he'll tell me who did it. But you trying to act like you don't know who did it, so like it's all good.
All right, well, he got to live for another day. He done. Yep. Can I say? Yep. Rules are rules. He said you.
Well, yeah, man. Bud is definitely a Hall of Famer, but I kind of agree with you.
That's not the topic.
I think we've exhausted.
We care about Bud. I don't care about Bud.
I think Vegas' eulogy of Errol Spence, right? Because it could be a Hall of Fame speech, but like technically the way that Tim Zoo packed him up.
Eulogy.
Hey, it's a eulogy. You know what I'm saying? So the eulogy was great, and it kind of exhausted the topic. So
I can't wait to go back and clip that eulogy.
Let's move to a different topic.
I'm clipping that shit, bro. I'm making that shit into a short, bro. And then I'm tagging Errol Spence, and he gonna come on here for an interview because of Vega.
And when Errol dies, just play that.
Hold on a second. We gotta let Lynn go. Mike, don't go nowhere. We gotta let Lynn go, man, because he just jumped on and then he was having sound issues. But you see what I'm saying? This is what you're doing, G-Von. Coach Bermudez with the $2.
Doing that shit again.
Hold on. Someone send. Where's Coach Bermudez' name? Hold on.
Someone send a super chat.
Got the crispy lineup on the beard too. He said, "Stop cutting G-Von." Oh no, that's not one. Whoa.
There's another one.
There's another one. Yeah. Coach Burrito to try said, "Me and G-Von love the chat. Johnny don't."
That shit is a 2-pack of ass.
How? When I put most of the chat comments up during the show.
Nah, fuck that shit. Yeah,
reading the
that's
chat.
facts. That's facts.
No,
I love
bullshit.
the people. I just don't fuck with y'all. I just don't fuck with y'all, but I love the people.
Go back and watch because I'm commenting constantly in the chat. When all y'all dudes are talking and nobody lets nobody else talk. That's what I'm doing. I'm reading the chat. I'm commenting in the chat.
Hey,
so
all
that's
I know
bullshit.
is I love the people. I love the people. I love the people. I just don't.
I just don't get into drama with the chat. Like the hating stuff, I ignore it. Why? Because
No,
I'm on the panel. Like
no,
I don't want to.
that was a question.
I don't
You
want
don't
people
think
to
that was
watch the
that was a
replay and be
valid
like,
question?
no, I don't. Not because
Why
it didn't
not?
pertain to the topic.
Well, I mean, people been talking
Whoa,
about
whoa, whoa.
Loma. People been talking about Loma,
I
Mikey
mean,
Garcia.
we veered off to the left a little bit. I ain't gonna
Yeah,
lie, but the
okay.
first 2 hours, of the show was
And
on topic.
regardless, they were asking about Bud and the Hall of Fame. So we're talking about Hall of Fame. But I guess if we're only going to talk about
You know what's
Spence,
funny?
let's not even talk about the people he fought. Let's only talk about Spence. He has a nice little rat tail. I like that little tail. It's pretty nice. Nice tattoos.
Hey,
nice
bro,
tattoos.
that look like a piece of dookie hanging from the back of his head, bro. Like,
hey man, only talk about Spence though. That's all I know. Shit.
no,
That's what y'all doing now. That's what y'all doing. Yo, let Link get his shit off. Let Link get his shit off. Look at
my
what
bad,
time
go
is it?
Link.
You see what is it? It's 12:10. The fucking crazies come out.
I was just trying to go and lighten the mood.
Shit, okay?
Listen real quick. So my shit laggy as fuck because single people keep dropping out. So like I'll be talking to you guys and then like G-Von will drop out and everyone else I can hear, or like Johnny will drop out and everyone else I can hear. So while I got the microphone, while I got the talking stick, if we value that shit over here, Spencer's a Hall of Famer. AJ's fucking washed and needs to retire. Fury would kill him as it currently stands. And Tim Zoo versus Spence went about how I thought. I didn't get to say this because I didn't get to do a review yesterday. I just got on the ship, so it's been a bit busy. But yeah, like, I mean, really, Johnny, like, has anyone come on this panel and said that Spence isn't a Hall of Famer yet?
Yeah, one guy got packed up because of it.
Oh damn, we had some crash outs. Damn. No, I don't get why someone would say that he isn't. Like,
but Link, is he a first ballot Hall of Famer though?
No, I wouldn't say he's like, because I like when I look at his career, I wouldn't say that he's like a pound for pound great, but I would say he's a divisional great. Like in the history of welterweight, there's a period from 2017 to 2023 where everything you see is loomed over by the Errol Spence. Because if we're being real, even though Bud held a belt at that time, the champion in the division, at least from 2019 onwards, was Errol Spence.
Yeah.
Until he lost to Bud. You know what I mean? So it's like,
yes, we know what you mean.
So it's like, yeah, I think that exceptional champion. I mean, as long as he was able to be active, then he got derailed by injuries. He's actually at welterweight. His run's similar to Donald Curry in the post Leonard welterweight era in the 80s. He unified 3 of the belts, only lost to a pound for pound great, and then when he was past his prime later on. So it was like, yeah, fucking easy Hall of Fame. Easy. First ballot, no, but I mean, who would his competition be in 3 years? Like who's retired recently or who hasn't got in that you think would get in over him?
Well, that's a good question. But let's say hypotheticals. I don't know if you heard earlier, but let's say his contemporaries, right? Danny Garcia, Shawn Porter, Keith Thurman, they're all eligible in the same year. Does he get in before them?
I mean, but wouldn't Bud be qualified for the same year? He retired the same time.
Well, I'm talking about.
So Bud
answer
retired.
the question first, please.
So yeah, we'll get on Bud later. I don't believe that any of the 3. You mentioned Porter, Garcia, and Thurman, right? Those are the guys
Garcia, Porter, and Thurman, correct.
And that was Danny Garcia?
Yes.
And I know fan perspectives are higher than the actual Hall. In my opinion, none of those 3 are Hall of Fame.
So meaning Spence gets in, but the other 3 don't. So he gets in before all of them.
Yes,
no, I'm talking about Danny Garcia, not Mikey Garcia.
I mean, even beyond, like, even if they were to get in the Hall of Fame, yeah, he'd absolutely be picked over those 3. I got no doubt about that. He's got just as much, if not more, name value than any of them. His run was just as long as any of them, and he unified all the titles and was a relevant player in the pound for pound conversation for longer than any of them. You know what I mean? So he's got to get in before them.
So, real quick, G-Von, now let's answer your question. You wanted to bring Bud into the equation?
No, I was just saying, like, if Bud is being brought up to Hall of Fame same time, like Bud's gonna get in way before.
Nah,
Spence.
he didn't pay sanctioning fees. Errol Spence definitely gets in before him.
Johnny,
don't start, Johnny.
Johnny, because like I said, you're
Johnny,
not
did you just
listening.
say that right?
I would not let him in.
Don't do it.
I mean, look, Link, you get it. I wouldn't let him in, but I'm saying he's gonna get in.
The difference between Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence as far as Hall of Fame is one is a first ballot, the other one is not.
Yeah, I mean, Bud is first ballot.
I don't agree.
Yeah,
I think Bud shouldn't get in. He ain't pay sanctioning fees.
You don't.
No, I kind of agree with G-Von about
that's trolling.
About the moral part of it. I agree with G-Von about the moral part of it, but as far as
I mean, if you're talking about the chat, Johnny, they pretty much all agree. They pretty much all agree. The thing is, like, fucking, like, he's not 3 times undisputed. It is what it is.
Here's my thing though. With that.
Whoa, wait, can I read this real quick? White Mike with the $50. He brought stock back in. He said, "My gesture stock is all in good fun." Unpack stock, Johnny. Yo, stock. You could come back, bro. Mike, you crazy.
Yeah, let me borrow $50.
I appreciate you, brother. Man, that means a lot to me, man.
Looking at
I have a good job. Hey, Vega, man, if you work out in
the link finished
for a living, but you live in Florida, so there's a lot of branches out there, bro. Like, you can use me as a reference.
No, I'm good. I don't know business, but I mean, I'll take $50 no matter what.
Hang on one sec. No,
if you don't need it, you don't need it.
Go ahead, Link. Let Link finish.
But Bud's not same year as Spence, I don't think, because don't they go from your last fight rather than your retirement announcement?
I think it's
Bud's fight is within the calendar year.
The only reason I say is because Triple G didn't announce, like, his retirement wasn't apparent until he was elected into the Olympic Committee. But when they went for his Hall of Fame thing, they went like the 3-year buffer period based on his last fight, which was 2022.
Well, I mean, Bud's last fight was in September of last year, and Spence's is in July of this year. It's not even a year apart.
Yeah, I don't know how. Do they just go by the year, or does it actually?
I don't know.
36 months.
I don't know.
Because yeah, like, to my mind, I think that
I don't know. It's 3 years, but they didn't say if you gotta officially announce your retirement. But I would think it's you gotta announce your retirement because that's usually how it is in every other sport.
Well, because that and this is what muddies the waters for me, because Triple G didn't announce his retirement till like a year and a half after he had his last fight, but they measured his Hall of Fame based on his last fight. So I don't know what they'll do, but I mean, yeah, Bud would naturally get in over Spence. Like, that's no doubt about it. Now I want you to elaborate on something for me, G-Von. So when you say him not getting in due to belts, do you mean the belts not being on the line, or they shouldn't have been, diminishes it, or is it just the moral standing?
No. That's just me talking about moral standard. Of course, he's gonna get in as far as accomplishments, and at the end of the day, even if they don't credit him being 3 times undisputed, he beat Canelo. You get what I'm saying? So he's gonna get in regardless. So my whole thing is just on the moral aspect. Like, I wouldn't let him in just for the fact that this is the business of boxing, and everybody has to operate and work together. And so we all know that when it comes to Hall of Fame, a lot of the things that have to do with getting in are usually what kind of accomplishments you've done. You know what I mean? Not just who you beat, but accomplishments, and so they always talk about belts, right? WBO, WBA, WBC, whatever the case might be, but belts are always brought into the question. And then if you have a sanctioning body that you're going around playing games and already didn't pay fees for one fight, oh, don't worry, I got you on the next fight, and then still don't pay, and then all this other shit is whatever. So on a moral aspect, I'll be like, man, fuck this dude, he's not respecting the sport. You know what I mean? Because whether people want to acknowledge it or not, the sanctioning bodies are part of the sport. Like the belts are one of the biggest parts of the sport. Like, yeah, we talk about who beat who and we want to see the actual matchups, but at the same time, to say like the belts don't matter at all that's just bullshit.
Okay, so with the moral standing, do you go like to shit that you've done outside of the sport, or is it only morals to do specifically with the sport?
I would say with the in the sport, because outside of the sport, damn near everybody's a piece of shit. I mean,
Okay,
I've done
all
crazy.
right. No, I get you. I get you. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm not that's too much of a nitpick hill for me to die on arguing against you. So yeah, you got it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Damn,
so
how the fuck everything got quiet?
Hey, we waiting on Stock Chaser's entrance. You feel what I'm saying? Like, look, man.
Well,
For me to be sitting here beefing with somebody on a boxing channel where I'll probably never see you a day in my motherfucking life is the stupidest shit I've ever heard on this motherfucker for real. And sometimes it gets to the point to where people take things personal when we don't know these boxers. We don't know them personally. None of that. So why are you taking it personal? To the point to where we make threats to each other, where we get out of line with one another. We call we call grown ass men out of their fucking name. It's disgusting. It's okay to get on the panel and talk about boxing, but when you get in your feelings and you get emotional and you start breathing estrogen, then there's a problem. And the channel will never grow like that because the sponsors will never come. And that's a fact. There's no sponsor out there with any credibility that will want to sponsor a show where you have people being racist. Even if you're not being racist, you're using racial gestures, you're speaking. And it's okay to be yourself. But when you do it in a position to where you're damaging the situation and you're damaging where we all come and hang out every night, like I've been here every night for like the past 6 months, I think. So it's just my input. You know what I mean? Anybody can take it however they want to take it. You can take it personal. It's not personal. I'm not attacking anyone personally. But just me? General comment as far as like when we get on here, we should be able to discuss boxing. If someone's wrong, educate them. And that's the proper thing to do, right? If we're having a debate, you feel what I'm saying? We're having a debate. Let's use facts. Let's not spin narratives and speak bullshit and bring in the fake news. Nobody wants to hear that.
Is it just me, or did that speech get said with the same cadence as Hector Bermudez? Is it like that? It was spoke with the same cadence, the same pace of everything.
I don't know, but we need Coach on the panel to bring it all back to boxing, bring it all back to leave a level ground. Other than that, you know,
we're on a level
fuck
ground.
Devin Haney. No, we're not.
You know, I appreciate Mike for saying that, because you know that's what I'm trying to do. You know, I'm trying to do big things. I want to let y'all speak your mind, but y'all get crazy. Y'all get crazy.
Yeah,
so hop on the fucking panel.
Yeah, but people automatically like, I don't know.
No,
whatever.
Listen, man, we're gonna have debates, and like I said, Mike, I appreciate that because again, this is bigger for me. You know, I'm trying to build something, but y'all just start cursing and screaming at each other like G-Von when you was cursing at Fight Sport Talk. Like, why?
Yeah, I mean, but you know, I guess I'm just supposed to be like, just because I took it to another level. You know, it's one of those.
Be yourself.
No, hold on, White Mike. Hold on, White Mike. The thing is,
I'll curse at you.
No, I hear you. I hear you, but the thing is, like, when somebody was coming at me, dude was trying to say I'm a troll. Right? People will say, oh, that's not that big of a deal. Then don't worry about how I respond. You can't tell me how to respond when I feel like a certain type of way. You started the shit. I'm going to respond how I respond. You can't say, oh, you went too far. Nah, nigga, don't ever fucking speak ill of me. The fuck? I ain't never been on no troll shit.
He didn't curse at you.
Man, to me, I found it disrespectful because he was trying to say I'm here trolling. Like, when the fuck do I ever troll about my boxing takes?
I
Never.
call you a hater all the time.
Yeah, but you a hater. This motherfucker said like I'm trolling and I'm trying to get a response. I ain't never been like, what the fuck? I'm not doing this for a following. I don't have a YouTube channel. I'm not these fucking gay dudes doing TikTok dances on fucking IG or whatever. Like I don't do shit for a following. The fuck? If I say something, I mean it.
Somebody said this is therapeutic.
Some of these other dudes, they have YouTube channels. Like that dude talking about trolling shit, he has a YouTube channel. The fuck? I don't got no shit like that. I don't give a fuck about none of this. I ain't trying to grow nothing. I'm successful in life. I don't give a fuck about no internet shit. I'm here to talk my shit.
Yeah. What about what Johnny's trying to do, man? You don't care
Exactly.
about him?
Like he has no regard. He just
Jack his
skipped
ass
all of
up,
that.
like-
This is what I'm saying. You're supposed to be my boy or whatever it is, and you just skipped everything that everybody else said. What about doing it to like I'm trying to do like you don't even listen to what I'm saying to what Mike. Like I'm trying to grow here.
No, yeah, and I said I'm trying to be
He said
chill.
he don't care. That's what he said.
No. I said
You said you trying to be chill. That's trying to be chill.
Hey, I'm being chill right now, right? The fuck? I don't know.
Not even that though. Like,
all right. Well, what are y'all going
like
for?
Deep down, right? You really don't care.
Oh shit, G-Von.
The intervention spot. This the intervention
You
spot.
don't give a fuck.
He
And
needs
that's
an
cool, that's
intervention.
you.
He really does. But he won't listen to us. He'll start fucking fighting and cursing and screaming.
That's because G-Von knocked everybody out.
Lord,
We want G-Von versus AJ.
No, that's facts.
I want G-Von versus Jake Paul.
That's what I want to see.
That's the fight that I want to see.
Versus who?
I'll pay money to see that
Jake
shit.
Paul.
Hey, actually, real
Bro,
quick,
I don't know.
because
I don't
we
know. I don't know
mentioned
why
AJ.
you keep bringing up Jake Paul, bro. I'll fuck Jake Paul up. I don't know why you keep bringing his name up.
I'm
That's
trolling.
what
I don't want to hear you
see
talk
that shit.
about it. I want to see you about it.
Word. I want to see you fight him. I don't want to
Hey,
see
that
hey, how about this? How about
Let's
this? I'm
troll
about
him for a fight.
I'm about to send him a DM. All you guys send him a DM to and tell him
That'd
to
be
fucking
dope.
fight me.
I
I'm
am.
gonna show you a screenshot right now. I'm gonna send him a DM. Watch this. The fuck?
Can I DM him? You got him on IG to DM him?
I mean, I don't know if he's gonna see it. I'm just telling you, I'm a DM.
He won't see it.
He ain't gonna see that shit. You gotta make that shit live.
But this is why I'm telling you. This is what I'm telling you. You guys tag him in comments or something. I don't know. The fuck? Make it happen.
You gotta show up at his gym one day, like, hey, homie.
Word.
Man,
Fuck
they
it.
will
Maybe I'll
shoot
do that.
He won't.
But
Nah,
shit,
you won't.
what
You
the
won't be
fuck?
allowed nowhere near
Live,
him, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Show up at his gym, like, hey,
When this dude shows up at fights that I've covered, it's like the whole area. The whole area is like off limits, bro. Like you can't even get nowhere near this guy. And you're not even trying to. You're not even trying. I'm not even trying. You're trying to walk past that to get to where the other fighters are, and they still don't even allow you access, bro. Because you're just
You
too
talking about
close
Jake
to
Paul?
where he's at. They treat this dude like the president in these events, bro. With Secret Service.
He's talking about me. So watch him
Oh
out.
yeah,
Ooh.
I believe it.
H-Town, what's good? The $5 H-Town said, Links just said Mike stole coach. Whole flow, he's a biter, respectfully. LOL. G-Von a hater, not a troll. Label people correctly, but we actually truth tellers. I always call him a hater. I never called him a troll.
Yeah, I'd rather be called a hater than a troll. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
Damn,
clearly.
I didn't realize that you really took that shit personal. Shit.
I mean, because dude don't even fucking know me, and then he like talking about, oh, this dude's here trolling clearly for to get a reaction. What the fuck? This is who I am.
Yeah, crazy.
Salute. Let me
Exactly.
Hey,
me read this
chaos.
poll.
That's that motherfucker is pure chaos.
Let me so right now we got over 100 votes. 114 to be exact. Is Errol Spence a first ballot Hall of Famer? So you got in the lead, 47% believe no, he's not a first ballot Hall of Famer, but he gets into the Hall of Fame. 32% believe he is a first ballot Hall of Famer, and 21% believe he is not a Hall of Famer at all.
21%.
So 79%
don't know what the
believes
fuck
the
they're
Hall of
talking
Famer.
about.
Yes, pretty much. 79 to 21 believe he gets in eventually.
21%
Very
don't
interesting.
know what they're talking about.
The 21% is interesting. But we did
Yeah,
get
that's it.
somebody
That
on the
is
panel
interesting.
that made their case. That made
And
their
that's
case
because they
why.
have lesser of the Hall of Fame. Like the Hall of Fame is not really. Like
Yeah.
it's a standard. It's a standard, but
Errol was that guy.
they don't
man,
make
for
it a
minute,
standard
bro.
like it's supposed to be, right? Like it's not really like the best is like going to get into the Hall of Fame. Like it's more political. Like the Hall of Fame is, different, but Errol Spence getting into the Hall of Fame, especially being at one division, and
It's also
so
it's very American.
We got
he's a
somebody
UFC
with
champion,
background noise. Who is that?
but
Turn your TV off.
put him in the
Y'all
Hall
gotta
of
turn
Fame.
your
Kenyo.
TV down in the back, man.
That's
It's the
probably
accolades
Kenyo,
that's
man.
gonna
Oh
put
shit,
Errol
Kenyo's been
Spence in the
back
Hall
here
of
for a
Fame.
minute.
Not
Yeah,
the
I mean,
No, I
look.
just
First
brought
of
him
all,
up. I just brought him up.
yeah. Shout out to
Hello?
Chevy in the
Hey.
comments.
Hey,
She likes
hold
being
on,
here.
hold on. Hey,
And Kenyo,
hey,
Kenyo,
wait.
you better not fucking Kenyo, you better
you
not
know
fucking
what
talk
time
about
it is,
Tank.
bro. You know what
Oh,
time it
come on.
is.
We
You know
ain't
what
talking
time
about
it is.
fucking Tank, are we?
You know what time it
Yeah,
is.
don't
You
talk
know what
about
time
Tank.
it is, man.
God.
The best fighter in boxing, bro.
The freaks come out at
Errol Spence
night.
Jr.
Yeah. Don't even worry about it. That's my little son, man, little Pablito. Yeah, but hey, bro, hey, calm down. I'm talking to my boys right now. He's climbing up the wall.
He said he's climbing up the walls.
Yeah, he does this little thing where he climbs up the wall, like he puts his arms on both.
I mean, that's
You
called
might
that
want to
nigga
handle
Spider
that, bro.
Man. What the fuck?
You might
He
want
said
to
he
handle
does
that,
this
bro.
thing.
Previews for the new movie coming out.
Hey, he said he does this thing like everybody just naturally, casually walks up walls. This motherfucker tripping.
Yeah, no, that's his little thing where he goes up the wall. Hey, no, you got all your birthday presents, man.
Can you show me, but on camera? Like,
You want me to put you on camera?
Oh shit! Nigga, hold on.
Nah, he ain't getting on camera. He's crazy. Nah, he ain't getting on camera. He's not getting on camera. No, go back with your mom.
Say, leave me alone.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Kenya, what's up? What brought you up here? Is it something G-Von
Man,
said?
hey, man, we all know Errol Spence is a Hall of Famer.
Word.
Okay, so let me put it to another comparison. So
Oh,
you have Messi and you have Ronaldo.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I compare it to. Bud is,
I don't watch soccer.
Okay, well, Bud is.
I don't watch soccer either, but I don't know if I agree with that yet. But I'm gonna let you finish. I'm gonna let you finish because from what I understand, I'm not a soccer player. You talk about the two best players in soccer.
Okay, yeah, and I'm talking about in their era. I was just meant in their era. Like, yes, Bud may be Messi, but Spence is Ronaldo. Nah.
Vega, you got to respond to that when he's done because you watch soccer. I don't.
No, Canelo's more like Ronaldo, to be honest.
I actually, Canelo is probably the Messi of the sport, and then I would give.
Oh, God.
Okay, so no. If we're going this route, bro, because I almost packed you up.
you already cooked yourself, nigga. Get the fuck off. Get the fuck off.
Whoa. Who you almost packed up?
The Australian guy.
Be polite. Boxing
New
link.
Zealand.
Oh
yeah, but I was is he Australian or no?
Who you talking about? You talking
the
about
guy on here now?
Yeah, you talking about me? You talking to me?
No, he's not talking about you. I think he's talking about Fight Sport Talk.
Yeah, who's from New Zealand?
And he's from New Zealand. He's not Australian.
Hey,
y'all
bro,
gotta chill with
up.
that.
Back
Call
up
each
to the
other by
phone,
your
bro.
names.
Okay, but
how hard is that?
I was gonna.
Some motherfuckers be having a long ass name, bro. Some motherfuckers have a long ass name.
What you
Fuck
want
all
me to
that
call
shit.
you a Mexican?
Yes.
Oh, the Mexican on the fucking panel or
Yes.
whatever. No,
Yeah,
but I don't do that. I don't do that. I don't think that's fucking.
Shut up, Puerto Rican. All right, my bad. Look.
Nah, I was finna
can't even
pack
get
up.
mad at
I
him,
was
bro.
finna pack up. I wanted to pack up. There was two guys I wanted to pack up.
Who?
I wanted to pack up Hitman, and I wanted to pack up the guy with the New Zealand accent.
But you didn't.
I still pack him up. Don't worry about that. I'll pack. Johnny, you know I done packed up. You know I done packed up guys on this channel before. But no, I was gonna pack him up, right? And I was like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna pack him up because I want the show to keep going. That's the only reason I didn't pack him up. But other than that, I'm like, bro, this guy's boxing takes are trash. Absolute trash. Everything he
So good.
Hey man, don't disagree with me in front of everybody.
Hey man, put that kid to bed, bro. The hell.
He said, "Don't disagree."
What are we doing?
Johnny.
What are we doing?
Johnny, you
What?
got the power.
All right, but no, but no,
I'm trying. You know me. I let everybody live, Mike.
basically, my boy
they
Errol
let you know
Spence, is really the truth, bro. Like what did he tell Bud? He was like, "No, I need to rack up these belts," and he racked up 3 of the belts. That's what real dudes do, like in the sport of boxing. Like he didn't come at Boots like he didn't come at Bud like the way Boots is. It's like, yeah, man, I got a belt. I got 2 belts off of a green guy named Danny Garcia. Now I'm ready to call you out. I remember seeing Boots get walked past right by Bud. Bud walked right past him and he didn't even say nothing. I'm like, bro, you ain't gonna call him out. You're on camera, and Boots and Bud is walking right past you, and you don't even say nothing. You just smile.
But Bud didn't say nothing either.
Okay, but think about this: who's the prize? Who's the prize at this time? Is Bud the prize or is Boots the prize?
At this point, I don't know. Fuck them. I don't know. Let's get back to Hall of Fame shit. What the fuck?
I don't know. Your wife should be the prize. Hey, bro. What's up, man?
Fuck?
Salute, Vega. Hey, Vega, happy birthday, my dog.
God, you always bring H-Town on with
Hey,
me, man.
bro. Hey,
always try to go at
man, let me talk to y'all guys. You ever done something fucking stupid? Because I just did something stupid, bro. I thought my little boy broke the fucking 60-inch TV in the living room. That bitch kept on turning on and off. I was like, man, what the fuck is wrong with this shit? This shit is broke. So I said, fuck it. I went to Walmart, bought another 60-inch. I come back, start setting up the new TV. I go to move the old TV. The fucking back plug was just loose. So now I got 2 60-inch TVs sitting in the fucking living room. What the fuck, man?
Return it.
I mean, H-Town, bro.
Nah, man, I don't return shit.
We already knew you were slow.
Put the other
What's
one in
the
the
point of this story?
bedroom. Upgrade.
It's crazy.
I'll put it in the back room, though.
Yeah, put the other one in the bedroom.
You just discredited every take you're ever gonna have.
Bro, I was like, what the? Hey, I don't know why. Because the TV never act up. I was like, man, what did he do to it? I was like, man, fuck it, man. I ain't going to be fucking with this all night. I said, I'll just go buy another one.
So when did that happen? After you jumped on the panel earlier?
Yeah, after I hopped off, I was like, man, what the fuck is wrong with this TV? Because he was trying to watch cartoons, right? So I checked up, going on and off, on and off, on and off. And I was like, man, what the fuck? And I was trying to go to the settings. They wouldn't let me go to the settings. And I was like, man, this shit burned out.
H-Sound, Big Money said, put him in the bathroom.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Hey, I don't want your money touching my money. What's the matter?
All right, so hey, but all I'm saying is that Spence is definitely
TVV people. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be pulling a fucking who was it? Who's the guy that calls in the shower all the time? God damn, Cliff.
Shit.
What? Hey, what?
I don't know what the fuck you talk about right there.
Yeah, he done called in TV multiple times in the bathroom, bro. It's just crazy.
Yeah, he taking a shower, taking a shit. Yeah, he probably called in here. He probably called in here on the bed on his knees and shit. Hey, look, man. What the fuck were you saying though, Kenyo?
Well, no, my whole
point. Why would you encourage that shit, Devon?
No, I don't encourage it. It's happening. But yeah.
Nah, but hey, I'm telling you, you guys can't deny Errol Spence has a Hall of Fame career.
I mean, bro, it's arguable.
How?
I mean, have you not been listening to the show all night?
I've been on the show. I've been on the show since Johnny got started.
Okay, then.
Oh, by the
Then
way, the shower guy is Cliff. Y'all talking about Cliff?
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. So then, Kenyo, do you not hear the arguments that both sides have?
What? No, I
Yeah.
didn't. What were the
Okay.
arguments
Well,
back?
this is my whole argument when it comes to Errol Spence not being Hall of Fame. Like, he made Bud's career.
What?
Do you think that if Bud didn't get the Errol Spence
Hey, Johnny, you got
fight?
the power.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, no,
Hold
he's
on,
right.
hold
He's
on,
right in a sense
hold
because
on. If Bud don't get the Errol Spence fight, do you think he has a Hall of Fame career?
Yes, he was already a Hall of Famer.
I mean, he would be a Hall of Famer, but he wouldn't have the fame he has today amongst the novice fans. So in a sense, you're
That
right.
that doesn't really
The
contribute to a
only
Hall
guy
of Fame
only
case.
guy
Though.
that's being honest
exactly
is H-Town, as usual. As usual,
I mean,
H-Town
I
the only
mean,
guy
but
that's being honest.
Kenyo, but without
H-Town
Bud,
is a Bud hater.
Kenyo, but
Bro,
without Bud,
Bud used to be my guy, bro. Come on, Johnny.
Hey, look, without Bud,
Yeah, keyword used to.
You also got to take into account though that Bud is Spence's biggest name on his resume.
Hey, Johnny, I can't respect the man that don't pay his fees.
Because Bud beat him.
You on that shit
Like,
too?
of course, because Bud beat him, he became his biggest name on his resume. But
No,
he had
because of
Shawn
his
Porter,
accomplishments. Because of
Mikey
his accomplishments. I'm
Garcia,
not talking about
Ugas.
I'm not talking about popularity. None of that shit. Because Bud has never been a big ticket seller. But what I'm telling you is Bud is the most accomplished name that Spence has on his resume.
Okay,
Agreed.
and if you think about it, and if you be honest with yourself, Mikey Garcia.
Bud is more accomplished. What the fuck are you saying right now?
No, we're not talking about more accomplished, bro, because Bud's
That's what the
career
fuck I'm talking about.
What I'm saying is Bud's career became more accomplished after he beat Spence. What I'm saying is Shawn Porter, Ugas.
I mean, after that he just fought
Mikey
Mazinov
Garcia.
and then Canelo. Yeah.
No, bro, but you're not listening. You're just talking. You're listening to respond, but you're not listening to the facts.
Damn, he's saying you're doing what females do, dog. That's crazy.
Yeah, if you're listening
That's
to
crazy.
the facts, Mikey Garcia.
Kenyo's just cooking himself though. I'll allow it. Continue.
All right. So you got Mikey Garcia, Shawn Porter, Ugas, and the rest of Spence's career, bro. He knocked off everybody.
When Bud fought Errol Spence, was Errol Spence undisputed at that time?
What?
When Bud fought Errol Spence, was Errol Spence undisputed?
Errol Spence had 3 of the belts.
Was he undisputed?
He was not undisputed, so it was no.
No.
The answer was no.
Has Bud been undisputed before he fought Errol Spence?
No.
Yes.
Where?
Yes.
Oh, at 140?
140, bro. Come on, man. Oh, Jesus Christ.
See, okay, let me chime in.
No, I thought we were talking about 147.
Coming into the Spence
All right, are we
fight,
talking
Bud
about
is,
at 147 or 140?
do motherfuckers
obviously
not learn?
Bud was obviously
Bud is
was
a 3-time undisputed champion.
Y'all gonna make Link curse somebody out?
Do motherfuckers not learn? Like, what is it with you motherfuckers? Like, you listen to someone else, speak, it's fine. But when I'm trying to say shit, oh yeah, no, let me talk about over him, just because I'm trying to have fucking polite back and forth. Jesus Christ, like
Curse
shut
him
the
out.
fuck up. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah. Trying to be polite. Go.
Let me chime in real quick. So, Bud, like, when we look at his career coming into the Spence fight, WBO and Ring Magazine, lineal lightweight champion, right? Was legitimately the best lightweight on the planet. Was generally regarded as that. 140, not a particularly strong division, but the best that you can do in a given era is beat all of the guys available. Bud did that at 140. He unified the division, moves up to 147, wins the WBO strap. With the dominance case that he had across the weight classes that he had competed in, with the titles that he had won, with the people that he had beat, he was Errol Spence's best and most highly rated opponent he had ever fought coming into that. That is an undisputable fact. He was the highest rated pound for pound fighter that Spence ever stepped into a ring with. And I'm not and let me finish. Let me fucking finish. Let me finish. I didn't remember hearing me stop speaking. This motherfucker, even if you don't include what Bud was rated at after that, his pound for pound ranking coming into the Spence fight was the highest rated opponent that he had ever been in a ring with. Therefore, he is the best opponent Spence ever fought.
Okay,
Even
can I
pre-fight.
jump in, Link Vaughn?
Okay, but is Spence the best opponent that Bud has ever fought?
No, I mean, I think what Kenya's trying to argue is that. Hold on, buddy. Let me get in here real quick. Let me get in here real quick.
Y'all gotta stop screaming over each other.
Yes or no?
One by one.
Answer the question. Is Earl
Yeah,
Spence
I agree. They were both each other's best opponent. Okay,
right now?
But what I believe. Okay, bro, relax.
You say Earl Spence is better than Canelo?
Relax. Let me get in real quick. Now I'm trying to help you out. Let me help you out. Jesus Christ. Nah, what he's trying to say, I think, is more in the popularity, is getting known by the masses. I mean, accomplishments. Bud was already a Hall of Famer with his accomplishments. He was the first in the 4-belt era to become undisputed, amongst the men. So he's going to be a Hall of Famer regardless. But as far as we could say that the Errol Spence fight made him a bigger name and gave him the opportunity to get bigger fights.
Mute your mics, please, if you're not speaking. It's
Yeah, it's who's that, man?
Sorry, that's me. Sorry, that's me.
Bad
Let
podcasting,
me mute.
Okay, like I was saying, as far as him becoming a bigger name in boxing and him getting bigger opportunities and bigger fights like the Canelo fight, yeah, that was brought to you by Errol Spence. Because Errol Spence had the popularity. He was the name guy. He was the one that was hanging out with rappers. He's the one that had the whole crew. They had the little crew where they were all partying together all the time, and they were the PBC boys. It is what it is. They were the most.
I don't necessarily think it.
And then I'm gonna mute myself. So
Okay,
they're contemporaries, right? Did Bud fight him first, or did Earl?
I mean, you know that Earl got the opportunities first because Bud was being blocked out. I mean, that's irrelevant.
So Earl fought Shawn Porter first?
Yeah, I mean, he was being blocked. He was literally being put in a corner. He can't play with nobody. Yeah, and it was partly his fault because he resigned. But, I mean, that did happen.
The only thing I will say is, in my opinion, I think Bud would have gotten the Canelo fight regardless, even if it was somebody else that he beat for undisputed. Like he was already, so now he became 2 times undisputed. And now, so it was already being argued, oh, Bud's actually the best fighter. And regardless, like, you know what I mean? I think Bud would have gotten the opportunity to go up to fight Canelo, even if he didn't beat Spence. But that's just my opinion because regardless, he would have been.
I don't think so, Devon,
because Bud held hands. Bud held hands with Turk Al-Ashik on stage when he fought Majid.
Yes, so he would have had the fight. So he would have gotten the fight. So he would have gotten the fight regardless without Spence. That goes against your own point. Like I said, every night you cooked yourself, nigga. Get out of here. This is what I do.
Yeah,
we got 2 people in the back, and I'm not bringing 10 people up here, so we need to flip out a couple of people, man.
All right,
just real quick.
I just got up here, Johnny. I just got up here, Johnny. Cook some of them other guys.
Yeah, I guess I'll hop off, bro, because I can't let my boy Vega on his birthday hop off.
No,
fuck it off, man.
No, you got it, Vega. I'll be back. Damn, I'll be back on a little bit.
All right.
Did anyone,
this is what drives me
when
crazy
Jevon
about
thought
the
that he
whole
was getting interrupted, did anyone hear
Johnny.
the engine revving?
Johnny,
I
you
heard
need
that
to cook the
motherfucker.
Australian guy,
Jevon, I heard
the
that
New
shit.
Zealand guy. That's the guy that's been up here for
You
too
heard it.
long.
You heard it.
Who you talking about?
I heard you ready to get
He's
fired
not
up.
here no more. He's not here no more. You keep talking about him. He's not here. He left.
Okay.
No,
As long as he's gone, I'm good.
Jevon, no, we got Jevon, Mike.
Jevon's still here. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Stock Chasers is back.
Thank God.
Courtesy of Mike, and Treese is here. We got new blood, man. Y'all gotta let them cook, man.
Yow. Come on, man. You know what the fuck going on. What up, though?
Stock Chasers is after you, man.
I'm in and out like a robbery. Shout out to Food.
After who?
I just wanted to ask one question to you, Johnny, real
I
quick.
can't hear Trice.
Is Sergey Kovalev a Hall of Famer? Boxing Link, talk to me as well. What y'all think?
I probably say yeah.
Word. Okay, that's all I want to know, because I'm hearing a whole lot of
what y'all
fuckery.
Think? What you think? Yeah.
I say yeah. I think Sergey Kovalev a Hall of Famer.
I don't think so. But
no.
I don't know.
Damn, that's a good question. You caught me off guard with that, man. I like to do a little bit of I want to let it marinate, but I would say off the top of my head, probably yeah.
I mean, I don't think so. Just because he beat some guys, but he lost the Ward, he lost the Canelo. I don't know, man.
Who's this?
At one point, he was the most feared man, bro.
Kovalev.
Yeah, because I can't hear the question.
So listen to this. Unified light heavyweight champion, 3-time WBO champion, championship record 17 world title bouts, 13-4 with 10 KOs in those fights. Yeah, he's a Hall of Fame.
Bingo. That's all I want to. I just wanted to throw a little bit of a comparison.
Not first ballot though. I don't think so.
I'm not saying first ballot. I'm just asking.
No, I agree. Not first ballot. I agree with that.
Yeah, I'm just asking if you're Hall
of course he's not, because he's been retired longer than 3 years, right?
And he still hasn't been.
So
no, he's still been active. He just had a fight last year.
No, he's not retired. You're right. He just fought recently.
If we'll find out after 3 years after his retirement.
I don't think he can win first ballot though.
That's his resume right there. That's his accolades, right? Which your accolades is going to determine if you're a Hall of Fame or not. So with Errol Spence, the problem is there's no multiple divisions. He has not been a champion in multiple divisions. He's only been in one division. Now he has 7 successful title defenses. He's 8-1 in championship fights, right? He dominated the welterweight division. He was top 5 of world pound for pound. That's kind of a good Hall of Fame resume. Is it a first ballot Hall of Fame resume? No.
I don't disagree.
That's not going to get him.
I'm not going to give him. Hey, I'm not going to. Hey, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm not going to give him first ballot. But when you think of his career, it's like
Johnny off.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, let him finish now.
Okay, sorry, Johnny. I didn't mean to disrespect, but
no, you good.
But like when you think of Errol Spence, it's like, what did he do for boxing, bro? Like y'all are discrediting what he did for boxing, bro. Everybody,
but we're not.
No, not you, Johnny. I'm not talking about you, Johnny.
What did he do?
I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you, Johnny. I'm talking about motherfuckers that's trying to discredit what he did for boxing.
What did he do then? Enlighten us.
Y'all gotta realize we got other people that want to go. So answer real quick.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up quick. Johnny. But look,
we got Malcolm in the back.
This is my whole thing. It's like my whole thing is like y'all favorite boxers wasn't putting eyes on the sports. Like my favorite boxers put eyes on the sports. Errol Spence, Bud,
Tank. We know you gonna say Tank.
Yeah, you know I'm gonna bring up Tank, but I'm just saying they're ones.
This motherfucker's out of
when we was showing up at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Johnny.
No, what I'm saying is when we was showing up at Buffalo Wild Wings, to watch fights.
Who the fuck's watching fights at Buffalo Wild Wings?
Not me.
Yeah.
But can we gotta let Treese finish and then Stock and then we gotta fight Sport. Like we got mad people. Y'all gotta let
go. I just want to throw a
I'm gonna have to throw 3 minutes. I'm gonna have to throw a 3-minute on here because nobody wants to let anybody go.
I just wanted to throw that comparison out there with Kovalev. If guys is telling me that Kovalev is a Hall of Famer, Errol Spence is certainly a Hall of Famer. Shout out to Errol Spence, and I felt like when he was boxing, you couldn't talk about the welterweight division without mentioning his name. That's how I feel about the NFL. Like a guy is a Hall of Famer to me. If we talking top 5 at the position, and you talking about a position and you can't not mention that guy's name, that guy's a Hall of Famer. It's that simple. But shout out to DHS. You feel me? Midwest Mafia shit. We back this weekend. We got Charles Conwell this weekend, man. That's a hell of a card. TNT Boxing, The Zone. Tune
Tomorrow
in,
night,
gang.
Trees. That's the show. Well, actually, tonight. It's not a tomorrow night.
Tonight, say less.
We're doing the breakdown. We're doing a breakdown for that card.
Can't wait. I'm going to be on. You already know how we rocking, man. Y'all be cool, man.
Salute.
Yeah, you're going to have no
and
college
Big Money, you get back to work. Big Money, you owe me, man. Y'all be cool, man.
Stock Chasers. You back, man. You back.
Y'all.
Back like he never. What did they say? Back like a crack
Back
addict
like
or
I never
whatever
left.
the fuck?
Back
Stock,
at it
what's
like
good?
a crack addict.
Hell no. That's out from the Bay, man. We don't do that shit. But yeah, nah, yo, listen, hold on, let's keep it 100. Bro, listen. Just to get this shit out the way, bro. I don't time out dudes for nothing. And that wasn't me, and I don't know who did it. Nah, this for White Mike, because I don't know who did it.
So let me say this, right? That's cool and all, right? Like, if you don't know, you don't know.
Go ask Clay.
I did get timed out on that shit, and my suspects is you and Don. So whoever did it, right? I know when you do it, that YouTube shows you who did it, and you was in the chat, you was reading the chat. So
everybody has a wrench. But look, let's not talk about another channel here. At the end of the day, I wouldn't do it because I would tell you whatever to your face. But you went to a Zuffa channel talking shit about Zuffa. So what did you expect?
A Zuffa channel.
No, I just said all I said was that there was probably a 2,000, 4,000.
He got a fucking point.
Attendance, right?
Bro.
That's facts. That's like going to TBV talking crazy about Devin. You're gonna get packed up.
It wasn't that packed in there. Like it looked that way because of the camera angles and the production. That's TKO. Like the WWE does it all the time. But there was probably no more than 4,500, maybe 5,000 people in there. That's not a lot of people.
Mike, what did you expect?
Where you can pack in 10,000, 11,000, 10,000, 11,000 people. Bam sold 10,000 in Arizona.
Why Mike's not trying to listen? Why Mike is not trying to listen?
Yeah, he's not trying to listen. I don't want to change the subject, but Mike, what did you expect, bro?
Better. That's what I
expected. You expected better? Nah, hey, White Mike, Stock had a point, bro. That's like going to TBV. That's like going to TBV talking about Devin. Ness is gonna boot you, bro.
Y'all know I thought Clay is my dude, but they rock with Zuffa.
That's all I said.
That's like pulling up to DHS and calling Brian Oman Jr.
Hey, but it's all good.
You're gonna get timed out. You're gonna get sniped.
That shit is not fucking. We don't do that here. Stock chasers.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Hold
and
on.
I'm willing to spend 150.
Hey, man, that's like pulling up to the blood neighborhood talking all this crip shit.
It's not a problem. Like.
Yeah.
Hey, that's like pulling up to the Bloods talking all that crip shit, and then you wonder why you get packed up, bro. The fuck?
That's the bell. Neutral corners, y'all. Hold on. Let me just read a couple of super chats. H-Town with the $2. Because I'm getting criticized in the chat because I'm not reading super chats, but I'm letting y'all cook, man. H-Town said, I got off for these journeyman bad podcasting. I just asked for volunteers. I didn't kick nobody off. I'm asking for volunteers. Y'all gotta be nice because I'm looking at it like this. The ones that been here the longest, y'all should just let somebody else get a turn. Like,
okay, I got you. I got you on.
Don't
let
me kick somebody off. Just let's be nice. Like, guys, we got 7 people here. We got 2 people that want to jump on. Can we get 2 people to jump off and let somebody else get a chance? That's all. Yeah. Common sense.
All I know is I agree. Trees being a journeyman, but Stock, that's my guy. Stock's not a journeyman.
Yeah, but we've been asking for Stock to come back for a while. So hold on. Let me just read this one, and then we're going to give Stock his time because, remember, he got packed. And then we got Fight Sport Talk, who wants to, obviously, he wants to respond because he was called out. Hector Bermudez with the $2. He said, I need 3 minutes, and I need to come forward back. First of all, Coach, you never take 3 minutes to break anything down. 3 minutes takes 30 minutes. But you're more than welcome to jump on.
He just needs 3 minutes.
No, but you know it's not going to be 3 minutes.
Hey, give him his
You
3
know
minutes.
It, and I know it. So cut the shit, bro.
Hey, Johnny,
never breaks
see
anything
what
down
I'm
in
talking
3
about?
minutes.
See what I'm talking about? He
What?
even drops a super chat to say something, and Johnny's like, "Man, fuck you, get out the chat."
I didn't say
this,
that.
This is how much Johnny don't fuck with the chat.
I didn't
This
say
crazy.
that. I'm just saying I'm calling cap.
Hey,
I know. Be honest. You say you honest. When does Hector Bermudez break down anything in 3 minutes? Go ahead. Don't glaze. Because now you sound like a glazer.
Every time.
You sound like a glazer.
Every time, 3 minutes or less.
You capping. Go, Stock Chasers. He's definitely fucking capping. But go. I'm gonna let that one slide. Go, Stock Chasers. You up and then
Nah. We need Coach Bermudez to come up here and let us know the update on Rohan, the Dominican Demon
That'll
Polanco.
take 30 minutes.
Well, we need the 30 minutes from Coach. And that's straight facts, because everybody's getting fights except Rohan. I need to know what the is going on, man. And all the Dominicans getting packed up left and right. Rohan Polanco is the last one left. He's the last of the goddamn Mohicans. I don't care what nobody tells me. Lord have mercy. But yeah, look, real quick. Me and White Mike, listen, man. It is what it is. We got into that spot. But we good, bro. You know what it is? I don't take shit personal, bro. You know what I mean? So it ain't nothing personal. We went back and forth. We grown men. You know, you packed me up and you brought me back. We good, bro. I didn't time you out, because if I did, I would say it. And I don't know who did, because I wasn't looking at the chat. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, we good, bro. Ain't no hard feelings about that shit. But at the end of the day, bro, let me ask y'all a question. How did Timothy Bradley get inducted into the Hall of Fame? Someone tell me, please.
Two division world champion, beat a Hall of Famer in a non-controversial fight in Marquez, and he just beat better competition than Errol Spence.
Congratulations, you cooked yourself, Stock.
And he also
bro,
beat
hold
Manny
on.
Pacquiao. Even though people don't agree with it, he has Manny Pacquiao on his resume as well.
Yo, bro, that Manny Pacquiao. Look, we remember the Manny Pacquiao fight as a robbery, bro. Straight up.
I didn't stop.
Devin Alexander. What was that?
Tell me the names. Tell me the names. No, I'm waiting for the names.
Hey, but when the Hall of Fame is looking at that, they're not looking. They're not looking about whether or not if it was a close fight, if it was a robbery.
Yeah, they're looking at the official call.
What they're doing is they're nitpicking your accolades. So if you talk
All right,
about
hold on.
right, he's
Let
a
me
world champion,
hold on.
unified
I
lightweight
responded.
welterweight champion, 2-time WBO welterweight champion, and he's 9-2 in 12 world title bouts. That's something that they would look at. They would look at your accolades, and that's just a little bit of his accolades.
Yeah.
He's got an
Yeah,
amateur
fight sport.
career.
After Mike is done, let fight sport go.
Even his competition during that time.
Go ahead, fight sport.
He beat undefeated Lamont Peterson and Alexander, who would both be world champions. He beat Junior Witter to become a world champion in the first place. And I didn't even mention the Pacquiao fight because, that was a robbery. But Provodnikov, he was a very worthy contender. Marquez, Hall of Famer, and that was not a controversial fight. And he did it in 2 divisions. So, he's not an elite Hall of Famer, but he deserves to be there.
Oh, listen. No, I'm not saying he shouldn't be there. But what I'm saying is everybody on this panel could vouch for me. What cultural effect or what cultural stamp did Tim Bradley leave? Not now, because he's making more noise now as a podcaster than he ever made while he was a boxer. Am I lying?
This is a different standard you're talking about. You're talking about the impact he had on the sport. We're talking
that
about
matters.
resumes.
No. Listen, that matters. Go look up what matters when you go to the Hall of Fame. That's the criteria, bro.
Well, the criteria about Spence getting in due to his resume, he deserves to be there. But you asked about Bradley. You can take the Pacquiao win away from him, and he's still got a better resume than Errol Spence.
Okay, but listen to me, Fight Sports. I'm not saying that he shouldn't be. But what I'm saying is if he made it with zero cultural impact, because that motherfucker left zero cultural impact, and then we talking about big fish, Errol Spence, that people are now looking for another fighter because that they held on to Errol Spence through the 3 years, bro. I saw motherfuckers losing hella bread betting on him because that's their guy. People calling in, damn, I gotta find. Listen, hold on. Cultural impact, and that matters when you're looking at, bro. Overall resume, yeah, he's in there. You know what I'm saying? When you think welterweight, where does Errol Spence sit as top welterweight in history of boxing, bro? Let's come on, man. Like, why we gotta make it so hard and so easy for others, bro?
Well, who are we making it easy for? We're talking about Spence here, and you're asking where does he stand in the all-time welterweights? He's not top 10 or top 15 because you've got names like...
That's what they mean by cultural impact. So, like, what they actually mean by cultural impact is like fighter of the year, memorable eras, star power, and trailblaze.
Okay, you're talking about it.
That's not something like they're not looking about like whether or not if they changed the culture or they brought anything to the culture.
They're not looking at ticket sales and shit.
Stock chasers. Stock. Vega's right, bro.
We're talking about cultural impact and historic moments.
Tim Bradley's resume is better than Spence's resume, bro.
Yeah.
Bro, hold on. Listen.
That's undeniable, bro. Like, that's
okay,
undeniable.
but we can't deny the fact that
I'm a Spence guy.
I'm good with Tim Bradley making the Hall of Fame. And I'm also good. Bro, nobody could sit up here. You know what's crazy?
What?
I could bet that he's going to get inducted into the Hall of Fame. Does somebody want to bet me? Errol Spence.
But nobody's debating that.
Yeah, I didn't debate that. I said,
I
is he
told
the
you
first
he's
ballot?
getting into the Hall of Fame, but now you're comparing his resume against Tim Bradley's.
No, I never compared resumes. I said cultural impact. Y'all going with the resume. I never mentioned resumes.
Well, either way, Tim Bradley's a Hall of Famer, and Errol Spence, in my opinion, will get into the Hall of Fame. Whether he gets in first ballot, I don't know.
So let's compare. Okay. Now let's add this cultural impact. What did Tim Bradley leave?
But we're not.
You're trying to move the goalpost.
Doesn't deserve to get in.
No, I'm not debating. No, I'm not debating that, Johnny. What I'm trying to say is that Errol Spence.
Fuck cultural impact. He's going to get in based on his accolades alone.
Bro,
you don't even have to put that into the equation.
But Johnny Stock is like he's got a different perspective on cultural impact. The way that the Hall of Fame actually looks at
Mike.
Cultural
If we were up here,
what they mean by that.
Listen to me. But if we were up here debating, saying that he doesn't get in, but his argument is with the accolades, there's also the cultural impact. It's different.
Yeah, but the cultural impact, that's what I'm saying with the Hall of Fame. But what I'm saying is you're kind of misconstruing what they look at as cultural impact. You're talking about like what has he brought to boxing? That's technically not what they look for. They look for awards, memorable eras, like who did you fight?
But I broke
of the year
down in the beginning. But I broke all that down in the beginning.
Right, historic rivalries. Like they're not looking at what has you actually brought or changed in boxing. Like Michael Jordan, he changed the ticket sales for the NBA, right?
Okay.
Like he brought it cool to be a basketball player, right? Like he sold billions of dollars in shoes and memorabilia and all of that stuff, right?
Okay.
So what has Tim Bradley brought to the culture? That's not something that they look at. What they're looking at is like
they didn't
awards
look at that. They
that.
looked at his accomplishments in the ring. Like I don't even know what I'm not sure what this argument is even all about.
Bro, hold on, because Johnny, stop being defensive. It's not an argument.
I'm not being
defensive. No, it's not an argument. I'm adding to his boxing resume. Because y'all want me to name the names off, I will, or the ticket sales, or the way he sold 40,000 plus at a stadium in Dallas. That's not what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk about there's certain fighters that leave their mark on the culture, and Errol Spence is one of those. So when I got people, not you, but there's been people that came up here and said he's not a Hall of Famer, and I'm like, are you out of your goddamn mind? That's it. Like I'm not here to debate. I'm not debating nothing. I'm giving my 2 cents. Yeah, that's all it is. Yeah.
No, I got you. You know we got Coach up here, right? Y'all ain't even know that, right?
Yeah. What's good with y'all? Stock Chaser, my guy. Hey,
What's good,
Javon
Coach
still
Bermudez
here?
in the building. What's good?
OG, what up?
Javon still here?
Yeah,
What's
I'm right
good,
here.
Stock?
Yeah, he good. Your boy is here.
Javon, what's
Your
good
partner
with
What's
in
you?
going
crime
on,
is
man?
here.
Where my man come
Just
forward
chilling, man.
Vega at, man?
He left.
Get him back on the
He went
panel, man.
backwards.
Oh, we got like 8 people that want to jump on here.
Hey, listen, I'm actually in and out. You know, I got a bunch of yams I gotta attend to.
Woo! Let's go, yo, Coach be running through them yams, man. Don't get it twisted.
Yo, Coach, I got a soundbite for that, Coach.
Oh, yeah.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
I know what Coach be up to when he's out there with Rohan and DR, man. You ain't low, dog.
Yeah, you know what we do out there in DR Stock. You know what I mean?
Wait, hold on. Where you at? Where you at that you ain't got your camera on?
I can't. Listen, there's yams all around me, man. I can't.
Undisclosed location.
I can't do that.
He's so full of it. Whatever.
Undisclosed location, Johnny.
Yeah, speak your mind. You in and out like a robbery. This I gotta see.
Yeah. I am. But I just want to, take a minute out and salute the brother. Today is his born day, and I
Yes,
wanted
sir.
to say it while he was on the panel. But and I also want to shout out to my brothers that's out there listening. And today's mathematics is wisdom born, and as you know, that's not just a date. It has to be a reminder. And real wisdom born, right? You have to see that real wisdom ain't what you say. It's what you survive, what you learn from, and throughout the time, what you become. So I want to say happy born day to the brother because where we come from, Javon would know this, right? Birthdays ain't promised. A lot of brothers never make it this far. And some got caught up in bad decisions. Some get swallowed up by fake love. Some lose themselves chasing things that trinkets that you wear around your neck and cars that you drive. They get caught up in that kind of shit. And some never got a chance to rewrite their story. So when I tell a man happy born day, it's not usually how people celebrate it. I'm celebrating the fact that he made it. Made it through disappointment, made it through betrayal, made it through the days that nobody give a fucking check up on you. Made it through the time where you have the whole weight of the world on you, but you never bend. And I like this guy. I like Come Forward Vega because of how he's a student. That's what I respect about him. That's how I see my life. I'm never gonna stop being a student. Every time we get those Zoom calls, whenever he got to join, I see the questions he asks, and he ain't just there to talk like a lot of people come on here just to talk. He come to sharpen his sword, and he respect the craft. And he also respect the science of boxing. And I just want to salute him, and pray that he gets more wisdom, more peace, and more purpose. And keep your name solid. Keep your word strong. Every time you come on here with some powerful, profound knowledge. Keep doing that. And definitely keep your wisdom greater than your ego. That's how legacies are born. So peace, King. Peace to everybody in the panel. Hey, you know, I love the chat. Johnny don't love y'all, but I love y'all. Keep let me get back to these yams and salute. Peace.
Coach, you may want to look at this chat.
Oh shit. Lord have mercy.
Oh shit, the chat is fucking cooking, bro. This is what it's all about at DHS, man. Salute to Coach Hector Bermudez who jumped on and give Alex Vega a birthday message, man. Salute to Alex Vega, man. It's his birthday, man. That's what's up. Holy
Shout out to
shit.
Coach, man. That was real shit. This is why you need to bring him on.
I did.
Johnny,
I
and then
threw
you
him
talking
tonight.
about he gonna come on and take 30 minutes to spill some shit. Spill some real shit.
I was just messing with him. You know he's always welcome here anytime. All of y'all, man. All of y'all.
Right.
All of y'all, man. This is what we do, man. This is what DHS is all about, man. Hold on a second. Yeah, we got somebody else that wants to jump on real quick. Who we got?
Wagwan, Jonathan.
Oh shit! There we go, Mr. Abbas Barrow fan.
Abbas is back, baby.
Get
Abbas
the
is back.
fuck out of here! He getting packed up, bro.
Nobody's Santillion. Come on, bro.
He getting packed up, bro.
And and my boy Tomoya Sue boy's fighting for that world title on his fourth fight, like I've been telling you. We're back. We're back. But I wanted to have an Errol Spence kind of thing. Like,
what you think?
As Stock said, they done a lot for the culture. But how many votes does the culture get to let you in the Hall of Fame? 0. So, look, as I said the other day, Errol Spence was a world-class fighter. But how many fighters get in the Hall of Fame that's been a one-weight champion and never undisputed?
I said it earlier.
Very little.
I said it. I pulled it up earlier in the first part of the show, man.
There's a guy. There's like Jorge Arce is like a 4-weight Mexican world champion, and he's not in the Hall of Fame. Mikulchevsky's an undisputed world champion 2-weight, not in the Hall of Fame. There's loads of fighters that aren't in there that are great fighters. And for me, Errol might struggle. No, not on the resume so much, but he might struggle that he never won in 2-weight classes. He was never undisputed. He was never really seen as a man of the division. They didn't know. He didn't fight Floyd. He didn't fight Keith Thurman. He didn't fight Manny Pacquiao, who were there. And I think it'll struggle, yeah. I think he'll struggle to get in. Maybe at one point.
I don't think so.
Like
I don't think he gets in first ballot. I don't
no
think he
chance.
gets in first ballot, but I think he gets in.
No chance. Well, I can tell you who's going to go against in his first ballot. Lomachenko's came back. Charlo, if he doesn't fight, he'll be part of that. There'll be others that... There's others that's no in there. Like, and Stock says he sold 40,000, but George Groves done 80,000 versus Carol Frotz. George Groves isn't getting in the Hall of Fame, bro. It just doesn't... It doesn't mean too much, yeah. There's great fighters on there. Mikey Garcia wasn't even a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's a 4-weight world champion. He wasn't a first ballot. He's still on the ballot. It took Nigel Benn 23 years of being on the ballot to even get in. And he only got in because it was a weak year. He had 10 WBC title defenses, a 2-weight world champ. Beat all the guys in America. So it'll be tough for Errol, yeah. It'll be
He
for me. It'll
deserves to
be
be
tough.
there. Just again, I feel like people have been calling me out the entire show about saying that I'm a Spence hater. The only question is what level of Hall of Famer is he? But yeah, he deserves to be there.
I mean, if you look at the list of the guys who are still on there, and have been on there for so many years and still not got in. Like, it's tough to even make the ballot. There's guys that are not even on the ballot. I can tell you who was on the ballot last year. There's guys like Jorge Arce, Lucian Booty, Joe Casimiro, Steve Collins, Chris Eubank Sr., Leo Gomez, Mikey Garcia, Michael Kessler, Darius Mikulchevsky, Sven Otka, Omar Navarez, Wilfred Vasquez, Israel Vasquez, Meldrick Taylor. Like, they're all guys that have been on for years and years and years and still haven't got in. And it's 3 fighters a year, so a minimum of 3, maximum of 5. I think it'll definitely go on a ballot, but is he going to get in? Maybe in 10, 15 years' time.
10, 15 years?
Well, like, Jorge Arce is a 4-weight world champ. Do you know how many 4-weight world champs there is ever? There's only about 20, and Jorge Arce is not in there. Mikey Garcia didn't get in yet. The 4-weight world champions and not been there.
Also, speaking of Casamayor, Acelino Freitas isn't in the Hall of Fame, and he unified with Casamayor, so he's definitely.
Jermaine Taylor was an undisputed world champion.
Acelino was good. Fight sport. I remember him.
Errol Spence is a 3 unified belt champion, and he has 8-1 in championship fights.
Ricky Burns is 10-2, and he was a 3-weight world champion. He's not going to get in the Hall of Fame anytime soon. But look, you've got guys. Jermaine Taylor's not even on the ballot. Jermaine Taylor was an undisputed world champion. He
was legit too. I like Jermaine Taylor.
He hasn't even made it to the ballot yet. That's people say loads of fighters get in that aren't that great. They'll say Gatti and Vinny Paz, but that's really about it, yeah.
Yeah. Also, shout out to Roger. He just pointed out Vernon Forrest isn't in the Hall of Fame. Like,
wow.
Every time I look at the Hall of Fame, I forget how fighters who should be there aren't. And yeah. Whereas guys like, and a lot of Golovkin fans think I'm a hater of him as well, but he got in pretty much, well, not immediately. It was a few years after he retired, but there are a lot of guys who are way more deserving than him, and they're not in there.
But it was a first ballot Hall of Famer, Golovkin, yeah. First time, first one, as soon as he qualified. So, like, Terence Crawford's going to have to wait 3 years. Look, it's tough. It's tough for guys to get even onto the ballot, and you've got to remember, all the guys that are voting are all fucking old. I totally agree. Like, Vernon Forrest being on there. 3 only got in last year, and they were Gennady Golovkin, Nigel Benn, and I want to say Antonio Tarver. They were the 3. So they could have put 5 in, and they only picked 3.
I got 2 people in the back, man. So I need 2 people to volunteer.
All right.
What's the word?
Catch you guys later.
All right, Johnny, I'm out, man. I got you, Johnny. I'm about to dip out. Hey, look, Jesus Christ is King, man. Y'all remember that shit, man. I'm fucking out.
Salute.
Salute, Javon. So, yeah, it's going to be tough.
No,
what up, Cam?
What's the word? Salute. This your name Jalen that's up here talking?
What did you say? That's Mac.
Can you gotta mute your mic, bro.
You up here? Who's ever. What's your name? Who talking?
That's Mick.
Mick. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, Mick. You is up here cooking, because if you talking about in terms of first ballot Hall of Famer, I don't think he is a first ballot Hall of Famer. I think he is a Hall of Famer, but first ballot is kind of pushing it, in my opinion. Because, like you said, it's only been 24-weight world champions or 25 4-weight world champions. Why you think AB be screaming that shit from the mountaintops? 4-weight world champion, 4-weight world champion. And he was the youngest one in the sport to ever do it. Should he not be in the fucking Hall of Fame?
Let me I'm only here real quick because I ain't got a lot of time. But how much do you think the perception of how great your career is comes into it? So not just like, how popular you are, but how great people perceive you to be. Because the
Right.
general majority consensus that I see from people like with Errol's retirement, because that's gotten a lot of publicity. The posts about his retirement have gotten a lot of publicity, and he was a big name back in the day. And with the amount of people that I see saying he's going to get in, I got a strong suspicion that a mixture of recency bias and the perception of his greatness is going to get him in. Because, like, Mick, you brought up the point about Jermaine Taylor. The problem that Jermaine Taylor had is, great as his career was, his best wins were the B Hop fights, which were perceived by everyone to be really controversial. The did he won the fight with Corey Spinks. That was perceived as controversial, and the draw with Winky Wright was perceived as controversial. So because he had, and I'm not here to say that like those fights were robberies or anything like that, but because the perception around those fights was the controversy, it harmed his ability to get in, and it harmed his ability to be on the ballot. It's like Triple G. Triple G doesn't deserve to get in over some of the guys that were on last year. And I say that Triple G is my favorite fighter of all time. He doesn't deserve to get in over those, but because he had such a dominant run for the time that he was on top, and because he has recency bias and quite popular, he's going to get in on top of the fact that he's accomplished. And I think that Errol's going to benefit from the same thing. I don't know if it's going to be first ballot, but I'd be surprised if after 3 years of him being eligible, he hasn't gotten in.
Well, I see you say that, but like Golovkin had a huge, great amateur career. Errol didn't. That goes massively as well, yeah. And you look, you name fighters there with Jermaine Taylor. The guys are Hall
Oh,
of
sorry,
Famers.
because I can't hear people.
They guys are Hall of Famers with Jermaine Taylor that he bought and had that he beat and maybe had
Damn,
controversial
my audio
decisions.
fucked.
But Errol's never beat a Hall of Famer yet. Hello?
Yeah, we hear
Yeah, we
Okay,
hear
aye,
you.
so
you.
Errol didn't beat a Hall of Famer.
You
Like,
talking to me?
yeah. You're saying like they wins for Jermaine Taylor, who's not on the ballot. But they were guys who he's beat and who he drew with, who were Hall of Famers. Errol's never fought one.
Never fought one or never beat one?
He's never fought one. Well, he fought one. Yeah, technically no. He fought Crawford, but
You know
he's
what I
never beat.
mean.
But
Bro,
then he's
bro,
not a
you
Hall of
sound
Famer. Though.
crazy. Bro, that was hella crazy what you just said. What the hell?
Crawford,
Crawford's a Hall of Famer. You know that, and I know that.
he'll be a Hall of Famer, absolutely. But he lost.
So,
Danny Garcia may get in as well.
but
Danny,
that's what I'm saying. Oh, it's still guys that need to retire too. So that's what I'm taking into account as well. Like it's still guys that are going to end up being on the ballot with Earl Spence. Like if Terrence Crawford and Earl Spence retire around the same time, wouldn't they get on the ballot damn near at the same time?
yeah, 3 years for your last fight. Errol's biggest win's Kell Brook. And Kell Brook isn't even on the ballot. And I don't think Kell Brook's a Hall of Famer.
I don't think he is either. So there's nothing wrong with him not being on the ballot. But
All
let's
right,
not
let me
forget
jump
when he
in.
was
Can
a
I jump
champion,
in,
Errol
Johnny?
Spence went over there and packed his ass up.
Johnny, can I jump in real quick, my boy?
Mm-hmm.
Hello? Hey, Johnny,
Yeah,
can
yeah,
I
yeah,
jump
yeah,
in
yeah. We
real
got
quick,
you.
please?
Go ahead, jump in real quick.
All right, but bro, look, this is the whole thing I gotta say is Errol Spence jumped Bud's career. Like, I don't understand what people don't get about that. Like, we all knew who Bud was before he fought Errol Spence. When Errol Spence was the guy that was up to fight Canelo. Errol Spence was the guy that was up to fight that people wanted to see fight Charlo and Caleb and everybody like that.
Like nobody was calling for those Bud fights. Like people was like, yeah, Bud is being hated on, Bud is being underrated, blah blah blah. We wasn't arguing for Bud to fight Canelo. We wanted to see the Charlos versus Canelo. We wanted to see Errol versus Canelo. And then once he beat Errol Spence, who basically gave him a shot in the dark, if he doesn't give if Errol doesn't give Bud that shot, then he's never that guy. Never. And he could have preyed on it. He could have all of you guys like I'm a Bud fan too, but I just didn't there was no way that Bud would have got a chance at Canelo if he didn't beat Errol Spence. And anybody can argue that, but you guys are gonna all be wrong.
All right.
I mean, but the dice fell the way the dice fell, though.
What does
You
that have
can't.
to do with the fact that Errol Spence is the one that gave him
We
that gave
can't.
him the shot?
We can't. I'm saying we can't reverse time. We're talking
Yep.
about a Hall of Fame ballot. We're not talking about what happened.
Okay, so you're telling me that Errol Spence is not a Hall of Fame balloter? Is that what you're saying?
I never said that.
He didn't say that.
Putting words in my
Okay,
mouth.
well then, well no, then I mean,
I
but the
said he
point of the
possibly.
show is
I said he possibly may not be a first ballot. I think he will get in, yes, but first
Yes.
ballot, no.
nah. I believe he's the first balloter, bro.
That's your
He
opinion.
was
I
the
feel it.
face of box, bro. Bef- okay, I'm not saying he was above Canelo, but between the era of AB, Tank, Canelo, it was Errol Spence. Like, bro, those if you're not gonna give those four guys first ballot Hall of Famers for carrying boxing,
Wait,
then
who did
how
you
can you
say?
give it to these other guys?
Who do you think had a better career, Zab Judah or Errol Spence?
Errol Spence.
Wait, what did you just say to me?
Who do you think
Errol
had a better
Spence.
career, Errol Spence or Zab Judah?
Errol
Wait.
Spence.
One more time. Somebody laughed. But what'd you say?
Who had a better career, Zab Judah or Errol Spence?
Bro, that's a 50-50 to me.
No, it's
One
not.
was one was
It
an
isn't.
undisputed
Like
champion.
It's really not.
Zab Judah was
It's
you
really
know Zab
not.
Judah was that
Zab
guy.
Zab for me is a better career
You
than
know,
Errol.
but Zab Judah was
Zab,
that
Zab.
guy, bro.
Okay,
Zab Judah was
let me
that
say
guy, but
something real quick.
to
Let me
sit here and pretend like Errol Spence wasn't that guy.
let me real quick respond because I only got like 5-10 minutes to work with. The reason I would say that Judah's career isn't significantly, well, really isn't more impressive than Errol's at all, is Judah's undisputed claim happened during a time where the WBO was being rapidly more highly recognized, and also his undisputed claim is as many belts as Errol's unified claim. My other thing is Judah seldom has a win on his career where that person that he beat didn't also beat him, and he was far too inconsistent. Because when I'm looking at these fighters, and this is my personal criteria, and how they get rated, and how I believe the Hall of Fame balloters, how I believe they rate them, they value dominance cases. They clearly value a run of consistent wins. Otherwise, Triple G wouldn't have been a first ballot. And with Spence having the more consistent winning run, unifying belts, whilst it wasn't very long in terms of the actual wins, it was in terms of the time period that he spent being an undefeated fighter. It was long in the terms of how he spent that time as the guy on top. And yeah, I think that just with those things, he's got a way stronger case amongst the balloters than the likes of Zab Judah. Even
Zab
merit-wise, I think that he's got a much stronger case. Like Zab Judah's probably his signature win, Corey Spinks. That's a guy that also beat him. Like that's a one-on-one rivalry. They never actually had a trilogy for that shit. You know what I mean? So I can't say his career is significantly more impressive or more impressive at all.
I think that's an absolutely wild claim. Come on. Like, Zab was an undisputed champion, defended it, won the belt, lost the belt, won the belt back, went up in weight, won a belt. And do you know what? Zab Judas isn't even on the ballot. But he's won about
it's
10
no
or
wild
11
claim
more.
to say that.
He's about 11 more world title wins than what Errol Spence has got.
Okay, so when you think of Errol Spence, bro, do you think that he be better champions or does Zab Judah be better champions?
Actually, not even a
Zab.
question. Errol.
Zab beat better champions.
Yeah, and it's I guess it's 2 versus 1, bro, because I believe Errol be better champions.
The way I see it is Zab lost to most of the better champions that he fought against, and the best champion that he did fight, that he did beat, he went 1-1 with. You know what I mean? Like I look at the notable names in his career, and the majority of them he lost to. Like, you know, the Junior Witter win, that's a pretty good win. Chop Chop was, I think Chop Chop was still legit at that time, but I mean, if we're
Ah,
going
come
off of
on.
if we're going off of the whole, you know, undisputed argument, then you can't even say that Chop Chop was a champion that he beat, because he was a WBO titleist, and he became Zab became undisputed after that fight. You know what I'm saying? The Rafael Pineda, like that's a good win. Stopping Corey Spinks is fucking legit. Corey Spinks is incredibly underrated, but the fact is that rivalry is 1-1.
But
You know,
who
the
won
losses.
who won the second one?
So
Yeah, I just said that, bro.
what
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
he did say that.
I'm gonna
I
give a breakdown on what everybody's saying when they done.
Yo, but Link is not far off, man, because
And
I'm
so,
looking
like, I
at
look
the
at the
resume.
main fights of his career. He's
He
he's
fought
one
a
and
lot
one
of big
versus Corey.
names, but he
He
Look,
lost
lost
to
those
he,
fights. He
when
lost
when
those fights.
when
yeah.
you
And
break
it's crazy to lose.
One by
It's
one,
crazy to
y'all.
go 1-1 and not do the tiebreaker.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So he's 1-1 with Corey. He lost to Kostya. He lost to Baldomir. He lost to Mayweather. No shame in that. He lost to Miguel. He lost to Lottie. He lost to Khan. He lost to Danny. He lost to Malinaji. Now, I'm not saying he's in his prime for all
Jesus
of
Christ,
these,
this guy's a scientist with this shit.
but you know what I'm saying. And he's to my memory, he got a really good win over Matisse when Matisse was really highly regarded, because
And
Matisse is the
undefeated
greatest
at the
choke
time,
artist in
Link.
history. Yeah,
yeah
that was a good. I remember that being a good ass win, because Matisse was highly regarded even in
yeah
Australia.
because
Just he
Matisse
was the
went on a
warrior.
crazy run and that was Danny's big win.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
Yep.
he's got a really good win over Matisse. He's
The
got a really
Vernon
good win
Paris
against
win was
Corey.
big too, Link.
Yeah, so like he's got good wins, but
Yeah.
there's too
DeMarcus
much.
Corley was a decent win. Kaiser
But
Mabuza.
there's too much inconsistency there,
Yeah.
and his undisputed claim is similar
I,
to the unified claim to Spence.
So
no,
So it's like,
right. So when
you
no,
you
know what I'm
break
because
saying,
you
down,
knew
so when you break down
and
the
It's a
head-to-head
good
resume
it's
assessment, because look, it's I think you gotta break it down phase by phase. I think it's like 5 different phases. You got depth of resume. Now, who has the better depth of resume, Jab Zuda or Earl Spence?
Zab Judah.
Zab.
Okay.
Zab. He
Now,
fought the better
now,
competition,
now, now,
absolutely.
now, who has the best individual win? I would probably say Earl Spence, right?
Zab
Yeah.
Judah.
Well, who
Zab,
was
y'all
Zab
saying
Judah's
Zab?
best win? And who was Errol Spence's best win?
Right.
Well, Cody Spinks is a better win than anybody that Errol Spence has beat.
So what's Errol
I mean,
Spence's best win?
Corey Spinks is pretty up
Probably
and down as
Shawn
well.
Porter and Kell Brook.
Yeah. Or Danny Garcia. But I was
Yeah, Danny Garcia there too.
I would say the Porter
Mikey
win was
Garcia
pretty
there, I
impressive.
mean, but
140.
Garcia was undefeated, and he was a pound for pound fighter at
yeah.
the time, even though he moved
Another
up.
140 fighter like Danny Garcia.
I'm just saying though, he
So
agreed to the
Yeah.
weight, and he
who
was
are y'all giving the best individual win to? Earl Spencer, Jab Judah?
I would give it to Errol Spence, to be honest with you.
Me too.
And who would
Yeah.
that one be, Johnny?
Yeah. I mean, there's about 3 or 4 guys that we threw into the mix. Meanwhile, y'all just throwing Corey Spinks in there.
That's
I mean,
fair.
y'all not throwing anybody else in there. Y'all didn't say Junior Witter. You didn't say
I know,
the
but
other dude that I just
Junior
said.
Witter's the same level as Kell Brook and Danny. Danny Garcia and guys like that.
You didn't say
Who
Matisse.
who would y'all
Well, we
give
did
the
say
long?
Matisse,
Who would
but
y'all give
Zab,
longevity? Who would y'all give the
Junior
longevity
Witter at the
aspect
time
to?
wasn't.
Zab Judah's a Hall
Junior
of
Witter at
Famer,
the time wasn't.
well,
and
Zab
he's a
Judah was
GOAT,
around much longer, Cam.
bro.
Zab
He's a
Judah, Zab
GOAT in
Judah,
the
So
streets.
so so that's what I'm saying.
Zab
So
Judah's not
that's
even on the
two
ballot
one
yet.
for
Stop.
Zab Judah. So
I agree.
championship accomplishments.
Zab Judah, 2-way, and he was undisputed
Okay.
and unified.
Dominance at peak. Errol Spence.
Errol Spence
Yeah.
gets in before Zab Judah, Mick. You know that, and I know it. If Zab Judah's not in right now, he doesn't
Zab,
overpass
Zab,
Errol Spence
this
until
is
he is
this
to
is
get
my
in.
point. Zab Judah's not even on the ballot. He's even on the
Right,
list
but
of names to
you
picture.
missed you
But I don't
because
think that
you.
there's
This
any
is hang
question
on,
that
hang on,
Errol
Johnny,
Spence
Johnny, Johnny, Johnny.
will be on the
I've got
ballot in
2
3
minutes,
years.
Johnny.
Is my point.
I got 2 minutes, Johnny, because this is the point that
Yeah.
I made in the original take where he responded to what I was saying about Jermaine. It is about the perception of your greatness, and the perception of Zab is that he was woefully inconsistent and lost his big fights. And that is why Errol will get in. And that's why Errol will be on the ballot before Zab. Because it's
People,
about the perception. Because it's not about raw popularity. It's not about raw accomplishment. It is about the perception of your greatness.
Yep.
That's why Golovkin got in over like 5 different people that should have been over him. Because he is perceived to be that legend, that dominant middleweight force. And that is Errol's perception. The
and
perception of Errol is that he was.
And Chris
Pardon?
Eubank Senior, isn't he?
No,
Chris
no,
Eubank
because
Senior,
there's a
what they
large
saying is that?
no, because there's a large American perception that he was a WBO titleist in a time when the WBO wasn't a major belt.
Yes.
There's a large contingent of American fans that don't even recognize him as a world titleist.
I agree, but people still see him as a dominant force.
But the perception isn't the same because there's a higher level of detraction from an entire nation's demographic.
I
You know what I'm
mean,
saying? And US, like I think we'd be willing to agree here, the general narrative in Hall of Fame cases is naturally American biased. And so when you've got a guy from England who competed during a time of American dominance and shared a division with known American pound for pound talents, it's like, of
who
course, the perception's not going to favor him.
who would they
Not the
be?
same way that it favors Errol.
Who would they be? Who would be the pound for pound talents that shared the division with him?
Roy Jones Jr. and fucking James Toney.
They were world champions before even Roy Jones fought for his world belt.
That doesn't, you're not hearing me. He was in the super
Do you know
middleweight and middleweight landscape alongside more notable and known fighters of the era.
Chris Eubank and Nigel Benn were late 80s, early 90s. Jones didn't even fight for a
Yeah,
title to
yeah,
94.
they were late 80s, which is an era defined by American greats like Leonard and like Hearns, who were still relevant up until the late 80s, early 90s. And then the early 90s to mid 90s were defined by Pernell Whitaker, Cesar Chavez, and then great middleweights and super middleweights such as Tony and fucking Roy. Like I'm sorry, they are big names, but they cannot challenge the overwhelming American perception. And the fact that it took Ben so long to get inducted, and the fact that Eubank hasn't been, is proof of that.
And
And
where
then when
did
you've got
and where
Errol,
did
and then
and
when
where
you've
did
got Errol, who was the 3-belt unified champion in a dominant American era, his perception is going to be higher.
Yeah.
where
And his
did
name's
where
attached
did
to Bud.
I
where did
agree.
Nigel win all his belts about? Where did he win his WBC belt and where did he defend it loads of times?
Yeah, he can win it in America, but it doesn't change the audience's perception of him.
No.
He won more world title fights in America than he did in the fucking UK.
He telling you it's like a genjutsu, bro.
But
None of the
again,
shit you
he
saying
did that
it
in an
don't matter.
era where he was sharing the spotlight with mainstream American fighters. They
Right.
didn't give a fuck about him.
Exactly.
Roy Jones had 5 world title fights in a year at super middleweight. He didn't fight super middleweight again for fucking years. What are we talking
Yes,
about?
but they gave,
That,
you're not listening to me. They
that's
gave a
after,
fuck
yeah,
about Roy.
like, that's after Ben and fucking Eubank have
But
been.
if you want to talk about the prime championship run of Eubank, that's when he was having to share the mainstream spotlight with fucking Mike Tyson. No one gave a fuck about Ben, bruh. Nobody gave a fuck. And then after him, it was Chavez who had the pound for pound matchup with fucking 1990 with Meldrick Taylor. Nobody gave a fuck about Ben. I'm sorry. He doesn't have perception on his side.
I would say you were wrong. That's why he's in the Hall of Fame, and Zab Judah isn't on the ballot.
Yeah, but it took him ages, and my case here is it won't take Errol as long.
Of course
Yeah,
it will.
I get what you're saying. I totally get
Yeah.
what Link is saying.
It's like an infinite Tsukiyomi, man. He put that Mangeki of Sharingan on niggas. Niggas got perception, bro. You
But
can't change
All right.
that.
With that said, I gotta
but
go.
like
Thank you very much for the debate, fellas, because I
yeah,
got work in literally 60 seconds. I'll catch us
who's
later.
Link,
who's
we
voting?
appreciate you,
Problem, boy.
champ. Thanks for
Salute.
jumping on. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. There's 2 super chats. H-Town with the $2. Devin Rob Loma. I don't know if I read this one earlier. Hopefully I did. If not, damn, this was way back. You see what I'm saying? I got to get better at this. However, my man Malcolm from AZ, I didn't forget you, Malcolm.
Straight cash, homie.
With the $5 said I got 1.2 mil and lost to Spinks. Couldn't rematch and took 2 tune-ups. Then fought Corey for 100K as the B-side in Spinks' hometown. Salute Judah. Hashtag Big Brooklyn. Salute to you, Malcolm. Damn, he all over that. We
Yeah,
ain't
but
trying to shit on Judah.
no, he's saying that Judah, even though he wasn't the A side at times, went there and beat Corey Spinks. Yeah, for a tiny amount of money.
Mm-hmm.
But
Trice, jump up here. What you mean what I'm talking about, man? I'm just
Well,
breaking down resume assessments and shit.
what you
the,
talking about?
the
Nah,
thing is that
Trice said what the fuck I'm talking about in the comments.
Oh, y'all all be reading the comments. Y'all crazy. That's what
the
y'all do.
thing
Y'all read the comments. Y'all read the hate. With Treats, I don't know. What Treats, what are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying. Come up here.
the
He
thing
was
is
up here a
with
little. He was up here earlier. But we're about
what
to
Link.
wrap up, man, because we pushing 5 hours.
Can I just get this
Yeah,
point of
pushing
Johnny? What
for
Link is saying is I
Yeah,
get it,
yeah.
but it's all old dudes that vote.
Hmm?
It's all guys that in their 60s, 70s, and 80s that are voting for these Hall of Famers, yeah? Who come up with
Oh
a
yeah,
list
you got writers, you got historians. Yeah, for sure.
and that perception, the new every one of them will always say the era that they grew up in was greater than the era that is today. Yeah. And that'll happen throughout history because that was the era that you grew up in, yeah. And they guys will vote for older fighters before they vote for Errol Spence. I hope he gets in, but I
I
can't
look
see it.
I looked up something and it also said International Boxing Hall of Fame voting is subjective and considers overall impact, opposition quality, championship length, and era context rather than rigid formulas. Many inductees were primarily or heavily associated with one division or had resumes built around multi-year title runs rather than crossing numerous weight classes like Mayweather, Pacquiao, and Leonard, even though they're in. Spence's combination of unification, defenses, and wins over contemporaries fits within the range of fighters already enshrined. That's important.
Exactly.
That is important. I'm sorry, I had to read that because that's important.
Yeah,
And
it is. Because that's what it said. Is when
that's
you look it
what
up, when you think about it, it was him and Bud as the best welterweights of his era. So it's
they
like
were. They were, and they fought each other. But then earlier, I forgot who it was. They was crapping on Spence because he lost. But when you fight the best, when two guys at their peak, undefeated, they had all the straps. This fight was for you, for undisputed, and you got one guy that beats the other guy. Why is it that we got to shit on the guy that loses? The
and like
other
I
guy was just better that night.
and like I was saying with the Genjutsu, a lot of people thought it was 50-50 on paper.
Hell
Going
yeah,
into
a
the
lot
fight.
of people did. People
So
forget that, but you got to understand. After that whole shit, then you got everybody else who thought it was 50-50 is gonna come out and say, "I told you Terrence Crawford was gonna win." That's why we got to take receipts here, man. We got to take receipts because motherfuckers be flip flopping. A lot of boxing fans thought that fight was a 50-50 fight.
Okay. Yeah.
Most boxing fans did. Why? Because we waited how many years to see it, and we always wanted to see it because it was the two best welterweights of our era. fighting for undisputed. We asked for that fight for years before they finally made it happen. But then the loser gets kicked to the curb. It's just ridiculous. Boxing fans are just ridiculous, bro. That's why we try to be different here at DHS. Like, let's not do that. Let's not toss fighters in the garbage just because they lose a fight. This is why the fighters are hesitant to fight the best. Because then when they lose, the fans want to toss them to the trash. We got to be better. Damn.
What was it? The second best was Thurman better than them? Manny Pacquiao was about then. Thurman was there. Didn't fight Thurman. Thurman could have easily been the second best welterweight of that era.
The only criticism I have of Errol Spence's career is that he did not fight Keith Thurman.
Or Manny Pacquiao.
Well, he was going to fight Manny Pacquiao, but then he had that detached retina that caused him to pull out of the fight. That's when Ugas, jumped in, beat Pacquiao. Then we saw what happened with Ugas and Spence. Like, he was going to get that Pacquiao fight. That was signed, sealed, and delivered. But he had to pull out because of an eye injury. It sucks, that happened, but he was getting that fight.
Yeah, that shit's crazy.
I mean, he gets in. I don't think there's in my opinion, I don't think there's a debate, but again, there is a debate whether he gets in first ballot. I don't think he does, but you also have to take into consideration, everybody has to be real. It all depends on who's on the ballot. If you don't have strong names on the ballot, so we played hypotheticals today. We said early on in the show, let's say Danny's on there, let's say he's on there, let's say Porter's on there, and let's say Thurman's on there. Does he get in before all of those guys? So we played hypothetical early. And based on what I was looking at, that I pointed out, I think he does.
I mean, Porter's on there, on the ballot, and didn't get.
Porter's not. But Porter hasn't been in Strawn yet. He hasn't been nominated.
No.
So he's definitely not a first ballot. He's been on that ballot, and you know what? Maybe he'll get in. I don't know. But I think Spence definitely gets in. But I just don't think it's first ballot. That's just my opinion. You breaking up, Mick. It's that bootleg Wi-Fi you got over in Scotland. You was good before now.
Who else retired this year, yeah?
We can't hear you. What?
It will depend who else retires in the same amount of time, yeah? If he's going to be a first ballot.
I think it all depends on who's on the ballot. But I just don't, again, if I had to predict, I don't think it's first ballot, but he does get in. Absolutely, he gets in. And I think he gets in, and I fuck with Danny, but I think he gets in before Danny, and I think he gets in before Porter. Because he beat them both.
I don't think they two will get in. I don't think the other two will get in, though, yeah?
You don't think what?
I don't think Danny or Porter will get in.
Oh, see, we had that. Remember we had that conversation after Danny's fight. We didn't for Porter because I don't even know if we were doing shows when Porter retired. We only been doing live shows for a year and a half, but we did it after Danny's last performance, and everybody was stuck right in the middle. There was a lot. I think there were more people. Actually, I think it was like 60-40 that said he doesn't get in, if I'm not mistaken, on the poll. But we did a show about that.
Yeah,
we did a show about that. Treese, you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, we did a show about that because it's
that motherfucking Cam ducking and dodging me. Damn, Cam, where you went, man?
Oh, Cam left.
I wanted
to get you to jump on too, right?
You feel? Look, I wanted to get to the bottom of this infinity jujitsu, whatever the fuck he talk. What the fuck is he talking about?
He did tell you to jump on. That shit was funny. He laughed.
He funny as hell. He ducking and dodging me. But shout out to Cam, man. But no, I just wanted to get on and talk about that shit. But like I say, man, Errol Spence is definitely a Hall of Famer. Yeah. We got to cut the games. We need to stop diminishing fighters and shit like that, man. These guys, he definitely gave us hell of a fights. You feel me? Great fights. And yeah, man, that Pacquiao shit, I don't think that hurt him, his Hall of Fame case. You feel me? I think he did enough work A guy like Ugas, people sleep on Ugas in my opinion too. He was never a bad fighter. I thought Ugas was always a good fighter. And still in my opinion to this day, I think Ugas beat Shawn Porter. I know motherfuckers might not remember that fight, but I definitely thought Ugas got the best of Shawn Porter in that fight.
That was a very, very close and competitive. You actually right. That was very close, that fight.
Facts.
That could have went either way, bro.
That's a fact. It definitely could have went either way. I had Ugas winning that joint, but shout out to Shawn Porter. They gave it to him. For me, he put it out. It is what it is. But that is it. Yeah, man. Boxing is subjective. We gotta cut the games. We telling guys that he's a Hall of Famer. He's not. You in your heart of hearts, you know who's a Hall of Famer. It's like when people talk about the people's champ. We know who the people's champs are. Zab Judah. I know he Link was saying he might not be on the ballot. He might not be in the Hall of Fame. But goddamn it, you know that he's a Hall of Famer, man. It is what it is. These guys are people's champs. It's certain guys who won't get in, but we know. Like I say, the Sergey Kovalev, some guys were saying that when I asked that, guys telling me he's not a Hall of Famer. Me and Johnny Philly, it is what it is. This is subjective, but I definitely think Kovalev is a Hall of Famer. We know what it is, man. It's memorable. As long as you memorable in this boxing game, it is with G-Funk. Fuck yeah.
Agree.
They in the truck with you, motherfucker.
These guys ain't no good, bro. They don't want to hear you talk. They don't want to hear you talk. They calling for HR.
Look, this shit crazy. G-Von, he in the truck with you, goddammit. They listening to your calls, man. You being reported, G-Von. I'm on your ass. But nah, man. But yeah, we know who the Hall of Famers are. It's about, you feel me, being memorable in the game. It's certain guys. It is what it is. That's just how it be, man. Everybody can't be a Hall of Famer, but you can be a damn good fighter. So it is what it is, man. Shout out to Errol Spence. I can't wait to see his speech. You feel me, when he gets inducted, because he will be inducted. I think Shawn Porter is a Hall of Famer as well. I know some guys go back and forth with that shit, but I don't see how Shawn Porter couldn't get in. So, yeah, man. Midwest Mafia shit. This weekend, Charles Conwell. He carrying the torch, man. It went from Shawn Porter to Charles Conwell. You know how the fuck we rocking. It's all Ohio,
About
goddammit.
fucking time we see him back in the ring.
No, word. This is his last fight with Golden Boy, too. I'm happy about that. I ain't gonna lie. I think Oscar was doing funny business holding my guy back. Shout out to Trini. He know what the fuck going on.
Both of y'all gonna get bagged up.
We need that bag. Trini telling
both
they gotta
of y'all gonna get packed up, bro.
They gotta pay us to talk our shit, man. Shout out to Trini, man. He knows what's going on. But yeah, man.
Can I ask you a question?
What up?
So obviously, if Usyk fights one more time and retires this year, Crawford's already retired. Fury might retire. Canelo might retire over his next fight. Then how the hell is Errol Spence going to manage to become a first ballot Hall of Famer against they guys?
He got a head start on them guys. Everybody that you just named, besides Bud Crawford, they got fights scheduled. Fury's still in line to get an Anthony Joshua fight, or maybe who the fuck? Not a Itama fight, but I'm here. Basically, he got the Anthony Joshua fight lined up. He still got fights lined up. Everybody that Canelo got the Billy fight, and then after the Billy fight, he might have a Hamza Shiraz fight because Turkey seemed like he hell bent on making that shit happen. So all them guys, Earl got a head start on these guys. You feel me? And it is what it is. I think he's definitely gonna get in. I don't think they're gonna be on the same ballot.
Well, they would if they all retired this year, yeah.
Who retired?
Usyk will retire off his next fight. Peterbev will probably retire off his next fight. Crawford's retired this year after the ballot, so they're guys that will go in first ballots.
I think Earl and Bud can go in at the same time though.
Wouldn't that be ironic?
Yeah, I don't think you got it. Ain't just a set number of motherfuckers that you got to let in.
Yeah, there is a set number. A minimum of 3 and a maximum of 5.
What you mean?
That's all you can vote every year in. A minimum of 3 fighters and a maximum of 5.
I don't know. I wouldn't.
Yeah,
I think Earl.
That's it. Yeah.
I think Earl and Crawford could get in at the same time, man. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I wouldn't have a problem.
Yeah, Absolutely.
If they were both 1 and 2 in the division at the same time, I wouldn't have a problem with that. I think
Josh Taylor, an undisputed champion, retired as well. Yeah.
Josh Taylor, he did retire. I'll give you that. I don't know. That's you did that because he's a Scottish motherfucker.
I didn't
see what
really
you're
like
doing.
Josh Taylor.
I see what you're doing there.
Get back to work. I cannot remember the last time there was only first ballots got in.
Big
HR's on your ass.
Big man.
Get back to work, Montrese.
I knew it was you.
Montrese, get back to work. Or you're fired. Or you're fired.
Get your ass back to work.
Nah, man, you gotta approve this vacation first. I ain't going nowhere. I need a raise, Big Money. Since you making all the decisions.
You are raised. Get your ass back to work.
Speaking of work, where you been at, Big Money? Why you ain't doing your job, man? You know you're supposed to be on the panel. What you doing, man?
I mean, everybody was cooking, bro. It was a fun time. Was it not? There was so many people up here.
There was not a dull moment. I had to kick people. Well, not kick people off. I had to ask people to just jump off and give people a break.
Yeah, Johnny was up here. You know you're the reasonable one, Big Money. You supposed to hear to bring. You feel me?
He's the voice of reason. He's definitely the voice of reason. Yep.
Man, there was so many people trying to cook, bro.
Let me ask you something. You think
a lot of people cooking?
You think Kovalev a Hall of Famer, Big Money?
Kovalev.
Yeah.
I had to think about it.
Are we considering, the drug shit too? When we considering if he Hall of Famer?
They just voted Tarver in.
I didn't.
I mean, Roy Jones popped for Roy's too, but nobody ever bring that up.
So does Shane Mosley.
Exactly. So nobody ever bring that. I mean, so yeah, we if you taking all of that
baseball, Big Money, this ain't Major League Baseball. Them dudes don't get boycotted.
Nah, that's true. Now I was just asking the question. I'm not saying that keeps him out, because obviously, look, the whole sport of all of these guys, everybody that comes to boxing has something. Everybody has a little asterisk. There's something that we all can claim that we haven't done the best at. Something that we did that was wrong or whatever. Am I gonna penalize him for having that on his jacket? No. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't take that away from him. Does he make it in? I mean, maybe.
It's worth thinking about. Like, he caught me off guard, but it's worth thinking about.
Yeah, I definitely will. I would
right
want
off
to
the
take
top.
more
I
of a
was
deep
like,
dive.
what? Probably right off the top, without really, really, really dissecting it.
I mean, look, so many guys get in the Hall of Fame. I know that the whole question originally was about your man Errol Spence. I mean, dude, so many people are in the Hall of Fame already that don't even have the qualification the qualifications that he has to get in. So I just think that it's possible. Being realistic, I think it's possible for him to get in. And even to that point, even Kovalev. You know what I'm saying? Like, it would
I
just
am
be
Tupac. It's totally off base here.
So
because he lost to Crawford, that doesn't qualify him to be a Hall of Famer because of the way he lost to Crawford. So he has 30 fights, 28 of them wins. Just because of the last 2 fights, you're just dismissing every single one of his accomplishments. Did you not hear what we said about him being one of the best, if not the best, welterweight in his era? That doesn't count, though. But the Bud Crawford fight, that's the only criteria that you're basing your opinion on, that he doesn't belong in the Hall of Fame. But you're calling me a clown. This makes no fucking sense. It's a career accomplishment, not a one-fight accomplishment. It's crazy to me.
You can tell guys who never took chances in life, they're afraid of a little.
This is why fighters don't want to challenge themselves against other great fighters, because of fans like this. No disrespect. You're allowed to be the fan that you want to be, but don't call me a clown because I think he's a Hall of Famer based on his body of work and his accomplishments, which I talked about in the beginning of the show, which you obviously missed, but you just want to sit back on the fact that he got cooked by Terrence Crawford. And most fighters that fought Terrence Crawford got cooked as well, including Canelo. So let me ask you this question. Canelo's not a Hall of Famer because he got cooked by Crawford? Cut it out, bro. Cut it out, man. Y'all got to stop this shit, man. I'm sorry, Big Money. I ain't mean to cut you off, but this is crazy.
Nah, it's all good. It's all good. I was just curious. Is it because he lost? Because I mean, there's plenty of people that have multiple losses on their record that are in the Hall of Fame.
How many people got knocked out? Knocked out cold. Pacquiao got knocked out cold by Marquez. You gonna sit there and tell me Pacquiao's not a Hall of Famer? This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. So I'm gonna just let y'all be before we end the show.
I think what you should do in another show when you talk about this is pull up the people who are actually in the Hall of Fame. Because the people that say, oh, they're just like guys in here and there, it just doesn't happen.
Why he saying this the way I see in the chat? He says the way he lost, but didn't Hearns lose in 3 rounds?
He got stopped.
Yeah.
Okay, he got stopped. Hearns
It's guys who done lost in 3 rounds.
Hearns is not a fucking Hall of Famer.
This shit crazy. We tripping.
Yeah,
it's just crazy, bro.
Hey, Jalen, Barry McGuigan is in the freaking Hall of Fame, isn't he?
Yeah, Barry McGuigan is in the Hall of Fame.
I'm just saying, he's in there. I just don't see how it's impossible for an Earl to make it.
Man, Barry McGuigan was a better fighter than Errol, and I hate Barry McGuigan.
He said Pac-Man beat Marquez too. What the fuck you saying? So did Tommy Hearns beat Marvin Hagler? Because he damn sure didn't. There was no rematch.
So I've got one trivia point before I go. Do you know the only fighter that's been beat by Terence Crawford and then went and won another world title?
Beat by Terence Crawford and went and won a world title.
Say that again. You know your accent is thick than a bitch, boy.
He said somebody that is a former opponent of Terence Crawford that he beat that went on to win a world title. And I'm thinking what are we reaching back to 140?
Back a bit more.
Nah.
Back a bit more, 35. Shit.
Not even there.
Not even there.
There's not a guy.
Yeah. Only one.
Did Gamboa win another? Did Gamboa win another title?
No.
Nah. Who was it?
Ricky Burns.
Ricky Burns, yeah.
He went up and won it. He went up and won a belt at 140. He's the only one that Crawford's beat that's went and won another world title.
One of the best names on his resume, baby.
That's why it's one of the best. Hey, Crawford, give him credit. That's one thing I will say about Crawford. He respect gang. You can't.
Three-weight world champion, 10-2 in world title fights, and lost to Crawford. And by the way, it lost on points to Crawford, 116, 112. I don't think anybody even got that close.
No, but I think you're right.
There you go. And he the only UK world champion.
If Tim Tszyu going to become a champion at 160, would you look at Earl in a better light?
I don't really take the Tim Tszyu fight into it that much. The same way I didn't take in Danny Green when he beat Roy or Enzo McNanelli when he beat Roy.
I'm really talking to this guy. What is it? I am Tupac. This the guy I'm talking about. If Tim Tszyu go on and win a belt, you feel me? Because he was just shitting on him losing to Tim Tszyu. If Tim Tszyu go up there at 160 and win his strap, I feel like guys like him is gonna be a revisionist history. Like, Errol Spence did lose to Tim Tszyu, but Tim Tszyu, he went and became champion at 160. I mean, maybe that wasn't as bad as the loss. You see what I'm saying? That's how motherfuckers look at you. That's just how guys be.
Yeah, this is what they do. You trying to equate Hearn and Spence? No, I'm trying to say that you're saying based on the way he lost one fight, because you're only talking about the Terence Crawford fight. The way he lost just dismisses him totally from Hall of Fame conversation. There's no way he's a Hall of Famer because of the way he lost to Terence Crawford. When you have great fighters in the past that have gotten bludgeoned in fights against another great fighter, because again, Terence Crawford will go down as a great fighter, one of the best in our generation. Some people say top 10, top 15. But because he lost, you're just you're just dismissing him. So I'm giving you another example. But what you fail to look at is what he's accomplished in his career at welterweight and the people that he has fought. Many world champions he has beaten in his career, including Kell Brook, Peterson, Mikey Garcia, who was undefeated, regarded as one of the best pound for pound. Shawn Porter, who may get into the Hall of Fame. Danny Garcia, who there's a question may get into the Hall of Fame. Ugas, who was a champion. But you dismiss all of that, and just because the Terrence Crawford lost, he'll never get in. Cut the shit. You know what I'm talking about.
Hey, Johnny.
You know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah, that doesn't define it, yeah.
Hey guys, you know who I Am Tupac is?
I'm gonna stop because, like I said, I hate arguing with people in the chat. And it's nothing personal. I Am Tupac. It's nothing personal.
That's Devon Burner.
Nah, you know who I Am Tupac is?
Who?
That's Keith Thurman.
It's probably Keith Thurman. You probably right.
4 more minutes.
Might be.
But anyway, shout out Chase. What happened to your boy Brandon Adams, the pullout king?
What? What the fuck? Something else happened? You gotta be kidding me.
You just see, this is just trolling shit, bro. You just trolling right now. You just trying to spark motherfuckers up, man. It's all good. I'm just fucking ignoring him, man.
But my whole point for bringing up,
bro. I don't even know why I got pulled into that. That's my fault.
No, you put it Devon got sucked into the chat. That's how it be.
Yeah, I gotta be better. And I complain about, but you know what? It's late, and I'm about to end the show anyway. So
Word.
It's all good.
My whole thing for bringing up Kovalev is, though, for the kids out there, is drinking won't stop you from being a Hall of Famer. Shout out to Errol Spence. Keep turning up, my nigga. You bring the ginger ale, I'll bring the whiskey. God damn it. And my guy Mick,
and
he'll
let's
bring
celebrate when you get the call, Errol.
Exactly. And Mick will bring the beers. You know what the fuck going on. We getting litty. But shout out DHS. We got Charles Conwell, Midwest Mafia. We back this weekend. Y'all get y'all beers and y'all get y'all whiskey ready. God damn it. Y'all be cool, man.
Salute.
I drink Guinness from the tap, buddy.
We just surpassed 5 hours, man. I gotta.
Can I close this? Can I close the show out, Johnny?
Go ahead.
If you
Here
like.
we have the great Japanese warrior Tomoya Suboi fighting for his world title in the 4th fight after Bam Rodriguez vacated and moved up. And now we've got Pro Box for £5 a month. You can tune in and watch the great, the one, the only. There's only one Abaspera. There's only one Abaspera. Coming for you.
I can't believe I allowed him to do that.
Yeah.
But it's
coming to you all the way.
Yours, champ.
It's worth the $5. But as I say, you may take her life, but you'll never take her freedom. Alba go bra. Peace out, Johnny. You're a real one. Big money. Take it easy.
Salute Jalen Williams, a.k.a. Shakur Stevenson.
Has anybody seen Donnie? The Zuffa Zero.
Ah, man, I haven't seen him.
Damn, what's up with Donnie, bro? Don't tell me he unsubscribed because of you.
He's in Bill Haney's bushes trying to get that deal for Devon.
We showed Zuffa love yesterday, bro.
Yeah, just shout out to your boy Edgar.
We showed Zuffa love, bro. Yesterday we talked about the Zuffa card.
Man, I'm showing Zuffa love here, Jalen Williams, bro. Point guard. Take it easy, guys, and
salute, bro.
Remember, you will always be a Hall of Famer, but you may end up in a hall of somebody's house, like Deontay Wilder and Shelley Finkel. That's for the Hall of Fame. He'll go in. Shelley Finkel's closer. Peace out, guys.
Shut the fuck up, Nick.
Get the fuck out of here, man.
Yeah, bro.
Big money, man. Damn, you jumped on late, man. I'm about to wrap it up, bro.
It's all good. I tried to jump on earlier. I know it was a lot of people.
We was cooking today.
Yeah, and there was a lot of people. And realistically, bro, I'm just gonna sit there and be with you, and we're gonna moderate, we're gonna laugh at these people
pretty much
when they say crazy shit. So, I could do that from the chat too.
Yeah, you kept the chat live, man. That was dope.
Yeah, man, because they was
necessary.
Yeah, man, they wanted to, a lot of people had a lot of things to say. It really didn't make sense for me to jump up there because I was, I'm just gonna be there with you and we're gonna just be kicking it. So there's always time for that. But we want these people to cook when they want to jump up there, man. Shout out to everybody that jumped up. You know, we got a chance to hear from Attorney Bailey. We got a chance to hear from Kenyo. We got our regulars, you know, G-Vaughn, H-Town. You had White Mike up there. You had Stock Chasers. I mean, the list goes on and on. There was a lot of people that jumped up, man. It made sense to let them rock. You know what I mean?
It's good, man. Good dialogue, man. We had a good time, man. Vega was up here. It's his birthday. It was good, man. G-Vaughn was up here. Me and G-Vaughn started arguing for a little bit like we usually do.
Yeah, happy birthday, Vega. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. Definitely, bro. We're gonna get back on it tonight.
Tonight, man. We back at it.
All right, man. Peace.
Salute, my brother. All right. That was Big Money in the building. We got Mick Doonan, who just dropped 2 jewels, 100. Dropped the bomb. Yeah. Damn, he dropping another 2 jewel sparkles. And another 2, man. Dropped the bomb. Yeah, man. Salute, man. Appreciate you, Mick. Appreciate everybody, man, that cooked in the chat. Like I said, man, we go back and forth in the chat. Nothing personal, man. I just think it's just good dialogue. I appreciate you. I am Tupac, man. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. That's what it is. But yo, that chat absolutely fucking cooked tonight, man. Y'all the real champs, man.
The champ is here. The champ is here. The champ is here.
Like I said, sparkles are, I don't know, G-Vaughn. Those are the you can it's some shit, man, with YouTube where you collect them and then you could shoot them out there, and then I think, I'm not sure, you know, we can turn that into like a super chat or money. I don't know. I gotta read up on that. I don't know. It's like the like button or something. I don't know what it is. I gotta read up on that, man. But and listen, man, anytime you guys shoot anything over donation-wise, I definitely appreciate it. White Mike absolutely fucking cooked tonight with that, man. We got to drop the bomb for White Mike. Yeah, man. He packed up Stock Chasers. He packed up Hitman. He brought Stock Chasers back, man. Salute, man. And salute to everybody else that also contributed, man. Like I said, we putting in that work, man. So every donation, absolutely, I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart, man. But I appreciate doing these shows. Like I said, tonight, like Big Money said, we absolutely cooked, man. The panel was on fire, man. We had to flip people in and out. This is what I'm talking about, man. This is what the Hangout spot is talking about, man. Having those boxing conversations, man. Getting people up here, going back and forth, man. Disagreeing, agreeing, debating. As long as we keep it, you know, somewhat professional. I know we get emotional and we get loud. That's what it's all about. This is boxing. But other than that, it's fucking fun as hell. And I had a good time, man. I really, really had a good time, man. Salute. Yeah, Big Money, you ain't right, man. YouTube takes their cuts. They take 30% on all their super chat cuts, man. So again, I appreciate any super chat. Cause yeah, you know, you gotta pay YouTube. Either way, man, tonight's show is gonna be preview and predictions for Saturday night's DAZN TNT card that is being headlined by Lamont Roach against William Zepeda for the vacant WBC lightweight title. Let's drop the bomb. And we're going to talk about the undercard as well. Let's not forget, Rey Murataya will be fighting on that undercard, man, against Robson Conceição. Let's drop the bomb for that. And what else we got on that card? Hold on. We also got Raul Curiel, who is undefeated, going up against tough Quentin Randall. Drop the bomb. And we got Treese's boy Charles Conwell, man, making his return after that loss to Chino Garcia. But we want to see Charles Conwell back. I ain't going to lie. He's going up against undefeated Paul Crow. Drop the bomb. Joel Iriarte, man, undefeated welterweight prospect who I am very, very high on. He's going to be on the card. I don't know if Jurgen is fighting. I heard that his fight might have been pulled out due to injury. Dylan Capetillo, man, the undefeated prospect, man, at lightweight who's 2-0. He'll be on the card, drop the bomb. So, yeah, man, tonight's show is going to be previews and predictions and breakdowns for the main event and obviously the fights on the undercard. Fabian Guzman is on there against Aaron Coley as well, man. Solid card, man. I don't know what we doing. We may go live for this. If we don't do a live fight chat, we'll definitely do an immediate post-fight live reaction show. But I got to see what's going on with wifey because let's not forget this weekend is my birthday weekend. So we'll see. We'll see. I might go live for this though. This card is fire, man. This card is fire. Saturday, August 1st. Anyway, we'll get into the weeds of it tonight. We'll be back at it like we never left, man. We'll be back at it like we never left tonight. 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Make sure you guys and gals come prepared because we're going to kick it and I'm going to need that energy in the chat, man. But as always, I see you on the chat. Roger that. Toledo Trees, Big Money. I see you, man. Salute. Pound for Pound King. Trini BX, my guy. Talk of SD. G Vaughn. I am Tupac. I see you, my brother. Salute. Go Hunter. You know the deal. Yop Sticks is in the building. What's good? Who else is up in there, man? If I missed you, it ain't because I wanted to. Damn, I want to play something. Hold on real quick, man. I'm in the mood, man. Hold on. Before we go, man, we got to play some DHS shit, bro. What's cooking, man? Yeah, man, let's go. Yeah. You know the deal. Tell a friend to tell a friend. To the end. Sing. Y'all can't hear it? Oh, man, what the fuck am I doing wrong? Damn, what the fuck did I do wrong? Fuck, y'all can't hear that shit? That's whack, man. Hold on. Damn it. I don't know what the hell I did wrong. I was sharing my screen like normal. Again, I was messing around with my soundboard. My apologies, man. It's all good. We'll get it right, man. Salute to everybody. Yeah, I'm about to... Big Money said, pack myself up.
That shit is a 2-pack of ass.
Yeah. Gerd said that shit hit different on me.
It smelled like a toilet full of nasty ass shit, okay?
Oh, shit. I don't know what I did wrong, but we got to fix it. Damn, I was in the mood to hear my track, man, but it's all good, man. It's all good. Y'all ain't no good, man. Yeah, I'm about to pack myself up without the $50. That was nasty work, bro.
That shit is a 2-pack of ass.
But anyway, man, I love y'all, man. I appreciate the love and support. We back tonight, man, at 9 p.m., man. This is your boy Johnny signing out. Nigerian Nightmare, I see you, my brother. Signing out from the Hangout Spot Live. I'll talk to everybody tonight. Let's go. Let's get it. 1.